Welcome, everyone, to the 4th annual Women in Craft Beer Festival, Beers Without Beards, celebrating the achievements of all women in the craft beer industry. My name is Grace Weitz, the managing editor at Hop Culture and Untapped. I'm joined today by a fantastic co-host, Britt Burke. Honestly, folks, this festival would not have happened without Britt. She's gracefully managed logistics for not only Beers Without Beards, but all of our festivals this past year. So we're so lucky today that the wizard is taking a step out from behind the curtain. Britt, welcome to the limelight. I'm so glad that you're joining us today.
Grace, thank you so much. That was an incredibly kind introduction, and it really is my pleasure to be here with you today. As Grace mentioned, my name is Britt. I am the manager of event ops for what I like to call the Next Glass family of awesome beer brands. That's Hop Culture, also Beer Advocate, and Untapped. And we also do a little bit of work with the folks at Ollie and Osner as well. So I also want to just give a huge shout out to everybody who did not take a step out from behind the curtain today. We have an incredible team at Next Glass who's worked really hard to get this event up. We've got Claire and TALEA and Catherine also on the events team. They are behind the scenes as we speak right now, making all of the stage magic happen for our virtual fest. We also have John Gross, John Kay, Jamie, Tisha, Robert, Kenny, and really everybody else who's had a hand. We've had an incredible team putting everything together to bring us this fest with you all today. And we also want to give a big shout out to the artist who put the artwork together for what you've seen with Beers Without Beards for the intro on this gorgeous Hop Culture glass that we have right here. Kayla Ogawa, that's Kayla's Instagram right there. Click that. The artwork is absolutely incredible. Be sure to check her out because she has created everything that you're seeing here, including this lovely yellow backdrop that we have.
Yeah, Kayla, so she's a great story. We actually found Kayla, our first year of Beers Without Beards, we hosted a contest on Instagram and asked people to basically create their own illustration of what it meant to be a woman in craft beer. And she came up with this amazing design. It was all these different hands of all these different colors holding all these different beer glasses. And we put her design on a shirt, sold it throughout the fest. We were like, wow, she's amazing. We have to work with her. It's like the primary designer on Beers Without Beards moving forward. So she's done just incredible work for us this year. So for those of you who don't know, Beers Without Beards, it's a festival that I started as my graduate school thesis project when I was at NYU in 2018. Basically, I just wanted to create a safe space for all women and men to come together to cultivate conversations, all men, women, and dogs to come together, cultivate conversations around breaking through barriers in our industry. And I thought there's really no better way to do that than around something that we all love, beer. Because Britt and I truly believe that you can create change through this thing that we all love, beer. So truth be told, the festival actually came together from a little kind of thought experiment. So those of you that have joined us at Beers Without Beards before, this won't be new to you. You've done it before, but humor me, kind of play along. So if y'all could just kind of close your eyes for a second, think about that last beer you had. Yes. Maybe you cracked into that Pliny the Elder because you couldn't wait last night because you were so excited when you got it. What did that beer taste like? Maybe you get a little pine, maybe some tropical mango, pineapple notes from that West Coast IPA. What did it smell like? Maybe it was an intense pastry stout and it was like opening up a bag of coffee beans or unwrapping a bar of chocolate or something like that. Now, imagine the person that brewed that beer. What do they look like to you when you picture them in your mind? 9 times out of 10, the response I got from people was, I picture a big burly man with a beard, some type of facial hair, wearing a plaid shirt, which, hey, girls can wear plaid shirts too. So represented. And Brewers boots, overall something like that. So that's really the perception that we're trying to change with Beers Without Beards, because there are folks who brew, who own breweries, who write about beer, work in all areas of the industry, who identify across the entire spectrum, right? Beers Without Beards is truly a festival for everyone, whether you identify as a cis woman, woman with a beard, woman without a beard, trans woman, trans man, cis man, non-binary, however you identify. It was very intentional when I created the name Beers Without Beards that I put the out in the without in parentheses, because that's to indicate that this is a festival for everyone. We are together like a rising tide lifting all boats to create the change that we want to see in the industry. And I make this comparison a lot, but if you just think about beer itself, like it's all these disparate ingredients that are coming together and forming this beautiful liquid in the can. And that's what we're doing here today, Britt. So thank you all for joining us, tagging along on this magical but hopefully impactful event. We got a ton planned for you today. So stick around for a little bit, stick around for the whole thing. But basically, we're going to feature women across the entire industry. We're going to take us through tastings of beer, chat about how they took their passion pro, how they develop recipes, even create content around beer. So I'm really excited for this big day. Britt gave some big shout outs before, but I have to also include YETI in there because they are our presenting sponsor for this year's event. I first met Dan Ryan, who's the beer and barbecue community marketing specialist, I think for the first or second Beers Without Beards. He basically hooked everyone up, all the brewers that participated in that event, with a free YETI backflip cooler, which was amazing. And our relationship has just grown from there because we have very similar values in our companies to create a more equitable and inclusive industry. So YETI actually joined us for our inaugural queer beer earlier in the year, and then took a larger step in actually being our presenting sponsor at Beers Without Beards this year. So along with YETI, Boston Beer, New Belgium, Two Roads, Allagash, Chart, all are making these amazing and dynamic experiences that you're about to enjoy today. So got to thank everyone for participating.
Yeah, and we also, as Grace mentioned, we need to give a huge shout out to our partners at Halftime Beverage. They got all these beers and all these boxes to your doors. So for folks who ordered the beer package, first and foremost, thank you. And yeah, a huge gratitude to our friends at Halftime. As some of you may have seen, Halftime's brick and mortar location in Mamaroneck, New York, got hit incredibly hard by Hurricane Ida. They were under, I think I saw 4 feet of water at one point in time. And a Category 4 storm did not stop them from getting these boxes to you all. Personally, I have worked with them over, I want to say 11 different virtual events in the last 18 months. And they are smart. They are professional. They are kind. They are passionate about craft beer. We actually have a little video for you all right now for anybody not familiar with Halftime, to give you an idea of who they are and what they do. So let's roll the clip.
We've been a father and son family-owned business for nearly 20 years. When guests walk into Halftime Beverage for the first time and see only beer and cider, they're in heaven. We were early adapters in pioneering a place specifically for people who loved craft beer and cider. Shelves lined with 4,000 to 5,000 choices, hundreds of styles, some 800 breweries from 80 countries. Craft enthusiasts appreciate intelligent dialogue with our cicerones. Our passion for the industry is front and centered. We keep abreast of the industry's growth, especially the local breweries in our own neighborhood. Our online website takes orders from over 38 states. We introduce new products to the marketplace with regular tastings, dinners, and festivals. At Halftime Beverage, our entire focus is on beer and cider.
So as you all saw, there isn't a bad beer on the shelves at Halftime. And unfortunately, a lot of those beers that were on the shelves are now in need of new homes as a result of Hurricane Ida. So what Halftime is doing is they've put together these mystery boxes of beer. As you can see there, the flooding and the devastation was terrible. And there are all of those beers that need a home and need a belly to keep them nice and warm and consumed. So they've put together 4 different mystery boxes. They have an IPA box, a sour box, a craft beer variety box, and a box that is near and dear to my heart, which is a lager box. So if you go to their website, it's halftimebeverage.com/mystery-boxes. You can go there, check that out. If you're able to, consider buying one of those mystery boxes, buying all of those mystery boxes, sending those mystery boxes to friends, and it would really help them out too. And you're going to get some really incredible beers because, like I said, I don't think Halftime has a bad beer in that store. And the folks there, you're in very good hands having them pick out their beers for you. So if you're able to, show Halftime a little bit of love. And speaking of some housekeeping things, we've just got a couple of reminders for folks before we really dig into the meat of the festival here. If you are drinking along at home and you are in the mood to snap some photos of your beer and share those on social media, please do so. Tag Hop Culture Mag and use the hashtag BWOB21. And that's why we'll be able to see them. We'll share them out on our stories, share them on our feeds, and say, yeah, that looks like a ton of fun, and share it with the world. As Grace mentioned, huge shout out to our presenting sponsors, YETI, and also thanks to all of our supporting sponsors. We have Sam Adams, Allagash Brewing Company, New Belgium, Two Roads, and Chart Industries. big thanks to all of those guys for their support there. And for all of you watching at home with us today, thinking I could listen to Britt and Grace talk to these phenomenal brewers all day, but I wish I could get a word in. Absolutely. If you hit that watch on YouTube button and you type in your questions, comments, shout outs in the chat, we'll be bringing those up throughout the fest. So if you want to ask a question to one of our amazing brewer panelists, do so, and we will hopefully be able to get that question answered for you here on the live stream. And as Grace showed you earlier, we have this very swanky glass. It's a can glass with the design from Kayla on there. It's lovely, it's beautiful, and it can be yours for 15% off the retail price if you go to store.hopculture.com and use the promo code BWOB15 that you see scrolling across the bottom of your screen. So BWOB21 is the social media hashtag, and BWOB15 is the promo code to save some money on some swag. And that's not just for that glass, that is for everything on the Hop Culture store. So if you think my wardrobe could use a refresh, there are some shirts, there are some hats. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There's lots of great swag there. So be sure to check that out. And as a reminder, I am a mom, so I would be remiss if I didn't say, pace yourselves, take care of yourselves today, drink some water, eat some snacks. We have this programming laid out in a way that you'll be able to finish your beer while you listen to some of the panelists. So we have 2 incredible tastings coming up. We've got Elisa coming up from Rhythm Brewing Company, and then Megan Parisi from Sam Adams. So we're going to taste 2 amazing beers. You do not need to chug those beers. You can if you want. I'm not here to judge. But we will then have an hour-long panel discussion with Sam Adams. Elisa will be back for that as well. So you can drink those beers while you listen to some amazing women in the brewing industry. So we've got those spaced out throughout the course of the day. So take care of yourselves. Take care of your livers. And go slow. Go slow. It's a long day.
I know everyone's really excited to crack into some beer. One more thing. I know we're hook, line, and sinkering you, but we also partnered with the Pink Boots Society for this year's event. For those of you that don't know, Pink Boots is the premier organization for women who are working in the industry around the country. So they're really here to assist, inspire, encourage women in the industry. There is a lot of money that goes towards scholarships, educational events, conferences, things like that. So we, along with Halftime, will be matching donations up to $2,500 made by you folks today. So you can scan the code there on the screen, or you can go to hopculture.com/Pink Boots Society. Donate $5, $10, $100, whatever you feel like. And luckily we have Debbie Serda here today with us from the actual Pink Boots Society. She's the membership, engagement, and outreach for Pink Boots. Debbie, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. And thank you for Hop Culture for selecting Pink Boots Society as the Beers Without Beards Festival beneficiary.
Seemed like a natural fit. So give us a little bit more of the lowdown, the rundown on Pink Boots, your mission, and how we can help support you today.
Yeah, certainly. So as you stated quite eloquently there, or concisely, our mission is to assist, inspire, and encourage women and female-identifying individuals, not just in beer, but also in fermented alcoholic beverage industry, in order to advance their careers through education. But as the organization has evolved, we're doing much more than just giving scholarships out. We have wonderful opportunities for networking, job boards, community forums that are really effective at really empowering women and female identifying individuals in this industry.
Yeah, I actually had a chance to go to the Pink Boots conference. This is back pre-COVID. I think it was in 2019, maybe in January. It was in Austin, and it was just an amazing time because it was all these women that were getting together, or women identifying, getting together and just really talking about cultivating all these conversations. It was a really inspiring weekend. So,
well, we're definitely looking forward to our conference next year, which will be in Charlotte. I will definitely say if you're in the industry or Pink Boots member, if you're a Pink Boots member, you'll want to definitely sign up for the conference because it will be limited attendance. As you can imagine, we are trying to be cautious. When it comes down to it, we make beer and spirits every day, and we know that there's certain guidelines. So it's just another extra safety protocol to be concerned about. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, we appreciate you hopping on and telling us a little bit more about Pink Boots and what you're all about. Like I said, if you guys have the opportunity to donate, please do so today. We'll be matching those donations with halftime up to $2,500. Debbie, anything else that you want to say as a final note about Pink Boots before we crack some beer and get into Beers Without Beards?
Well, I think I just want to emphasize that when this organization was first founded many years ago, it was essentially just communication between female brewers, and over the years it has evolved so that our members are we are the movers and shakers in the fermented and alcoholic beverage industry. We've got aspiring members that are entry level, industry veterans. We're a diverse group of brewery and winery owners. We are the lab managers and yeast wranglers. We've walked the halls of our legislative buildings to advocate for craft beer. We're the taproom servers. We're community builders. So we're very diverse in our membership and inclusive. And just I want to emphasize one of the things how we are able to, what your funds today will help us with when you donate, helps us to provide scholarships, travel stipends for our members for educational and experiential scholarships to various programs. So this includes Certified Sister-Owned Program, MBAA, Siebel Institute. We've offered over 250 scholarships to members looking to expand their knowledge and hone their skills. And it would be remiss, because this is a very consumer, let's drink some beer together, is another way you can support. If you can't support us financially today, is please consider looking at our Pink Boots Collaboration Brew Day website on our Pink Boots page, and look on there and see if your local brewery made a Pink Boots collaboration beer. This is when women in our industry come together to come up with a recipe, to brew, to package and such. Actually, also work with YCH, with Yakima Chief Hops, in order to develop our annual hop blend. It was very difficult this year, but we got it done. And if your local brewery is not, I don't know if you can see that, but this is the She's Talking, which was by Sheila Garcia from Holdout Brewing, Pink Pint. She is actually now over at Austin Beer Works doing wonderful things. But it's just one example of how our local beer community support women by making beer such as this. So you can simply support by drinking more beer and beer made by women.
I met Sheila at that conference back in Austin, so she's doing rad things down there. And I was also at the hop selection the hop robe when we were able to do it back at GABF in 2019. So it's a fantastic experience. So thanks so much, Debbie. We really appreciate you coming on here and telling us a little bit more about Pink Boots. And we're going to say goodbye to you. Hope that everyone donates throughout the festival. And we're going to bring in the Lady of Lager herself, Elisa Bowens Mercado, who owns the first BIPOC-owned and women-owned brewery in Connecticut. So bye, Debbie. We'll talk to you later.
Bye, Debbie. Thank you so much.
Take care. Have a great beer. Thank you.
Thanks. So folks, as we're bringing Elisa on, go grab your Rhythm Blue Unfiltered Light Lager. As I said, I'm a huge lager lover. I'm really excited to crack this open. And please join us in welcoming Elisa to the fest.
Elisa, you're on mute. Just heads up. We have a tradition here for our virtual festivals that if you're on mute, Elisa, you have to drink. So
that's the rule.
A couple of times, but you have to drink now.
Hi, ladies.
Hi, Elisa.
Hey.
Thank you so much for being here.
I'm just gonna pour out my beer.
Yes.
Well,
we've got a lager right here.
Yeah.
So this, Elisa, you Lady Lager.
Yes.
Lady Lager herself. I would love for you to tell all the folks at home how you got that nickname and why you are all about lager.
Well, I will tell you, the Lady Lager nickname came from a beer festival here in Connecticut. And so I'd be the only female, only Black brewer, running in and setting up and figuring out, where's my tent, where am I going? And they knew it because I'm in this dead smack in the middle of New England, and everybody was making IPAs. And so I became really bold in the industry very quickly. I said, I'm not making an IPA, I'm making a lager. And so I would be, carrying cases of my lager through these festivals. People just really start shouting out, it's Lady Lager. It's Lady Lager. If you want to find lagers, you've got to go see Lady Lager, because all you're going to get is IPAs over here from us. If you want a good lager, you got to go see Lady Lager. And you know what? The name stuck about 3.5 years ago. So I affectionately am now known as Lady Lager, and I love it. So shout out to all of my brewers with beards that gave me that nickname in the industry.
And Elisa, I gotta say, just taking a sip of this,
it's
like
funny
you,
because it's kind of thing now.
I mean, you are truly lager royalty, and this is lager worthy of a queen. So it's fabulous. This is so good. There's so much flavor. It's mind-boggling that this is only 4.8%, because there's so much in here. Can you tell, for folks at home who maybe don't share our passion, obsession, love with lagers, sort of what drew you to the style? And I think a lot of people associate lagers with some of those big beer brands, which not to throw any shade at those folks, but they don't always think of it as this really incredibly difficult to brew style. So can you tell us a little bit more about your love for lagers and what makes this beer so special?
Oh, absolutely. I will tell you, I have to first pay homage to my grandmothers, and God rest their beautiful souls. Back in the 70s, they drank those Little Ponies of Miller High Life. And so that's where my love, or my infatuation, because at 3 years old, of course, I wasn't, sipping on High Life. I probably wanted to, but I wasn't. So my grandmothers were literally like these rock stars who just drank their beers. And I thought it was the coolest thing. And so fast forward from the 70s, I always say, I'm able to tell my grandmother's stories of Black women back in the 70s that they weren't actually able to tell back then. And so now it's just beautiful when I go out and I share my story of how I got into this. I always mention my grandmothers, and because they really truly were the inspiration. I know they're looking down. See, it's in the genes. It's actually it's within. So I'm very excited to really continue on that. It's a family tradition of women beer drinkers. So, it's exciting.
I love that.
Phenomenal.
For anyone that thinks that, women weren't drinking beer in the 70s, if you have that weird stereotype in your head, we just dispelled that right now. So I love that you're taking that inspiration from your family. And, at least I've always said you really kind of brew to the beat of your own drum. For those of you that don't know, Elisa also owns her own dance studio and was a professional backup salsa dancer for a really long time. So you just have this whole kind of, you have your own rhythm going on over there, and we love it.
Yeah, it's fun because I'm enjoying like the best of my both worlds. And so the reason why people say, why did you name your company Rhythm? And I said, well, when I'm as a professional salsa dancer, they ask me, all the time, they go, Elisa's the rhythm finder. If you don't have it, if Elisa can't find your rhythm, then you might not have any. And so it became a joke in my Latin dance world that if I couldn't find it, then you didn't have it. So I'm like, you know what? Rhythm Brewing Company, literally finding your rhythm in life and with anything you do. And so that's the beauty of it. But I have to share this with you. I was at a festival last weekend, and literally someone was like, oh my gosh, I had a beer in the bottom from last year's virtual Beers Without Beards Festival, and the blue, and it was just, and so I was talking about, your ears must have been buzzing. I was talking about your festival last weekend, and I was like, well, guess what? I'll be jumping out with the girls again this weekend. So people were very excited about the virtual festival last year. So I'm so happy we're back and we're doing this, and I've been excited all week to jump on with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And go for it, Britt.
Oh no, I was going to say, and we're so excited to have you on. And really, I think this is the first beer of the festival, and I think we need to do an opening toast. So
cheers,
truly,
for sure.
Cheers.
Totally to the festival.
To you, to lagers, to the many
Cheers.
generations of women brewers and women beer drinkers, and all of those ladies and those femmes who have put this fine liquid in our glass, and for glasses dating back generations. So truly, thank you for being here.
No, thank you. And we through our stories, and I think everyone can agree that through our stories, we want to empower, we want to inspire. We're just not making beer. This is great. It's delicious. It's my passion, but it's bigger than this can, and it's bigger than this glass. And these are this is the platform that we can get our stories out, and we can share and hopefully inspire others to connect with women in the industry, and maybe jump into the industry. So thank you.
Yeah. And speaking of stories, we're actually going to speak to one of your collaboration partners coming up next, Sam Adams. You guys just did a collab with them called Up Tempo. So Megan Parisi is going to join us to probably speak about the beer that was in the box, which is Wicked Hazy, but hopefully also maybe a little bit about the Up Tempo collab as well. So Lisa, we're going to have to probably, unfortunately, say goodbye to you. We could talk to you forever, but we got to keep the day rolling and get on to our next beer. So
Yes.
And for everybody watching, don't be too sad, because Elisa is coming back in about 10 minutes, and she's going to be joining us on the Sam Adams Taking Your Passion. Yes. So, Elisa, we'll see you back in about 10 minutes. And again, thank you so much, and cheers.
Thank you. Cheers.
She's fantastic. I love her so much. She's such an inspiration for everyone in the industry.
I have a feeling that the theme of today is going to be, no, don't go yet. But, if we talk to everybody for as long as we wanted to talk to them, we would be keeping everyone here through Monday.
We'll be here all year, probably.
Yes. Well, yeah, we've got, as Grace mentioned, we have another incredible brewer coming up. We've got Megan Parisi. Megan is the head brewer for the Sam Adams Boston Taproom. So everyone go grab your Wicked Hazies and get ready. We're going to crack these open, and we're going to drink some juicy New England IPA with Megan. Awesome. We are back. I myself am in Boston, so I'm wicked excited about this Wicked Hazy.
Is there a certain way you got, in Boston, you got to put like the emphasis on one syllable, wicked.
I mean, really, it's Wicked Hazy, brah. Like,
yeah.
I got to get in my car and drive to the packet to pick up a 6
there you go.
Wicked Hazy,
bro. It sounds more like me out here, like surfing. Yeah, California.
But yeah, so let's welcome Megan Parisi on from Sam Adams. Hey, Megan.
Hey, Megan.
Hey, Britt. Hey, Grace. How are you?
Doing great. Megan, thank you so much for being here with us today. We're really excited, and we really appreciate Sam Adams' support of the fest. So looking forward to drinking this beer with you.
Yeah, me too. Totally. So I'm going to crack mine open right now. And it's Wicked Hazy Kid.
Wicked Hazy Kid.
Wicked Hazy
Megan,
Kid.
Do you recommend drinking this from the can or pouring it into a glass?
You could do either, but I mean, I think for me, part of the fun of any beer really is actually like looking at it, getting to actually see it. And I decided with this, I was going to go with like a regular Sam Adams glass, but especially after you talked to Debbie and Elisa there, I went for the glass that we did for our Pink Boots International Women's Day brew this year. The Future is Female. And It actually had, like, they did renderings of like all the women on the brewing teams.
Oh, cool.
Oh, I love that.
I've got this glass. I'm like, yeah, what a perfect glass to pour it into. So I'm gonna pour
That's
it in there
fabulous.
and enjoy a couple extra things like the beer, but also just this representation of, the brewing women, our QA managers, but it's really pretty cool.
Oh, that's wonderful. I was going to say,
But
I was going to say it's good with regardless of which vessel you choose to drink it from.
Right.
So Megan, tell us a little bit about this beer. I know this started off as the Sam Adams New England IPA in its sort of first incarnation, yes? And then how did it, tell us a little bit about creating the recipe and sort of what made Sam Adams want to take a dive into the hazy waters of New England IPA?
Well, gosh, yeah. I mean, it was still kind of, still an emerging style back in, if you remember all the way back, 2014, 15, 16, even, there were only a few breweries that were really bringing this style to life. So, Sam Adams with its tradition, kind of like Lisa, but in longer of like lagers and German lagers, German inspired lagers, German hops, not a whole lot of American styles or American hops used. This was a pretty big jump for us. And it started because, we're aware of what's going on and just thinking about like these fascinating beers, something that we didn't really know anything about. So what's the best way to learn? Just to dive right in and, find something out, about the style. So it just kind of started with me and Jim Cook, talking in the Nano Brewery, which I was running at the time, which was our super small scale R&D setup. I mean, at the time, we've upgraded since I left there, but when I was running that spot, it was still literally like a 25-gallon, Blickman style home, kind of homebrew setup. Yep. So it all began the end of 2016, like right before Christmas. And, by the first week of January 2017, I think I had like 12 different versions of a hazy IPA brewed to kind of, start with. And it was a whole year of playing around with yeast and hops and trying to figure out what made these beers so special and unique. And it was hard. It was a lot of work, but it really, it just opened up a whole new world of brewing and drinking too. So yeah, I love it.
And I'd say for folks who are not familiar with New England IPA and sort of what goes into brewing it, you take a whiff of this and it's so fruity, it's so tropical, but this is a like Reinheitsgebot beer, right? There's nothing added in here, no fruit, no zest, nothing like that. This is all the hops bringing that to life.
Yeah, like the big hallmark of the New England IPA at the time first was the haze. It's all about the haze, bro. But the haze, but also they're super juicy. The people would come away thinking that these beers had like fruit juice in them. And, the haze, they look really juicy, like fresh squeezed orange juice kind of thing. But there's no fruits were harmed in the making of this beer. But this is all that synergy of, hops and yeast and the right grain bill, like all the right ingredients to actually make those flavors pop and be that super tropical, juicy, not the traditional West Coast, bitter or some of the catty and resiny type of characteristics from some of the same hops, but using them together, using them with the right yeast at the right time in the brewing process, you get a whole different different expression of them. And then you can wind up with this.
Yeah. It's kind of what I talked about earlier, all these disparate ingredients coming together, but to form this magical thing that's in your glass. So, Megan, you mentioned that Sam Adams and Boston Beer, you've been really aware in the industry and done a lot of experimentation and innovation. And I think one of those was a recent collaboration with Elisa, who we just talked to. So you guys collaborated to create Uptempo. I'd love for you to tell folks a little bit more about that collaboration that you did with Rhythm Brewing.
Yeah, first it was just great to see Elisa there, and working with her was, such a treat. I just got to tell you the quick backstory on how it even happened. Our marketing manager Tanya and I were talking as we're looking forward to like the collaborations we wanted to do this year, and we had already kind of like identified Elisa and Rhythm as one of the breweries we wanted to approach about working together. And literally the day we had talked about it, Elisa reached out to Tanya with an Instagram message to, you know, to just even like see about like, hey, I just would love to meet you guys. And it's like, it's almost as if it was meant to be, because we had just been talking about her and she happened to like connect with us. And so like this, we really have to go somewhere with this. So we decided to kind of focus on, of course, you know, her love and, you know, and mine of lagers. And, you know, one of the things that she's also, you know, really, really committed to with Rhythm is using South African hops, which are, you know, kind of like a lot of the like Southern Hemisphere hops. There's not a whole lot of acreage, so not a lot of them around. And, you know, that's not hops that I had used before. So I was able to get hold of, you know, one of the varieties, the Southern Star. And then we used that in a sparkling lager. So like super crisp, super dry brut lager. And, you know, got to use this, you know, bring in her, you know, South African hops to it. So just to kind of get like, you know, bring all the best of these worlds together.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I actually am not as familiar with the South African hops, so that's very cool and something that I'm going to have to keep an eye out for and hopefully see. Definitely gonna have to get my hands on more of Elisa's beers and hopefully see those hops showing up more often.
Lager. That's not a style that I've really ever, you know, heard. Like we've heard of brut IPAs, but when you said brut lager, that's not something we've really ever heard of before. So.
Well, they're kind of like they're actually really, really popular. It's generally ales, but like sparkling ales that are very you know, you see them a lot in Australia. So you've got a lot of hops, a lot of those juicy hops that really work well with that like super dry and like high carbonated, you know, high carbonation, like, you know, Galaxy is a Galaxy Nelson Sauvin. They're perfect hops for that. So I wanted to try it with a lot. I thought it would work great with a lager, and it did.
Fantastic. Well, we're actually going to welcome Elisa back into our next panel that we're getting into. So unfortunately, Megan, we're going to have to say goodbye to you, but thank you so much for hopping on with us and telling us a little bit more about Wicked Hazy, Up-Tempo, everything that's coming up for Sam Adams. So we really appreciate you joining us for Beers Without Beards.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me on, and, you know, cheers. Enjoy the rest of the Beers Without Beards Fest, and we'll talk to you again.
Cheers. Thanks so much, Megan. Grace, I can't believe that we are 2 beers in. And for folks at home who feel like we're going real fast again, pace yourselves. We are going to welcome Jennifer Glanville Love, who is a brewer at Sam Adams as well, and also the director of partnerships. Jennifer is going to be joining us to head up this next panel. So hang on to your Wicked Hazies, hang on to your rhythms, and sip those as we listen to Jennifer. So we'll be back in about 30 seconds with her. So see you soon. All right, everyone. So again, I hope you've saved some of those beers, and please join me in welcoming Jennifer Glanville Love from Sam Adams and the Boston Beer Company. Hey, Jennifer, how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing, Britt?
Doing well. I love your Beers Without Beards swag there in the background. It's appreciate the representation going on.
It's been tough to hang on to those beers, but I'm so glad I did. I've tasted Elisa's beer, and of course, just always for quality, checking the Wicked Hazy with Megan.
Absolutely. And it is, I'm sorry I'm about to do this, but it is wicked delicious. So it's, yeah. And again, we're thrilled to have you on and really excited for this panel. You have some really, truly incredible panelists lined up for us. So I'm going to hand over the reins to you and, let you introduce everyone, and we'll be back in toward the end for some Q&A. So for folks watching at home, remember, you can ask questions in the YouTube chat, and we'll get to those toward the end. So Jennifer, thank you again, and see you in a little bit.
Yeah, thanks, Britt. And thank you to everyone at Hop Culture. We're so excited to be part of Beers Without Beards again this year. My name is Jennifer Glanville Love. As Britt mentioned, I just hit my 20th anniversary at Boston Beer Company, which is really exciting. I am a brewer and director of partnerships, and I love making beer, love working with Megan, who you just saw talking about the Wicked Hazy, but I have to say the highlight of the work that I do and projects that I'm involved in is through our Samuel Adams Brewing the American Dream program, which provides capital and coaching to other breweries and food and beverage entrepreneurs all around the country. And so today we have some of these amazing entrepreneurs on the panel. Brewing the American Dream was started in 2008 by our founder and brewer, Jim Cook. When he started Sam Adams, there were two things he needed access to: capital and coaching. And, fast forward 35 plus years later, and it's the same for these small businesses, especially in the last 18 months, being in the pandemic. So Brewing the American Dream has been able to provide $65 million in loans over the past 13 years. We've created and retained almost 10,000 jobs. We have coached or mentored almost 15,000 people, and much of that is through my own coworkers volunteering their time. And 40% are women that are entrepreneurs. And so it's really excited to bring some of these amazing female brewers and entrepreneurs here today for this panel. So thanks again to Britt and John and Grace and Hop Culture for putting this together. We are thrilled today that we have Elisa, which you just saw from Rhythm Brewing. Elisa Bowens Mercado. She's the owner and brewmaster of Rhythm Brewing Company. Hey, Lisa. And Lady Lager, of course. Lady Lager.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi. And then next we have Benny Ashburn. She is the co-founder of Crowns and Hops Brewing.
Hey, Benny. Hi, everybody. Good morning.
And then last but certainly not least, we have Kate Russell, who is the owner and brewer at Hopkinsville Brewing Company. And she is our brewer, Samuel Adams Brewing the American Dream Brewer and Business Experience-ship winner this year. So we're so excited to have her here. And I get to actually meet Kate in person. I'm so excited. In 2 weeks, she's coming to Boston. We're going to brew our collab beer. So
cool.
Kate, thank you. And also we appreciate you. I know you're multitasking here, as many parents are doing. So we appreciate you joining the panel. So I'm going to give you each just about like 20, 30 seconds. Just tell us where your brewery is located, how much beer you're making, and then we're going to jump into some great questions. And as Britt mentioned, please, everybody listening, put some comments in the chat. We'll have time at the end for some Q&A. So Elisa, let's start with you.
Sure, Jennifer, thank you so much. This panel is amazing. And it's honored to be around such powerful women in the industry. Benny, Kate, Jen, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention my girl, Megan Parisi, who is to brew with Megan is a dream at the Sam Adams Boston Tap Room. But with that said, I'm Elisa, aka Lady Lager from New Haven, Connecticut, and we specialize in unfiltered lagers here in New England. And so the brand's been 3 years. We're making some incredible strides in the industry to empower, inspire women, all across graphics to get into this beer thing. It's exciting. So thank you for having me, Jen. Thank you for moderating. This is awesome.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. Benny.
Yes. Hey, I'm Benny Ashburn. I am the dope CEO of Crowns and Hops Brewing Company. Tio and I started this phenomenal movement in craft beer about 7 years ago called Black People Love Beer and Brown People Love Beer, and have been pushing at our core to really drive racial equity, more diversity, inclusion in the craft beer industry. Today, we finally just closed and secured our new Crowns and Hops property. We'll be opening the first Black-owned brewery in Inglewood, California, 14,000 square feet. We are very excited about that. And we are currently contract brewing. So we put out about 4 styles a month, 30 to 60 barrels, depending on the style. I think within this year, have been about 800 retailers in about 5 states. So we're getting there.
Awesome. Kate.
So I'm Kate with Hopkinsville Brewing Company in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. We just celebrated our 5th anniversary. So, it's coming out of a pandemic, or I guess we're still in the pandemic. It's hard to tell anymore. it's neat to be able to say that we've survived this long. And we're relatively small. We were the first brewery in our county and city's history, and we're pretty excited to be making about 275 barrels a year. We do just local distribution, and we've been just absolutely floored and had the best time so far with the experience ship through Sam Adams. And we're looking forward to being able to go up in a couple weeks and meet everyone in person. It's just an exciting experience.
Yeah, I agree on our end too. So thank you, Kate. And again, thank you for your time. I know how busy it is being an entrepreneur and owning a brewery. So thank you. I'm going to start off with we'll start with Lady Lager. What inspired you to open a brewery, and why did you pursue the beverage industry?
So we did, we wanted to do a couple of things different here in New England. I was adamant I wasn't building a brewery. I was going to build a brand, and I knew I wasn't making a lager. Wasn't making an IPA. Was making a lager. So right out the gate, it was like, when you see something in an industry that is missing, and then of course there were no, Black folks, running around at these beer festivals, and not a lot of women. So with those four things, Jen and Benny and Kate, I think you guys can agree. It's like when you see a lack in some part of an industry, you've got to, you got to take that torch and move with it. So my inspiration was to create an environment that we were not, that I didn't see in the industry. And one of I will leave you with this. One of my favorite quotes is, if you walk into a room and you're the only one that looks like you in the room, you're in the right room, because that's where change happens. And so I have to, say that to myself every single day, because that's when really actual changes happen. And so that's where excited to be on this journey. So that self-motivation is the key to really inspiring yourself to move in places and things that are unfamiliar.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I think we all can agree while we've made some, I guess, significant strides, because the number was low, there's still not enough women in the beer industry. So that's great. Benny, same question for you.
Inspired. I think for me, I was inspired by the culture of craft and the overall experience in crafts. My business partner, Tio, is head of beer operations and really focuses on the recipes in the beer. And for me, as still a latecomer, I say, to just understanding craft, I fell in love with being at a brewery, the experience of connecting with people, creating memories and moments. And I think what inspired me to do what we do is creating those memories for more people of color, or just people of color in general. We found the industry just lacked a lot of that cultural diversity outside of just the beer. When you do step into these rooms, you weren't seeing anybody that looked like me or reflected me. I wasn't hearing the music that I love to hear. I wasn't seeing the art on the walls, or, connecting. And, even events that were happening at breweries weren't relative to what I was used to, the kind of things that I enjoyed with me and my friends. So the thing that drives me every day is, how can we curate these moments and engaging activities for people of color in the industry, so that when they do walk in the room, they want to stay, they want to explore, they want to expand their palate, they want to try new things. And I think that's how really Crowns and Hops is built. It's 50% of the curated experience coupled with the really phenomenal product. And I think it's really important for us to figure out how to make that experience valuable.
Yeah. And I think, you nailed it with that, because that's what makes beer so great, is that culturally for a long time, it brought people together. Beer, wine, spirits, food. So if you think about the whole experience, it is a whole thing. It's not just, you can have a great beer, but you need to have a whole experience. And you talked about also having the brand, like you wanted to build a brand, and it's all of that now. So,
yeah.
Kate, I'm going to go to you, but I'm going to change the question a little bit. I know that in the beginning, it was more on the business for you, and then a passion for beer. But when did that passion ignite for you, and what did that?
Well, I'm sitting here and I'm listening to Alyssa and Benny, and I'm so jealous that they came into the industry with this passion and they had an idea and they knew what they wanted to make. Whereas I was the supportive partner who ended up with a business and knew virtually nothing about the beer industry. So my experience coming into it was just, all right, how do I run a business? I've never done this before. And it took learning how to brew and then realizing I really enjoyed it. And, I could do better. And I could, I discovered, in helping build the brewery, I've always been super supportive of everything local. So I was driven by the idea of how do I support other local businesses in this revitalizing downtown area and this community that's built on agriculture. How can I use products that are locally sourced to create a better environment for everyone and create a space where I, as a woman and a mom, feel comfortable, because it's true. Like when I did go to breweries back then, it was a very much a white bearded men industry. And I didn't see a lot of moms. And so that was something that meant a lot to me, was creating a space where, people like me and people with children felt comfortable, in a safe, welcoming environment.
Yeah, no, that's so true. So I'm going to ask Benny and Lady Lager, Elisa, this one. What was the biggest challenge in opening a brewery, and how did you overcome it? And I'll start with Benny.
Well, we're still opening the brewery. So there's every step of this has been a challenge, right? And I think Kate, I might have had a passion for what I wanted to do, but I didn't know we don't know what we're doing. We still don't know what we're doing. We started as influencers and lovers of craft, and now we have products on shelves, managing distribution, and now opening up a brick and mortar, that can seat up to 250 people. So I think the challenges lie in the education and understanding of what's actually happening and what you're actually about to do. I think a lot of people think that, opening a brewery is easy. There's so many layers to understanding how to do this and then doing it successfully. There's a whole real estate component that starts when you open up a space that you're generally not even prepared for. We had to get, besides a corporate lawyer, we had to get a real estate lawyer. You have to get, there's so much to be considered. And I think the biggest challenge or just advice is to build a smart team. If this is something that you've never done before, be okay with that, because you are the visionary for what it is that you're creating. So then go find someone that can support you to do what you need to do to open up the brewery the way you want to open it, and be okay with not knowing everything, knowing you're smart enough to get the resources you need.
That's right. That's a great point. And I think, in any business, especially small business, surrounding yourself, you will not be, even though you have to do everything, you're not the expert at everything. So be open to advice and learning and making sure that you surround yourself by great people. And I think one thing I've noticed, especially over the last 5 to 10 years, was there's a lot more resources available to brewers, because not only all the things you're talking about are challenging, also, every state is different, even municipalities. So you could even say like, okay, the state of Massachusetts has this rule, but then you could be in Boston or you could be in Springfield and it's totally different. So I think there's an incredible amount of challenges that people aren't aware of. So I applaud navigating through that, and we can't wait to open your space. Elisa?
Yeah, and just to piggyback off of Benny, and I'm just so excited for them with their brick and mortar. And Kate, I'm going to have to come and visit, but you have to build that team, because I wasn't brewing in my kitchen or in my basement. I had a concept and I said, all right, I need to go to the best here in Connecticut to make pilots. And so I knew what I wanted to hit my palate. So I knew it was South African hops. I knew we were going to make lagers. We were going to specialize in lagers. I just needed to build a team that could actually take my vision and, and brew it. And so team building is, it's key. And, when you're navigating through all of this, again, you have to have that wherewithal, the know-how, and the vision continuing, to grow and grow in industries that, it's a little uncomfortable. And so that's why we make sure that, each step at a time, we say, okay, if we don't have it, we will find it. But we know that, we're on a significant, very unique mission, here, just keeping the brand moving. But I will tell you one of our challenges was like funding in the beginning. I'm here. It's like, never mind getting money for a brewery. People didn't even want to give me money because just to build a brand, just to make like a couple of pilot batches. Because like, why are you getting, into this industry? There's 5 million beers out there. And I just told my angel investor, which I had knocked and pounded on his door for about 2.5 years, and I would not let up. And he said, "Here, kid," he goes, "just go now, go prove me wrong." And, with the grit, grind, and hustle, in 3 years, 480, accounts, fabulous collabs with, Sam Adams, Two Roads, sitting on this panel. I think I went and proved him wrong. So, and I love him because he gave me that start. But those are the challenges. Again, build a team, but keep going. That's what I can say.
Yeah, that's great advice. So taking that brings me to my next question, which I'm going to start with Kate. I'm going to ask all three of you this, but if I guess looking back, what would be the one piece of advice that you would give yourself if you could go back in time? Kate, I'll start with you, then I'll go to Benny, and then we'll finish up with Elisa.
I'm not even trying to be funny. If I could go back in time, I would have gotten my degree in electrical engineering. Because that's just dealing with an electric brew house has been probably my biggest challenge over the past 5 years. So, but, to broaden that and extrapolate that is learn everything you can. You don't have to be an expert in everything, but know a little bit about everything you're dealing with every day, because that at least gives you the background to know who to ask when you need help. I may not know everything about electrical engineering, but now I know who I can ask and who can help me. And not only, I don't want someone to fix it for me, I want someone to show me how to fix it so that I can do it myself next time. So I think, a lot of that is just, my biggest advice to myself back then would be just keep going, and, don't let the little setbacks get to you, and just be stubborn and determined.
That's right. We call those setbacks learning opportunities.
Yes.
Benny?
Yeah.
I would say I think when I say make sure you have your team in place, I say that for myself because there were so many missteps I think we made in finding money, that's number one, trying to find your financial backing. And my experience and Tio's experience really falls in that marketing space. And finance is really its own total beast of an area. And there are certain things you just need to know as you go out and get funding. And I think we were so confident and driven by our passion that we thought, oh yeah, of course you're gonna give us money. Look how passionate we are. We're so excited about this. How could you not fund us? And then only to get there and realize, nope, can't always fund the magical unicorn in the room. You got to fund the hardcore facts and the stats. So definitely, as you are building your business, sit down with a numbers person. And I think a lot of breweries that we know, most of the partners, it's always either one's a lawyer, one's a brewer, one's a lawyer, one's a finance guy. And there's a reason for that, because this is a business and you really have to treat it as such. So that would be the one advice, is talk to that finance person way in advance to make sure you're communicating all of your needs correctly.
Yeah, I think that's one thing whenever I'm talking with people who say, I want to open a brewery, and then you start talking to them, they're like, whoa, I didn't realize like how much. And there's the romance of it, which is amazing, but you have to get to that romance part with all the other business pieces. Right. And there's a lot to do with that. So, Elisa?
Like a technical, something where, if I can give myself my own advice, never put your home office brand on Google, because from Wednesday to Sunday, I have people calling me, telling me, we're heading to your brewery. And I go, well, you're heading to my house. And so if you're building one of those brands, that's just that on the technical part. But no, I would tell any advice, I would, just enhance passion leads to motivation. But and actually researching distribution, because I know building the brand, we don't have a brick and mortar yet, but it's like dealing with our distribution companies here in the area. We really had to get out there and grind, because they're not going to represent your company. We're going to represent your company. So I was getting in this. We all have to work with distribution companies, really stay on top of, because a brand will slow down. But we were like, that's not going to happen with us. But you got to get out there, and you really are wearing 5 million hats in this industry. So it's like, keep moving, keep rolling. But yeah, my advice would be just stay very involved in all aspects of this industry.
Yep, it's so true. I mean, even if you are hiring salespeople, or you're increasing your team size, you still, as the head and the owner, you have to be all things. You have to be able to talk about the beer. You have to be able to talk about the business. You have to understand the consumer and the drinker. So it is quite a bit.
Yeah.
Just thinking about Beers Without Beards. I mean, we sort of joke around about the beards. I actually can recall about 15 years ago, I went to present to a buyer group, and they actually said, "Oh, it would have been funny. We should have brought a beard for you to wear." And I was like, okay. And he's like, like you'd be a guy talking. And I was like, so after I spoke, he said, wow, I'm just really surprised. And I was like, what, that I know what I'm talking about? It was kind of a funny thing, but it also really made me aware, like, wow, there is these stereotypes that we really have to break. And I noticed someone made a comment here, especially about women being, the original brewers. So we've come so far and not so far in some ways. But in that note, in that vein, I'm going to ask all three of you this. What are some stereotypes that you've had to challenge? And I'll start with Kate.
Definitely being a woman in the industry. The number of times that I've been working and people are shocked that a woman makes beer, that a woman can be a brewer, I'm 5'1", and, so I'm small on top of everything else, which, so I definitely don't look like a stereotypical brewer. And so that's been not hard. That's been something that I've come up against many times over the past 5 years. That, and being a business owner, just any business owner, it's that you still get you don't just pour the beer, like you actually run the business. Yes, I write all the checks. So that's just something that, I guess I'm used to it. I don't like it, but it's still a thing, unfortunately.
Yeah. Benny?
I think, and I think what I'm going to say is going to relate to both me and Miss Lady Lager, but her experience is definitely going to be different because she's an actual brewer. And I think there is separation with women in beer and then women brewers in beer. And I think women brewers in beer probably deal, are we allowed to curse? A lot more shit than, someone like me, myself, who's really on the business operations and marketing side of things. I've been lucky in that I get to be so far behind the scenes that I don't often have to be in the room with the men all the time and be surrounded in those spaces where the disbelief that a lot of women are experiencing, oh, you don't know anything. Like, I can completely ignore it. I can block it out because my focus is to build the business. So I can ignore that. But at the end of the day, I always lead with the fact that I'm Black, and it's not something it doesn't necessarily trump being a woman. I mean, it does trump being a woman. So when I walk in a room, you don't necessarily notice that I'm a woman, you notice that I'm Black. And then you notice that I'm a woman. So I'm always focused on how do I handle that first, because that's the bigger, constraint and issue that I might have with anyone, be it man or woman. And then I then deal with, and I'm also a woman. So I think my experience is a little bit different, but it's still, I think I'm just used to that underlining misogyny and, backhanded comments as a Black woman, and have learned to kind of ignore it and move past it in life.
Yeah, and I mean, it's sort of, I think, sad that we would all agree that we have to just move past it. I will say, I think there is some, well, albeit too slow, but there is, more effort than ever to try to bring awareness to females in the industry, more diversity in the industry. So again, not moving fast enough, but hopefully, with the way things have been being more openly discussed, that can help us, because I do think that those are some significant challenges. Elisa?
Yeah, you know what, to Benny's point, absolutely. It's, it's it's, you're Black and you're in this industry, and is this just a gimmick? Is this just what's she doing here? It's just like, this is, okay, she's Black, she's a female, and she's done this and she's done that, but like, does she really know her stuff? And so you have the layers, you have to peel those layers off. I will tell you, I've been fortunate to deal with some of the best here in my state who wanted diversity in the industry. And they were like, all right, we know you're Black, we know you're a female, we know you're on a mission, you've made that very clear. Now, instead of, trying to stop you from doing that, how can we help you? So I've had to have those candid conversations with folks in the industry of like that the stereotype of, okay, well, let's just get one in, and then that's good. But we don't want too many else in the industry. And I just said, no, I said, we need to diversify this in its totality. But I will say, I love the fact that we can change those conversations about being a female and about being Black, that we brought these conversations into this white male dominated industry. And I think that's a start. And when you can start having those conversations in these industries with people like the typical beer crowd, then I think that's when those conversations, I don't believe they haven't fallen on deaf ears. So I'm just excited to see where it's going to move. Trust me, Benny will tell you, we've got some ways to go in the industry, but I just feel like, we're making, for these conversations.
Yeah, and I'm just going to address a question that Mike had in the chat here, that was, do you feel the industry has made any progress towards including women since the Instagram threads earlier this year exposed a lot of misogyny? So I would just say, the things we're talking about here, I do think there's more awareness as we're talking about. There's more open conversations. Unfortunately, the issue of, this prejudice-based kind of harassment is one that no industry is exempt from. But in the brewing industry, I think what we're seeing is a more active part, both in organizations, from breweries and communities, to make sure that the well-being of its employees and safety and of course of their female employees. And so exactly what Elisa was saying, I think, it's a small movement now, but the discussions are happening. So let's hope that continues to carry itself to a larger movement. And we really do appreciate Brianne and all the support everybody's had in bringing these stories to life and helping us evolve the industry to where we feel it's a very inclusive place. So I want to talk a little bit about the pandemic. And I think, Kate, you were the one who said, I don't know if we're in it or close to out of it. Are we going back? So I think, not funny, but that was an uncomfortable chuckle. What I'd love to talk about is, and again, this will be for all three of you, is sort of, I don't like that dreaded P word, but sort of what sort of changes have you had to make? Was there anything? I mean, oftentimes, a lot of creativity can come out of challenging circumstances. So is there any changes or anything that you came to light, during some of these challenges during the pandemic that ended up being a great business decision? And I'll start with Elisa, and then I'll go to Benny, and then we'll finish up with Kate for that question.
Jen, I always say chaos breeds opportunity. And when there's chaos, and you feel like everything's just falling apart, that's when the opportunity kind of sneaks in. So you have to pivot. We have to pivot as a brand to make sure we continue to be engaged with our customers and our clients. Because we weren't out at tastings in the liquor stores. We have to make sure that whole rhythm, find your rhythm. We kept that when people were still in their house. So it took like that marketing. It took the just really making sure that we let people know that we were out there. Thanks to Benny and Tio, receiving a grant in the middle of a pandemic for our marketing efforts through their 8 Trails Pills was such, every time I think about it, I still get goosebumps, because you know what, the beer community got together and they made sure that we were okay. And so I will tell you, how did we pivot? We just made sure that we have to, hunker down, make sure our beers, because of course it was essential, liquor stores, package stores were open, and we didn't want to lose any sales. So we just had to make sure that the brand kept moving. And that really was honestly from the support of the community, marketing dollars, those efforts, but just really staying in everybody's face. Like, listen, find your rhythm. We're in a pandemic. Okay, we get it. But, life is going to move on. So I tried to keep an upbeat type of, okay, let's roll with this. We're going to get through this. So it was a different rhythm at the time, but I was like, let's just make sure that the brand keeps moving. So
it was bachata, it wasn't salsa.
Well, the great thing is
we were not out as.
I think the great thing is, well, one thing we've learned, that which I think all assumed, but also the pandemic has, I think, increased people's beer drinking significantly. So there is an opportunity to connect. But as you're saying, missing that, especially if you have a tap room, or if you're a newer brand and you're trying to do tastings, that can be really challenging. And Benny, as you're going to answer this, I'd love if there's any information that you can share, sort of, because you were talking about that connection and making sure that culture of craft. So, maybe there's you could talk a little bit about how you connected that through some of the challenge that you face.
Yeah, no, for sure. So our plan, since we made our first announcement, Crowns and Hops, Inglewood, was to open up a brick and mortar. And that was the top of 2020. Or 2019, I apologize. So, it took us time to try to get our funding. And right as we were getting close to getting the money we needed to open up our brick and mortar, COVID hit. And, even the concept of creating spaces where you're selling directly to consumer kind of went completely out the door. So we did have to figure out a way to pivot in order to survive. And, believe it or not, it was probably one of the best business decisions that we could have made, because we had to figure out the model of how to get beer on shelves, directly on shelves. We went into a contract brewing model and started making beer, because that was literally the only next step that we could do to keep the business going, to survive. And then specifically as it relates to connecting the community, it's our cans, it's our artwork, it's our cans, it's the messaging we put on the back of every can, it's the names of our beers. Yes, BPLB, stands for Black People Love Beer, Brown People Love Beer. It's the movement we started 7 years ago that we were finally able to bottle and connect with consumers, and when you look at all of our cans, it was really important for us to create imagery and art that you did feel an emotional connection to. Yes, we scream diversity. Yes, we are Black owned, but it's not meant to look at our cans and say, oh, that's a Black brewery. You don't have to do that. That's not what this is about. What this is about is, how do we create these cultural connections where people can see products on shelves and they immediately feel like it speaks to them. And I think that's what we do with our art, and that's what we've done in the last year of our products being on shelves, is created recipes and art that you feel emotionally connected to. And now we can open up a brick and mortar now. But that was the business pivot that I think we, along with several other breweries, had to figure out really quickly.
Yeah, and I think, the model you're at is a little different than a lot of people who open right away with a tap room and having that brick and mortar. So what I love here is that you've built a base, and I think it's going to be very exciting to see how you connect what now people know as your imaging and your labels, and connecting that into the tap room, which I think is actually an incredibly cool way to do it, because you have a better understanding of what attracts the drinker. So I love that. I think that's great. Kate, and I know you also had some challenges during the pandemic, so share away, please.
So just, for context, we're in Kentucky, and we found out on a Monday morning at 9 o'clock that we would be closing at 5 o'clock that day, and we didn't know when we'd get to reopen to have people in the tap room. So that was just a very long 8 hours of, oh shit, what do we do? So sitting down with my partner and doing the math to figure out, okay, the only way we're going to be able to get beer out the door is by the crowler can. Okay, how many crowlers do we have to sell every day to keep the lights on? And given what we have in the bank, how long can we do this? So that was it was a very sobering realization that that's what we have come to, and not knowing how long it would last. How do you know if there's a light at the end of the tunnel when you don't know how long the tunnel is? So that was, it was a very interesting experience in terms of pivoting our entire business model. 95% of our profits come from taproom sales. So, okay, now how do we translate that to cans when, oh yeah, everyone else is closed, everyone else's disposable income is going away. So we managed. It was hard, but we hit our goals for the most part. And midway through, when we still didn't know where the tunnel was ending, we decided to put what money we had left into pre-ordering. Cask was taking pre-orders on their small canning lines. They're two-headed filler seamers. Okay, so we're gonna bet on this, and hopefully it pans out. So that was, it was in my business plan to do that, 5 years down the road, or we could do it now. If this is what it's going to be, then it is what it is. And I did go back to one of my business professors at Auburn, and I told him, I'm like, hey, your class did not prepare me for this. I highly recommend adding, a pandemic section to the next course you teach, because this is stuff apparently we need to know. So it worked out. We ended up being closed for 11 weeks to, in-person sales, or taproom sales at least, and we survived. And it definitely, it also forced me, in addition to learning very quickly how to can, because we couldn't get them out on grocery store shelves. It also forced us to be creative with our neighbors. And that's something that I've always cared about, is supporting other businesses, whether or not they have anything to do with beer, whether you're a restaurant or you're a farmer, or in this case, an art gallery downtown. What can we do to help each other, because the rising tide raises all ships? And so we worked to put together, it was us and a local restaurant that had just opened and an art gallery on the corner. We did date night to go, where the art gallery came up with these cute little ceramic pieces you could paint. The restaurant kicked in a couple pieces of gourmet cake, and we had a crowler can, so you could just pick up your date night to go and go spend even more time with your significant other in lockdown. So hopefully, it definitely helped all of us. We got a lot of good press from the experience, and I now have a very healthy respect for what my neighbors do in their own businesses. So overall, you've got to be positive about the whole thing, is my view.
Yeah. And I think being creative, you can't say it enough, and just being open to having some failures with your creativity, but out of those failures are those learning opportunities, right? So, Elisa, when you were talking about I think it was, chaos creates opportunity. So a question would be for you. How did you manage innovation and creativity during that time? Because I think, on top of all the stress of running your business, we know drinkers are always interested in new beer styles. So assuming that didn't stop, how did you manage that during that time?
Right. So Jen, what we did was we said, well, and I have like a vault of recipes that I just pull out every once in a while and say, okay, when am I going to brew this? It's just got to be a perfect time. So I really started researching more into ingredients, products. What is the next thing coming out for rhythm? And so it's just always staying. But then, and I need to go back for a second, because I know we always talk about the adversity during like a pandemic and pivoting, but I will tell you, there was blessings that we literally saw. People that we would have never probably in life it would have taken 20 years to maybe get in front of particular like individuals or companies or brands or A-listers or whomever, that people were actually sitting down and looking at the brand. We were getting in front of these folks that, probably would, say they wouldn't have time. People have their lives. But it's through those like blessings. Now it's like, we've got to stay ahead of, the game. When everything kind of like opens back up, we've got to be right there. So, we did a BGM, a birthday girl magic vanilla porter. And I'm not changing my name to Lady Porter. It's going to remain Lady Lager, but we did brew a vanilla porter right in the middle of the pandemic for my birthday. And so it was just seeing what the industry was lacking or seeing what the industry wanted. And, so that was how we kept up with like the trends, the styles. So that was pretty, it was interesting. Gave me a little time to, sit back and take my salsa shoes off and kick back and focus on, the beer. So that's what we did. We got creative with recipes.
Yeah. And I think I know, working for Jim Cook for 20 years, he never told us not to brew something, like any idea we had, because to your point, to have like an arsenal of recipes that are ready for when the right time comes is an amazing opportunity. But unfortunately, we're always very busy doing the stuff we need right now. So being able to make sure you have that time in your schedule to brew those, if it's even just one brew a month, that's a real great opportunity. So that's a great point. And the pandemic did certainly, despite anything, we had to slow ourselves down a little bit, even with increasing beer sales, and that's a great opportunity. So I want to go to Benny with this question, but a little bit different spin on it, because you don't have the tap room. So from an innovation point of view, obviously much easier to be able to throw beers out there and get consumer feedback. So how did you manage or how do you manage in general, not specific to the pandemic, that flow of innovation and creativity, but also making sure you can meet your demand of your drinker?
We, in terms of innovation, we have a QR code that we put on every one of our cans where we can create that extra experience, that extra moment with not just drinking it. Maybe, I think for Juneteenth, we had a video, you scan the QR code, it took you to a video that taught you about and educated you on what Juneteenth was. For our collaboration we did with Beer Zombies, which was a reference to Night of the Living Dead and the Black lead actor, we had a link that took you directly to the end of the Night of the Living Dead, where you find out that the lead guy was actually killed by the mob/police and not by the zombies at all. So I think we try to, because we don't have a physical brick and mortar, continue to find ways to connect our audience with the beer on more than just the drinking level. What else can be happening in your experience as you're enjoying the products? We've done playlists so that when you're sitting at home and you want to listen to music and you want to submerge yourself in the culture of Crowns and Hops, listen to our playlist that we love, that speaks to us. So I think it's doing stuff like that, trying to be ahead of it. One of the things, if we're talking about innovation, we have a partnership with Beam, which is a virtual reality company, and we were able to create virtual reality of me and Tio talking to you about beer, where when you have the app, you can literally sit us in your living room and it's as if we're talking directly to you through your app. So there's all of this technology now that help people learn how to connect with their consumers outside of just the tap room. And we're doing everything we can to tap into all of it.
Yeah. And your playlists are awesome. So I can't wait to come visit your brewery, because when I was reading up on you a while ago, I was like, oh, okay, they have these playlists I have to listen to. All right, I'm going to switch a little bit here and talk about. We'll go to Kate. Are there any specific organizations that you have felt provided some support being a female brewery owner?
I always have to give a shout out to Pink Boots. I found out about them by accident, and I was so new to the industry that finding out that there were other women out there that were doing what I was doing, there was something about that just made me feel all warm and fuzzy, because where I am in Western Kentucky, at that point, there were no other female brewers, and even in the state of Kentucky, there aren't many of us. So just knowing that there are people out there that can support you even through a website or Facebook, there's just something empowering about that. So yeah, I'm all about Pink Boots.
That's great. I'm going to go because we're coming up on time. I want to encourage folks, put some questions in the chat so we can get to those. We're going to be able to extend by a few minutes since we started a little bit late. Benny, I'd love for you to talk a little bit about, and maybe this is your just a thought process now since you haven't opened yet, but describe the connection that your beer, but your brewery and the location in your community. Because I know Inglewood, the location that you've selected in the area obviously means a lot to you guys, but I want to just hear a little bit more about how you'll connect that with the community.
Yes, so we recently invited our community, the community that helped us even get to where we are, to own equity in Crowns and Hops Brewing Company. So right now, if you go to owncrowns.com, you can be an equity stakeholder in our business and part of our journey as we build this flagship brewery in the city of Inglewood, the city where Tio was born. A city that is very diverse, very Black. It's being revitalized at the moment. The new stadium just opened. We actually just went to the groundbreaking for the new Clippers Arena. So this will be a city that'll probably be one of the largest entertainment hubs in the world. And there's so much opportunity for Black and Brown ownership to exist in this city at this moment right now. So we highly encourage everyone to get as involved as they can in keeping the culture and preserving the community that already lives in Inglewood. And then we just evolve it and grow it but keep that energy and excitement and that passion that we have there. So go to Own Crowns and get your equity today.
Yeah, and that's awesome. I mean, I love, Kate talked about it too, revitalizing the neighborhood and the community. It takes a village to do that. It takes everybody. And so connecting with other small businesses, other community, partners is so incredibly important. We are coming up on time here. I have one last question. I'm going to have each of you answer. We'll start with Elisa. We'll go to Benny and then finish up with Kate. But can you give some advice to women who may be interested in pursuing a career in the beer industry, who might be in a different career or industry now?
Yes, team up with the best. Look, there's so many resources out there. I will tell you, but I have to show this. Where is she? Oh my gracious. You got to team up with folks. I don't know if you guys have feasted your eyes on the Sam Adams, the Uptempo. And I will tell you why I said that to say this. Connect with women in the industry. We're out here. This it's beautiful, but there's a lot of love and there's a lot of support in that can throughout the story. So my advice would be dive in. Women, we're just generally, we're creators, we're creative, and we're known to make some of the best brews, ladies. So just reach out and connect with the Megan Parisi's of the world, the Benny Ashburns, the Kates, the Jennifers. and honestly, in hop culture, I just need to really honestly just thank them. I've been on a ride with them for a couple of years now, and they've motivated me to continue to move forward in this industry. So, advice: seek, you shall find. Jump in, just do it, get into it. I'm having a phenomenal time in this industry.
That's awesome. Benny?
If you're in a whole other industry, don't feel intimidated that you can't take the skills of that industry and bring it into craft. Being in the craft beer industry does not mean that you only have to know how to brew beer. And I think that is a misconception for a lot of people. It's a business. So if you look at the different verticals and departments of a business, you have marketing, you have PR, you have finance, you have whatever. So if that's your background, 9 times out of 10, you can apply it to the craft beer industry. Now you're just doing it with a pint. So.
That's great advice. I have to say that was one thing that came down 20 years ago when Jim hired me. It was down to a brewer and me who had no brewing experience. And I remember he told me, we're taking a shot with you because you have all this other experience and we'll send you to brewing school. Like, we know you're passionate about it. So I think that's great words of advice. And also to Elisa's point, connecting with folks. I can tell you that women in the brewing industry want to talk about how they got into the brewing industry. So do not be intimidated. If you see anybody, even some female pouring, just say like, hey, how'd you get into this? Do you like working here? Because that will open up the doors and you can just learn more. Kate, we'll wrap this question up with you.
I really like Benny. You're doing it with a pint. I love it. I would say arm yourself with education. Learn as much as you can about whatever part of the industry you're looking to get into, because you'll not only learn, obviously, you'll be learning more about the industry, but you're also going to make connections, and those are always helpful. And don't listen to the naysayers. Just keep going. If this is what you want to do, then keep going. And if it makes anyone feel better, I used to be a stay-at-home mom. And, before I did this. So, that even running a household with 2 small children gives you experience for running a small business, running a small brewery. It's all applicable. I think that's a really good point that Benny made, that you can take experience anywhere and apply it to this industry. And women, we love to help other women. I've never met a single mean girl in the past 5 years. And I think that's saying a lot for any industry. So.
Yeah, that's so true. Just a quick question was, do you feel that being a woman in such a male-dominated industry gives you a unique point of view on beer and brewing? And Kate, I guess this is from Andrew, who is you're the fundamentals instructor for Andrew. So I'm going to let you answer it because it came from one.
Hi, Andrew. We can address this in discussion board. It definitely. I would say that being a woman, this may sound weird. It almost gives me more license to try the weird things because I am a woman. So if I'm already going out on a limb being a woman in this industry and making beer, then okay, I'm going to go all the way and I'm going to make the weird beers and try new things. I appreciate that about my about where I stand here.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think when you're sort of a little bit in an uphill battle, sometimes there's nothing to lose. So the risk factor has already been taken. It's already there. So I think that's great. That's a great question, Andrew. Thank you so much. Amazing, amazing women on this panel. It was so great. Elisa, Benny, and Kate, it's just been a pleasure. I can't think of any better way to spend a Saturday drinking great beers with you. So I'm going to turn it over to Britt. Thank you for everyone who attended and listened, and keep on supporting these amazing female-owned breweries.
Cheers,
yeah,
Jen.
and I want to echo Jennifer's thanks. Elisa, it's such a pleasure again. I'm so glad we were able to start off with your beer and then hear from you in this panel. So really excited to try more from you and see you at Future Fest. So cheers. Thank you so much and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you, Britt.
Thanks, guys.
And Kate, also huge thanks to you. Looking forward. Oh, I think we might have lost Kate, but much gratitude to her and excited to get to try that collaboration when it comes on draft at Sam Adams. And Benny, tremendous thanks for you. I would love for you to stick around for another few minutes so that we can crack open some BPLB. So folks, if you don't have it yet, go to your fridge, grab your BPLB, and we'll be back with Benny in maybe 2 minutes, maybe less. So go get it now, get ready, and come back. Yeah, Benny, we'll see you soon. We'll see you in just a minute. Hey everyone, welcome back. I am back here with Benny Ashburn, one of the co-founders of Crowns and Hops and the dope CEO, and we are going to taste BPL beer. BPLB, it is a double dry hopped hazy IPA, and I have been really, truly, I've been staring longingly at this beer in my fridge since it arrived on my doorstep. Lovingly, longingly. I mean, I snuggle with it a little bit. I'm so excited. My first Crowns and Hops experience was during Extreme Beer Fest when I got to try the three-way collab that you did with Edgar from Beer Thug Life.
Yeah, Edgar put his whole foot in that. He did. Edgar really was the lead on the recipe on that, and he did a phenomenal job. That was a good beer. It was an extreme beer, but it was a good beer.
It was like what, clocking in around 11%?
Yeah,
I think it was
pretty aggressive. It was pretty aggressive.
It was, and I'm gonna have to grab a key here to help me open this because I have no fingernails to my name as we speak.
Yeah, no. As much as I like to keep my little fancy nails, Tio hates doing festivals with me. He's like, Jesus, you have the worst time. You look crazy opening cans. I'm like, I know, but I don't want to break my nail.
I'm the other end of the spectrum, and I'm like, I'm just trying to get at this with these fleshy nubs, and nothing's happening for me. So let's pour this out and have our first sip.
This is my first drink of the day. I usually don't drink before 12, but I'm feeling pretty. I feel like for this special occasion, I think we could just.
Absolutely. It's a Saturday. It's I think, the nose on this is absolutely stunning.
So let me tell you a little bit about this beer. So this is our BPLB. We have a BPLB. I never knew to get the camera right. This is our BPLB series. It stands for Black People Love Beer, Brown People Love Beer. It's a movement we started 6-7 years ago. This is the double dry hop version of our series. So our original, which was really one of our first beers, our hazy IPA is brewed with El Dorado and Mochueca. But for this particular beer, we double dry hopped it with Pacific Jade to give it that little bit of additional additional dankness. And like you said, the aroma, you immediately can smell the tropical stone fruits, the guava, the citrus, the mild notes of spice. And then when you taste it, which I will do right now, cheers. Damn, this is such.
Like you said, there's the tropical, there's the dankness, and it has such a soft mouthfeel, and it goes down so smooth.
It does. And for me, my very first style that started to love, I say this all the time, is hazy, right? I mean, and I think that's probably why hazy has become such this craze of beer style, because it gives you just enough of that bitterness for people who love IPAs. But then if you don't want too much of that dankness and you want some of that tropical, then that's what hazy is all about. And I think Tio's done a really good job with our hazes to make sure that you don't get that resonance that just sort of sits at the bottom of the can, right? You don't want that. You want to be able to drink every stitch of your beer in your 16-ounce can and enjoy it, and then be excited about having another one because it doesn't just sit on your tongue. It doesn't just sit in your mouth. It fades off, puts a smile on your face, and just tastes delicious.
Exactly. No, and with that mouthfeel you touched on, a lot of times with some of those really resiny hazy IPAs, you like it stays in your mouth in a way that makes you be like, but I mean,
Right,
not
like,
this in the slightest. It's just, I mean, it's perfect. It's so, I mean, cheers, truly.
It's a good beer. Cheers to anyone
And
drinking.
it is
Cheers.
with these beers, with with the hazy IPAs and with some of these more hop forward, juicier beers. I always tell the story that my mom is a lifelong Chardonnay drinker, and she was always like, I don't like beer, I don't like the taste, I hate the taste. And finally, I was like, Mom, you got to try this. It's a juicy IPA. She's like, oh no, hops, absolutely not for me. And now my mother rolls into breweries with her friends and she's like, what do you have that's double dry hopped? And I'm like, okay.
Wow. Okay, Mom.
We've come a long way from the Kirkland Signature Chardonnay brand that you once embodied.
Right.
Like,
and she's going double dry hop? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Mom.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
We went all in with her.
Yeah. And that's what I find every time. First of all, I love it. And I'm like, we need just to fucking create a series called Got 'em or something, because every time we do an event or, and specifically because, we're still converting people, right? We're still converting a community of people that think when I say beer, it's going to taste like a Heineken or a Corona, or, so I always like, I don't really drink beer like your mom. I don't really, it's not really my thing, but and I'm like, just fucking try it. And they're like, okay, I'll do it for you. And then they try, and they're like, oh, this is beer. Oh my God. I mean, the reaction on their face is so like, they cannot believe that something could be good. And it's also called beer. And I think that's amazing.
And I know I was doing a little reading in preparation for today. And I was seeing that in your interview with Imbibe in 2018, when you and Tia were doing the Dope and Dank events, how important it was to have that Pilsner for the folks who are maybe just familiar with the Heinekens, with the Millers, the Coors, and then some of those fruitier beers that, people who are maybe more of the cocktail drinker might find to be more accessible. And so when you all are coming up with your recipes and coming up with the beers that you want to brew, sort of what goes into the decision to create the recipe?
I think the beauty of craft is the decision really goes into the person making it, right? We're lucky that Tio, the other half of Crowns, has a phenomenal palate. And, being 7 years in, and we didn't even really put products on shelves till last year, those first 5 to 6 years were us testing the market, because we would do events and we would curate experiences where we would bring other brewers in. And we would do it specifically for communities of color. And again, that's not our only target, obviously. We want to make great beer for everyone. But as we watched how people reacted to certain styles and things that they were into and what did they like, it helped, I think, Tio tune his thinking and his recipe development, and was really able to identify the kinds of beers that we would produce as a brand. That we knew at least the market that we're trying to introduce would respond to. And that's the hazies, that's some of the sours, that's our stout, which is a yearly stout versus just something too heavy. Because again, you gotta think about those kinds of things. So we were very lucky that we had qualitative and quantitative testing, relatively speaking, for 4 years before we were able to really put beers on shelves.
Yeah. And I know, just you talked a little bit about the collaborations that you've done and those sorts of beers. When I look at the beer list that's currently on your website, what goes into deciding who you want to do a collab with and what sort of beer you want to do? Because I know I follow you on Facebook and on Instagram. And when I was scrolling and saw the imagery and saw the description of the blue peach, it was, I'm not exaggerating. I stopped and it sort of took my breath away, because it was just astounding artwork on the can. And then reading the description of the beer, I was like, oh my God, that sounds outstanding. It sounds delicious. And that was a collaboration brew as well. Yeah.
Yeah, we did that with Black Calder. They're the first Black-owned brewery out of Grand Rapids, Michigan, and that was for the Barrel and Flow Festival. But I guess you got to look at it, if you look at craft as art, and we don't talk about that part of it, the emotional part of craft and building recipes enough. That's what it is. When you look at a chef and all these cooking shows, there's like 1,000 of them where it's like, all right, you got to take ingredients and you got to make it into something special. It is no different with beer. It's always the same 4 ingredients, but how do you make it even more special so that you walk away and you feel your own connection to it? That means the consumers will. And I think that's what Tio is really able to do. You know, I would love to take more credit for our recipes, Tio, if you're listening. I would take all the credit, but that would be totally not right, and that'd be bullshit, because he puts so much love, and when he talks, he's like, this is what we're gonna do, and it's like his eyes light up, and he starts, and I was thinking, and I had this dream about if we put this with the this and then that, and I was like, yeah, that sounds amazing, you know. And that's what it feels like. You know, we're still new, so we still have a lot of that newness feeling that most breweries have when they first started. And I think our beers and who we are is a reminder to some of the breweries that have been doing this for a while. Remember what it was like the very first time when you first started? Remember the excitement you had? Let's bring all of that back to the industry. Mm-hmm. And ideally, that's what Crowns and Hops is able to bring, is that new energy back.
And you so succeed. And it's so true. Beer is, whenever I'm getting kind of like emotional and 2 beers in and getting really sappy about beer, it is art. I mean, and it's an art form that is so much more accessible than so many other forms of art, because it's somewhere where you go and there's a community and there's a feeling, but it also really does engage all of your senses in a way that makes you want more and makes you want to try something different, makes you want to, you know, follow that artist and see more of what that artist is going to do in the future. And it's, yeah, I mean, yeah, you've nailed it. You've nailed it.
Thank you. I love that you said that, senses. That is something that we talk about all the time. When you come to Crowns Inglewood, we will be heightening every one of your senses, from sound to taste to sight. That is what craft beer should be. And that is our hope, is we can hit every sense when you step in the door.
Awesome. And speaking of Crowns Inglewood, I know you had mentioned that there's that QR code on the StreamYard flips your camera in a way that makes it very difficult, especially when you have an asymmetrical haircut, to know where you're going. But yeah, I know we've only got a few minutes left, so if you can tell folks a little bit more about the Own Your Crowns and how they can get involved, how they can support you going forward.
Own Crowns. Can you see that? Own Crowns. These are awesome wristbands that say, I fuck with crowns. And then you wear the wristband. So, okay, we launched and invited the community that helped us build this phenomenal brand to now own equity in the business. You can be an owner. This is our flagship. I think we've done a phenomenal job of showing that we're going to be in this game for a while, and it's going to grow, and it's going to be as big as we can possibly make it. And we'd love for you to take that journey with us. So if you go to owncrowns.com and you can buy equity in the business, the funding is really going to specifically to our opening of our Crowns Inglewood location. Again, it's a 14,000 square foot location in Inglewood. Yay, look at technology. And it is about a mile from the new SoFi Stadium, which is pretty amazing. Our beer is actually at the SoFi Stadium. In the next 6 years, Inglewood in general is going to have the Super Bowl, FIFA, the World Olympics, NFL just moved to Inglewood. You know, it's a city of champions, and we are hopefully can be one of the brands to drive that culture change. And we invite you to join the journey with us.
Excellent. And Crowns and Hops should absolutely be added to that list of champions. Yeah, and I feel like on that, Benny, it has been truly such a pleasure to talk to you today. Again, such a pleasure to try another one of your beers. I'm really excited, headed out to San Diego for the Untapped Fest out there, and I will certainly
that
be
is going to be amazing. We will be there. Me and Tia will be there. We are excited to be there. Thank you for inviting us.
Of course, absolutely. No, any opportunity I have to work with you and Tio and to try your beers and share your beers with the world is my pleasure and my honor. So really, thank you so much for being a part of the fest today, for sending everybody this beer, and excited to see you soon.
All right. Cheers. See you in 2 weeks.
Yeah. See you soon, Benny. Cheers.
Bye.
All right, folks, so stick around. Grace is going to be on in just a moment with the team at Allagash. We're going to be doing a tips and tricks for tasting beers with Allagash. So grab your 2 lights and get ready. We will be back soon.
About to travel from the dope and dank Crowns and Hops, just getting their brick and mortar off the ground in Inglewood, all the way across the country to one of the OG pioneers of craft beer in Portland, Maine, Allagash. We have 2 fantastic ladies from Allagash joining us today. Emily Wallace, tasting room manager, and Lindsay Bohansky, the tour and tasting specialist. How's it going, ladies? Thanks for joining us today.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for having us. This is awesome.
Yeah, looks like you got a great setup going on there. Are you actually in the brewery?
Yes. We are. We're in a conference room that's about, it's hard to see if there's actually, you can see our hot liquor tank is right through that window. The brew house is right there.
Some brewing equipment through that window over there. So that's the I think, most people know Allagash for really being a pioneering brewery in the American craft beer revolution, for kind of bringing the wit beer style to America. I always have Allagash White, almost always, in my fridge, and also for sustainability. But I think what people don't know is that you guys as a brewery have also been pushing and being very outspoken for supporting more inclusive, equitable industry. You joined us at our inaugural Queer Beer Festival back in June, hosted a cooking class with a queer trans chef, and you're now joining us for Beers Without Beards to give us some top tips on tasting beer. So I'm going to hand it over to you 2 ladies. Take us through, guide us through, give us some of your tips and tricks. I don't want to take up any more of your time, so I'm going to hand it over to you.
Oh, thank you, Grace. I appreciate it. We are very excited to be here. So as you gave us an intro, but my name is Emily Wallace, and I am the tasting room manager here. And it is busy down there today. It's a beautiful day in Portland, so it's kind of fun to sneak away and lead everyone through this tasting of 2 lights. To start off, though, we were just talking about what our favorite beers are. And I am not drinking right now because I'm pregnant, but if I was, I would definitely be drinking a lot of North Sky, which is one of our year-round beers. It's a Belgian inspired stout.
It's so good. That's also one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's what I would be drinking a lot of right now. So I'm doing some smelling and
That's all right. You can still, most of what we perceive as taste is aroma anyway, so it's all good. But yeah, I'm Lindsay. I'm the tour and tasting specialist here at Allagash. I've worked here for just over 5 years, and Emily's actually been here even longer than I have. So we've both been here for a while. I am drinking beer right now, thank God. I would say probably right now I've just been loving Allagash Triple, which is one of my favorites. And then we released a seasonal beer called Haunted House that I'm also lapping up right now. It's one of my favorites. It's kind of like a hoppy Belgian porter almost. It's really, really good. But okay, so let's dive into the beer because I know you guys are all thirsty and I'm thirsty, and we should talk about how to properly pour and then also how to taste a delicious beer. So let's get into it. This beer, 2 Lights. I love that noise. Never gets old. This beer, 2 Lights, is a beer that we make kind of seasonally, also made by a woman, and Emily's going to get way more into that. But first, I'm just going to pour you guys, show you how we pour beer here at Allagash. So I always take my glass, give it a little tilt, pour it right down in the center. And sometimes people are afraid to get head on their beer, but it's totally fine. And a lot of our beers really do foam up quite well. And you'll see like all of that foam is really just the aroma being released from the beer. And honestly, I like to pour my beer kind of hard too, because it allows some of those carbon dioxide bubbles to get released. And then when you're drinking it, you're not getting as full. It's actually easier to drink beer that's been kind of decarbed a little bit. So that's kind of the pour method that I usually do. For a beer like this, you don't need to worry about rousing the yeast, but for Allagash White, we do that because there's so much delicious flavor in the wheat and yeast that kind of sometimes will sink to the bottom just a little bit. But with this beer, you don't really have to do that. So first thing is looking at the beer. How does it look? This beer is really carbonated. We finish it with some champagne yeast. So you can see the color is really light. It's
nice,
got
like haze, nice chill haze in there.
Yeah, chill haze, really nice lacing on this beer for sure. You can see like it's maintained all of that foam up at the top. Next thing you're gonna do is smell it. And we do here at Allagash, we do like this bunny sniff approach, which is first thing you're gonna bring it to your nose and take a couple of quick bunny sniffs. And then take it away really quickly. And the reason that we do that is because there are a lot of sulfur compounds that are pretty volatile and that they're gonna really quickly saturate your nose and actually make it harder to smell them. So if you take your kind of quick couple of sniffs and take it away, it kind of gives you a chance for your nose to catch up and make sure that you're actually getting those aromas if they're existing.
And that's something that's a characteristic of this beer, definitely, is that sulfur aroma.
Definitely.
Some people call it a drive-by sniff. You do a little drive-by, give your nose a break.
Next thing you're gonna do as you taste the beer, you really wanna make sure that it coats the whole part of your mouth. And this beer is real bubbly, so you know, make sure that you do it safely, but take a sip. I always do a little swirl, make sure your tongue. And then we do also a thing here at Allagash where we call it retronasal breathing, where you actually can push a little bit of air up and through your nose right after you're done drinking, taking that first sip. And that just kind of gives your mouth a really different impression of the beer. So much of what we perceive an actual taste is coming from our nose and through our aroma senses. And so that's why when you're sick and have a cold, you can't really taste things very well, is because of that. So it's really important to always pour beer into a glass if you really want to taste it and experience it in a, you know, in a more, you know, intense sort of way. But then, you know, making sure that you're, you know, it's the right temperature. This beer is best kind of at 45 degrees, we say 45 to 50 degrees, which by the time you pour it into a glass that's at room temperature is about the perfect temperature. So that's kind of the quick and dirty about how we actually taste our beer. But Em's gonna go a little bit more into kind of the person behind this beer. And this is just such a fun story. This is a beer we've been making for a really long time and is one of, I think, a staff favorite, but also just kind of a seasonal limited release favorite that we do as well. So enjoy.
Thank you. Yeah, now you get to actually drink it and enjoy it as we're talking. So yeah, Two Lights was, well, backing up before that, we have a pilot system here at Allagash. And it's a full program where any employee that works at this company, no matter what department, you don't have to be a brewer. You can be on the accounting team, sales team, you can work in the tasting room. Anyone can submit an idea for a beer recipe, and then it gets reviewed by people on the pilot team who are also members from all different departments, not just brewers. So they review these ideas and pick some that sound really interesting, and they're not necessarily Belgian. They're not necessarily a beer that Allagash would ever put out into the world, but if it sounds interesting and like we could learn something from it, it might get chosen to be brewed. So there are very funky, interesting things that come off of this system, really unique ingredients. Some of them are inspired by experiences. Jeff, our marketing director, brewed a beer, which ended up being mass produced, but distributed, called Ganache. And it was inspired by a chocolate ganache cake that he had for his birthday every year. And it was delicious. It's amazing how on point that recipe was after many batches on the pilot system. So anyway, we brew about at least one brew on the pilot system per week. So, about 50 a year. There's a lot of beers coming off of that system. Just this year alone, we have 5 beers made by women that
At least, yeah.
recipes by women that ended up being produced. So a couple of our From Made with Love series beers that are just sold here at the brewery. A beer called Curcuma, a turmeric saison. What else? Not to put you on the spot. Wild Quince.
That was
Celine.
Celine's beer was the Wild Quince beer. For Me with Love, number 4, which was a lemon verbena saison we did. That was Taylor's beer. She works in our sales team. So it's really cool. Everybody can participate. And we come up with these really unique beers like Two Lights that just has a really fun story. So
yeah, so Mariah is our sales operations specialist. She came up with this recipe over 5 years ago, inspired by white wine spritzer and champagne, which are 2 things that she really enjoys drinking. So this recipe was run through the pilot system a couple times. The first time we actually brewed it with Brettanomyces yeast, which ended up kind of coming out too funky, too much of that bready funk that then they were looking for in this beer. So I ended up going with a lager yeast. So now it's brewed with a lager yeast and champagne yeast.
yeah, so it's kind of cool. It's like the combination of beer and wine because we do use quite a bit. We brew with about 315 gallons of Sauvignon Blanc grape juice to make this beer, and that goes in right at the very end of the brewing process in our whirlpool. And so that way we're killing off any wild yeast and bacteria. It's then fermented with lager yeast, like Em said, and finished when we package it. It's finished with some champagne yeast. So it's kind of a really cool process. It just gives us so many different flavors. In Sauvignon Blanc, you get like those notes of passion fruit and like citrus, and you'd really get like a wine-like quality in this beer for sure. You also get like a little bit of bitterness from the wine kind of character as well. And it's not really like a particularly hoppy beer at all. It's really meant to be clean, crisp, easy drinking, something that you could sip on a beach or, after raking the lawn, or like something that you just is really thirst quenching. And that kind of like tartness and like a little bit of bitterness really makes you want to take another sip, which I love that about this beer.
I know, it's just sitting in front of me right now.
Staring at you.
We really like having this on tap in the tasting room because we get a lot of people in here that, I'm good, I'm not going to order anything, I'm a wine drinker, and we're like, I have just the beer for you. Give this one a taste. So that's always a fun one to keep on tap, but it also does really well in the market. And we've released this beer now. I think this is the 5th year that this has been canned or bottled and put out into the world. So
for sure.
Hope everyone's enjoying it.
Yeah. And feel free to throw out any questions you guys have about the beer or what you're kind of thinking generally speaking here. This beer is just really special to me. I look forward to this beer every year. And it just appeals to so many different types of people. So
yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys so much for taking us through that tasting. I really loved hearing the story behind this beer. When I originally saw it, I was like, brewed with Sauvignon Blanc, fermented with lager and champagne yeast. This must be one of their pilot brewing beers.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you sharing that story. I have a question for both of you. Have either of you submitted a recipe or if you could, what would be a recipe that you would submit on the pilot brewing system? Yeah,
we both have. I'll go first and let Lindsay take away the grand finale. Yeah. I submitted. We had a party, and Aperol Spritz was the drink of choice that night. So that night I was drinking it and thought, I really want to brew a beer inspired by this Aperol Spritz. So that was actually brewed the day or two before the world shut down before COVID. And
I don't even think I knew that.
Yeah, I don't think anyone really got to try it, but
I was pregnant then.
Yeah.
Maybe you can bring it back,
I know. Now that you mentioned it, I'm going to bring that up again. But I thought it turned out really interesting. We used wine must in it as well. Yeah. But Lindsay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I submitted a beer idea. This must have been 3 years ago now. Grisette style beer brewed with grapefruit zest. And that beer actually got accepted and we brewed it. It was actually crazy enough. It was our first distributed can release, which was crazy. And it was a beer, they ended up calling it Darling Ruby because we used ruby red grapefruit zest in it as well as juice. And so that was super, super, super fun. It was actually, not to toot my own horn at all, but it was the first pilot idea I'd ever submitted. And it was really inspired by a beer that I love from Oxbow Brewing Company, which is up here in Maine. They make this delicious grisette called Grisaka, which for those of you who don't know, a grisette is like a lower alcohol Saison, just like a really nice kind of weedy, refreshing Saison style beer, like a farmhouse beer. And so, so that beer was awesome. I was really, really proud of it. And
it was super easy to make on a large scale, right?
We will never make that beer again.
You're using zest from the grapefruit. Did you zest like a bunch of grapefruits?
Yeah, I think there was at least 2 full days of zesting and juicing fresh grapefruits. So if we were to ever do it again, it would probably be done in a very different manner and probably would taste a little bit different as well. But I think we definitely learned something about using zest in beer for sure.
I used to work for a brewery in Chicago called Five Rabbit Cervejaria, and it was a lot.
Oh my god, I loved Five Rabbits.
You know Five Rabbit? Oh my gosh!
I do. I used to sell your beer.
I used to sell it in Ohio.
Yeah, well, I sold it in Chicago. But we used to make a beer. Well, we used to fashion a series of summer beers around paletas, which are popsicles. Yeah, so a lot of like fruit flavors, and we decided to do a watermelon one. And so the owner, Andres, called us all into the brewery and had like 6 huge pallets of watermelon. And literally we had one tiny blender and just like a table set up with like cutting boards and knives. And we had to cut all these watermelon like into chunks, stick them into the blender. And then we sent that like right into the fermenter. But it took like forever. Yeah. I mean, it turned out great, but I don't want to eat watermelon for.
I was just going to say that you probably haven't had watermelons.
I love watermelon. I came back around, but like 5 years ago, right after, I was like, we did have one question coming in from the comments. If anyone else has more questions, we're going to start to wrap up here, but we can probably get a couple more in. This one's from Mike. He said, do the sulfur compounds come from the grape juice or the brewing process itself? Do you guys know?
I would say a little bit of both. I think that especially with white wine grape juice, there can be a little bit of a sulfury note, but with lager yeast, you can also get a little bit of that kind of sulfury note as well. Mm-hmm. It dissipates extremely quickly. Like by the time you pour it, it's really that first smell and aroma that you're getting where you get those sulfur compounds and then it's gone. But it is a characteristic of some wine, especially white wine hybrid beers for sure.
Yeah, definitely. There was something that you guys were mentioning earlier. Also, that Lindsay, you were inspired by Oxbow, which is also in Portland, Maine. I think Portland has a ton of really great breweries, especially around Allagash itself. I think the area around you guys colloquially call it industrial way or something like that.
Yes, this street is an industrial way. It's a very industrial area.
It's not where you would imagine there being like 6 breweries.
No, so you're right, industrial way. And there's 6 breweries on the street now?
Yeah, us, Definitive, Foundation,
Battery Steel,
Geary's, and the tasting room at oh my gosh, I forget, Lone Pine, or not Lone Pine. My God.
New England Distilling, but
yeah. Anyway, there's a ton of breweries and they are all great. So people will kind of hop around and check out all the breweries, but it's a pretty cool atmosphere for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And I hope people, if you haven't had a chance to visit Allagash yet, definitely make a point of getting up to Portland. I've had a chance to visit the brewery and it's just a really amazing experience. So everything, I think even, I mentioned at the beginning that Allagash has a lot of foundation around sustainability. And if you follow Allagash on Instagram or you see a lot of your artwork, you're really highlighting Portland and all the beauty of Portland. And I think that comes out in the Two Lights can as well. It's a little more subdued. Can you tell me a little bit about the can art and how the, 2 lighthouses ended up on there?
Yeah. Well, Two Lights is the name of a lighthouse in Cape Elizabeth. So the name itself ties back to Portland.
Yeah, and that's actually where the reason we named it Two Lights is because Mariah, who invented this beer, she's from Cape Elizabeth. That's her hometown, that's where she grew up. So she, you know, obviously it's kind of fun when you have a beer that's accepted into the pilot program. You can also kind of help with the naming process, which is really fun. So, you know, obviously naming beer is an exceptionally hard thing to do these days, but, you know, it's cool to kind of bring in that kind of personal element to these beers as well.
Absolutely. Well, Emily, Lindsay, I think we're at probably the end of our time, but thanks so much for sharing more with us about Two Lights, also about how to properly taste and how you guys at Allagash properly taste and look at and sip on your beer. For those of you that are still listening at home, coming up next, grab your Pineapple Sour D from Area 2 Experimento Brewing, which is the innovation hub at Two Roads. We'll be back in about 30 seconds or so with Kat Manning, social media and content creator for Area 2 and Two Roads, to give us a beer and social media workshop. So Emily, Lindsay, we'll say goodbye to you. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks for joining us.
Oh my gosh, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much for having us. This is awesome. Have fun. Bye, guys.
Easy. Yep, and like I said, we'll give you guys a few seconds to grab some water, grab some snacks, get your Pineapple Sour D out from your fridge, and then we'll be back with Kat Manning, social media and content creator for Two Roads, in just a second. Kat, how's it going? I bet you thought for a second that you were going to be the new host of Beers Without Beards. It was just you there for a little bit.
I know. I was like, oh gosh, I'm not prepared for this, but
we're turning it all over to you. You didn't know. Thanks for joining us today. I appreciate you taking the time out.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here, and I'm excited. I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to dig into and listen to everything you have to say, because I think I could also learn a lot about what it takes to be a social media and content creator. I'm going to turn it over to you in a second, but I do just want to let people know, because I'm really impressed by your credentials. So for those who don't know, Kat graduated from the University of Hartford with a degree in photography and illustration. While most of us were kind of floundering around in our 20s trying to figure out what we wanted to do, she was like, hey, I'm just going to open up a photography studio. And you did, and started getting all these restaurant, brewery clients, really made a name for yourself all throughout Connecticut. You worked with like Half Full, right? New England Brewing Co.
Yeah, I've worked with most every brewery in Connecticut now. I worked heavily with Counterweight, with New England Cider and New England Brewing initially when I first started, and it's Woodbury Brewing Company, a good lot of them.
You've been all over the state, and even some out-of-state ones too, right? Like Aslan, Voodoo.
Yeah, so I would photograph Voodoo's festival and help run their social media for the Voodoo festival. And then Aslan Brewing Company, when they opened their Alexandria location, I took all the pictures and helped them sort of get ready for that.
Amazing. So your pedigree is fantastic. Now you're here full time at Two Roads. You're managing a 72,000 plus Instagram with Two Roads plus Area 2. Has over 10,000, which for those of you who don't know, it's Two Roads Innovation Hub, pretty much like a playground for brewers, right? It's like 25,000 square feet of barrels and fooders and all kinds of fun stuff, cool ships and things like that. So.
Yeah, we have a really, really gigantic cool ship here. We have hundreds of barrels downstairs that you can, when you come here, you can walk across the catwalk and see them on both sides, which is a really cool feature. And then we just installed our distilling, so hopefully we'll be able to do some barrel aging in our barrels, which will be great. So that's probably a few years away, but that's on the horizons, which is
on the horizon. Love it. So anyway, the beer that you guys are drinking out of the box today, Pineapple Sour D, is from Area 2. It's really considered a hemp Hazy IPA, I think, has
Yeah.
terpenes in it. It's very dank. Kind of get that, those aromas of what you would normally get from like if you just open up a bag of hops, things like that. So
Yeah, so it's exciting when everyone cracks it open. I imagine you will all be hit immediately with the really heady, dank aroma. So it's cool. It's a cool experience.
For sure. And all those beautiful pictures that you might have seen of Pineapple Sour D on Instagram come from you. So I'm going to kick it over to you to share some of your tips and tricks from all of your experience on how you've created these gorgeous, fantastic beer photos for Two Roads and even other breweries around Connecticut.
Thank you. I'm excited. So our sensory team will be sad if I don't go over Pineapple Sour D a little bit. I'm sure you're also very curious too. So when you crack it open together, you're going to get a big whiff of that heady dank aroma, pineapple fruity notes. Some people compare it to a pineapple upside down cake. And it's pretty cool. It's filled with pineapple juice, hemp seeds, and hemp terpenes. So you're going to get a really, really heady, dank aroma. So, but there's even though it's made with hemp, there's no CBD, there's no THC. So it's just a good fruited hemp IPA. So if you pour it, it's got beautiful color. Put it to the side. I'm going to sip along while we go. So I'm going to pull up a presentation I put together to share with all of you. I'm pretty excited to talk about social media. It's everything I do all day long. So let's get into it. I'm not sure if you'll see me anymore, but you'll see my presentation. So we'll get over there. All right, share screen, share window. All right, so 1 second. Share. So we're going to start from the top. I don't know why I decided to start in the middle. Don't mind my Austin Powers video. All right, so social media and content making. It is what marketing is all about right now. It's where everyone is going to see your stuff. So I'm just going to confirm that you're all looking at my screen. You are. Okay, so tips for pictures. Backlight your beer, because if you have it behind, see if it's up near me, you're not going to see how beautiful it is. But if you hold it up to the light, all of a sudden your whole beer is illuminated. So you get the really beautiful color of your beer. And it shows people the quality of your beer too, because they say, oh my gosh, that is so clear and so beautiful. You're going to want to clean the glass though, because if there's bubbles on the side of your beer, they're going to say, oh my gosh, that glass is so filthy. Why are they drinking it? And it's probably just soap or some sort of, dust or whatever, but wash the glass. If you're not planning on drinking the beer, stick a pen in there or your finger and get all the bubbles off the side of the glass, because then it will look clean. You'll have a nice, clear image, and no one in the troll world will get on your case about the bubbles on the side of the glass. And then just dump it because your finger was in it, or a pen. If you're taking pictures on your phone, a nifty little trick is, so when you take a picture on a camera, if you zoom all the way out, you're going to have a nice bowed image and you're going to fit way more. But if you zoom in, you're going to notice that it's a little bit more flat. If you're taking pictures on your phone, just zoom in a tiny bit and you're going to get less bowing of your image. And it's just going to be nice and clean and flat. It's going to look like it wasn't taken with a phone, but with a camera. Don't be afraid to crouch down and get real low, because you're taking a picture and might as well, get some angles in there. Don't be afraid to try new things and figure out your vision, because social media is where people are going to see everything that you're posting about your beer and about your brewery and about your mission as a company. So get weird with it. Try something new, stretch beforehand. All right, we're going to go to the next slide. Oh, I went far too far. I'll introduce myself first. Why is this happening? I'm sorry for this malfunction. All right, so a little bit about me. My name is Kat. I am 28 years old and I live in Connecticut. I have a dog named Grizzly. He's the coolest. And I enjoy beverages of any kind. We have tons of beer here at the brewery, but we're also working on Daybreaker vodka cocktails, and we have our awesome H2 Roads hard seltzer line. So it's fun to be a part of a company that's sort of trying new things everywhere. I manage social media for Two Roads. As Grace so kindly introduced, I used to own a photography studio where I was able to experiment and figure out different photos and videos for different brands throughout the state of Connecticut. I studied photography in school, and so in that same trend, I learned all about video and design work. So I sort of the jack of all trades. And if you're taking videos for your brewery, I highly recommend you start playing around with different cameras, different lenses, your phone, disposable cameras, a camera you found in the basement of like your parents' house. Just try new things, because social media is the playground of marketing. I've been working in social media and content creation for about been working since 2015. So a few years now, and love every minute of it. All right, so we're gonna go to the basics. Social media is fun. I think that as businesses, we get sort of in our head, we're like, okay, this is our marketing platform and it's so serious, but really people are on social media to be entertained, and they want something that's exciting to look at and something that's going to keep their attention, because they're on there to be entertained. So be silly, have fun, and try new things, whether it's finding a silly video or taking this amazingly beautiful image where the glass just looks like so beautiful. That's entertaining, because people are like, holy cow, how did they do that? And how can I get a hold of that beer? They're like mesmerized by it. Also, something that you do on social media is highlight events that you're having or that you've had, because all that we want is for someone to be like, whoa, about anything that we post. The more that they are amazed by what we are posting, the more of a grasp we have on their level of interest, and the more they'll come back and look for something new. Successful content is super important. You're going to want to post every day, but that doesn't mean that you're going to post just nonsense every day. I mean, nonsense in a way is fun if it's silly and entertaining and cool, but don't post to post something with intention. Think about what your goal is with social media. Your goal is likely to get people to visit your tap room, to come to your events, and to buy your product. So when we're doing that, how are we going to do that? So you think about the interests of your people who are coming to your brewery. Who's buying your product? What are they doing in their spare time? How old are they? Something that's helpful is to create a little avatar for your consumer. So you have this person that you've worked up and you're talking to through your social media. So for us, I have created this sort of traveler personality where I'm speaking to someone who is always looking for new things to do, always trying to get out of their house and go on a hike, or get out of their house and like meet up with friends, or host a party at their home. So I'm speaking to someone who's an extrovert who enjoys trying new things. So an extrovert who's open-minded, and maybe a little bit zany to pull in the Area 2 products, which is our experimental facility. So I'm speaking to a specific person who I've made up, but it's helpful because I'm speaking then to a group of people who are our consumer. So what we're going to do next, I would really love if we could all post in the comments. So take a look at the next few slides. I'm going to go really slowly, and I would love for everyone to tell me what you feel. So when you look at these two pictures, I want you to put in the comment section what your interpretation is. So something that I see when I look at these pictures is someone having fun in our hop yard. I see someone who's playing tennis. And don't be afraid to shout out in the comment section, because there's no wrong answers. Someone who's having our beverage while they're doing something that interests them. I see people being outside. They're not inside. They're doing different things. They're doing an activity. In this set of pictures, I see people who are enjoying beer, actively enjoying beer. Someone who's having fun at an event that we had doing stein holding. You sort of get an idea of what it's like when you come here. Everyone is always smiling and enjoying what they're drinking. So in these pictures, I have a glimpse into our Area 2 area where all of our barrels live. So a little section there. And then I have someone enjoying the beer our Rosemary's Baby pumpkin ale outside by a fire, and they're actively opening a beer. So it's an action shot, but an action shot that is interesting. And it's like, oh, I want one. Like, open me a beer, thanks. Or wow, look at those barrels. I want to see that place. So it gives you just a glimpse into the beer and into the act of drinking the beer, as well as our facility. So this is a perfect example of what I mean by backlight your beer and clean off all the bubbles. There's not a single bubble on this glass, and you can really see the color shining through of that lager. This is Cruise Control, our Helles lager. So putting it on the bar, a background that is blown out, but the beer is in focus. And you really see the color and the quality of the beer in front of you. The next picture over here is our Daybreaker vodka cocktails, and it's two girls actively enjoying the product, having a blast. I saw someone put in the comments, these pictures make me want to head out to some breweries. I'm glad. That's the whole goal here. So it's awesome to just see these pictures and say, oh my gosh, I need to go find a beer, and I need to go to a brewery, and I need to enjoy that product. The mug shot makes me want to drink it. That's awesome. Thank you, Mike. So it's cool. It's a really powerful thing, social media. It makes people want to come to your brewery and makes people want to drink your products because they know that they're going to have fun doing it if it looks like everyone is having fun on your social media and if it looks like good beer. So we're going to go to the next slide. This is a picture of our brewery at Two Roads, where we have our Con Artist series, where it's Connecticut artists who submit to a label, and we pick a winner every year, and then we blow up their artwork and put it on the side of our tanks, our 200 barrel tanks. So in this picture, although everyone in the picture is blurry, the tanks are in focus, and that to me says, oh my gosh, what are they doing? Oh, they're probably on a tour. That's cool. I want to go see those tanks. They're gigantic. And the artwork is there, and they're all local artists. So for me, that's something that pulls me into the brewery, which I think is important. And so just a note with this picture, it doesn't matter if the people are always in focus, because as long as there's people in the shot, it means that it's an active place. It's an exciting place to be, and people are doing something, and it's something that you can participate in as a person. Who's looking at your social media. So always include people whenever possible, because, you see monkey do. Toby says, this makes me miss Connecticut. He lives in New Jersey now. But yeah, see, you got to come back. I'm glad these pictures make you miss Connecticut. Sorry. All right, so we're going to go to the next slide. So these are pictures that I also use. They are not my favorite pictures. I'm showing you pictures that I'm not proud of because two reasons. This content breaks up the feed from people having fun, people doing different things, really nice backlit beer. This says this is what the can looks like, and this is it in someone's hand, which is important, but it's not nearly as interesting as the other photos. To me, the other pictures make me want to be there. They make me want to have that beverage, whereas these say, cool, I can bring this beer anywhere. I don't have to go, which is nice, but it's not nearly as powerful. Personally, I think these two pictures have less of a draw to them than the others, which is fine for every now and then, but it's not something that should be posted all the time. It's nice to throw them in once in a while. Just because you want to bring people to your brewery. You want them to develop this like admiration for your product or this excitement to drink your product. Whereas this, you cannot see the beer, the color of the beer or anything like that. You can just see the label, and everything is sort of empty in the background. So good for sometimes, not always, but they're fine pictures, just not the most effective compared to pictures like this where people are smiling, or pictures like this where it's the act of an environment. All right, so diversify your content. And by that, I mean diversify the people who are in your pictures or videos, and diversify the style that you're shooting in. whether it be, you know, a picture of the beer on the bar, the beer in your hand. You know, you can mix it up. You can have the beer when you go play tennis. If your clientele or your customers play kickball in a rec league, go find a kickball, go find a rec league, go bring them some beers and take some pictures. Everyone loves to taste beer and everyone loves to be surprised with beer. So if you go say, hey, I brought this product, I want you to try it. Do you mind if I take some pictures? Hopefully you have a friend on the team and you're able to just go and hang out and share, and you already know people there, so there's no harm done. And you're not just this stranger walking up with beer, which is also totally fine. But diversify your content. Figure out, you know, what people are doing with the beer. Grab people from around your brewery. Diversifying your content for people is a really great way to include people from all over the brewery. You get your tasting room staff, the people who work on the canning line, the people who are, you know, cleaning, the people who are in the marketing team, the accounting department. Grab people from everywhere. And that's a great way to build the community and to develop the way that the business runs as a community. Will improve company morale because they feel important. They're on the social media and it's exciting for them to go home and their friends are like, oh, I saw you on the Instagram. The craft beer industry is not one type of person. It's a massive group of people who are so unbelievably diverse, which is awesome. But so that means diversify your content accordingly. You don't want the same people on the Instagram all the time. It just doesn't make sense because you're speaking to such a diverse group of people. All right, so get snazzy. It's important to stay snazzy on social media. It's meant to be fun. We want just fun content all the time, fun or really just romanticized content on social media. The same picture of a beer sitting on your bar next to a plant or next to the can is fine, but like there's a more fun way of doing it, I think, because it could be more interesting. So get the beer, go out, find some people, go on a boat, grab some people from the brewery who are on their break and bring them out to the hop yard and get a soccer ball and kick it around and have fun. Have fun with the beer, and people will want the beer because it looks fun. The goal of social media for me is to just trigger the fear of missing out in every one of our followers. I want every single one of our followers to feel like they're missing something if they are not here or if they're not drinking our beer. If they are sitting at home on their couch or sitting at the office and they open their Instagram or their Facebook account and see a group of people who work here at Two Roads hanging out in the hop yard, drinking some beers, listening to music or playing cards, they're going to say, wow, what am I doing here? I should be there. And then maybe they text their friend and say, hey, do you want to go to Two Roads later? Or, hey, do you want to go to the brewery down the road later and have a beer and hang out? And it's a really powerful thing. You get people out of the house and you make them just sort of have this association with fun to your brewery. All right, let's keep moving on. So Instagram Reels, they came out maybe a year ago. Instagram Reels is the way that Instagram is combating TikTok. So, just on the note of TikTok, if you don't have, so my suggestion is you don't have to be on every single social media channel to have a social media presence. I think that Instagram is the most effective. Facebook is great for events. Facebook, people aren't really on there that much anymore to scroll. Instagram, this amazing visual platform, is where everyone is going who can be influenced by social media. You can automatically share everything that you post on Instagram to Facebook. That is a feature, which you should do, because why not? It takes 1 second. But I do think that effort should be focused on Instagram. If you have the capacity to add more, TikTok doesn't hurt, because although the audience leans younger, it is filled with people who are 21 to 30 still. And those people will see your content and they will think, oh, cool, that brewery is on TikTok. And if you're producing quality content, then they're going to say, cool, neat. And you can also download those videos and share it on Instagram Reels. Instagram Reels is great. They are promoting it more than posts themselves. I post at least one reel a week, and it's super easy to make. So you just open up Instagram Reels and you add vertical video into the platform, and you can add music. You can shorten the length of each segment, so that way you can create fun little snippet videos, and Instagram will promote them in a very intense way, just so that they can draw people away from TikTok and onto Instagram. I realize that might sound a little confusing, but it's Instagram competing. But the goal with Reels is to create something that people will want to share with a friend. So if you're gonna make an Instagram Reel, filming your canning line is not really that interesting or engaging. But if you film your tap room, a series of little short videos of people smiling, people drinking beer, people pouring beer, filling crowlers or growlers, that is really engaging content that will show off your tasting room and show people in your building, which will make people want to go. So my suggestion is take vertical videos, create a 15-second video of what it's like to be in your tap room, or what it's like to be in your hop yard or in your beer garden, and people will come because they will see it and they will share it with their friends and say, this looks really cool, let's go. All right, so this is the most important thing that I will ever share with any of you. We're gonna write it down. Everyone get a pen or take a picture of the screen. Your likes plus your comments plus divided by the number of your followers times 100. This is your engagement rate. So what engagement rate means is that you can understand how many people you are reaching with your content. So if you have 5 followers, chances are you're going to have a very high engagement rate, because it's likely that all 5 of your followers, or at least 4 of your followers, will see the post that you made when they go on Instagram. If you have 72,000 followers, it is very unlikely that all 72,000 people will see your post. We're lucky that the average engagement rate for something in that bracket is 1%. So that's awesome. So that means you're reaching many, many people, and it's fine. It's absolutely fine. The average for the whole entire alcohol industry is 1% between 50,000 and 100,000 followers on your Instagram page. But this is a great way for you to understand how many people you're reaching with your posts, and the posts that are getting less of an engagement rate versus other posts. You can develop an understanding about what your followers are interested in seeing. So something that I do this quarterly. I track all of the engagement that I'm getting on every single post. And then I'm averaging it out for every quarter so that I can understand quarterly how I'm growing our social media channel. That way I can show everyone here at the brewery that what I'm doing is a good effort. And that we are gaining traction with our followers. Since I started with Two Roads, I've been able to double our engagement rate. So we are now at 1.17% engagement rate for our 72.5 thousand followers, which is great. So we're thrilled to have grown our engagement rate. We're thrilled to have that many people seeing our posts, because it is very easy to get lost in the news feed. People follow hundreds of people, and unless you're staying active and posting every day, it's easy to slip through the cracks and for your followers not to see what you're posting. So do this quarterly. Just tally up every single number, figure out your likes, comments, Divide by your number of followers and multiply it by 100. You'll be able to feel good about yourself knowing you're growing, or if you're shrinking, you'll be able to change something so that way you can grow and learn about what your followers are interested in. All right, so speaking of engaging, it is so important to engage. You want to be friends with your followers. They're following you because they like you. And if you like their posts back or reply to any of their comments, they are going to be so happy because they feel like the brewery themselves are reaching out to them and acknowledging their existence. So comment on other people's posts, whether it's breweries or the people who come and hang out in your tap room all the time, or just anyone who's a beer drinker. And don't comment with like very specific things, but comment with a applause emoji or a thumbs up or cool. But very simple engagements will bring your post to the top of their social media page. So they're more likely to see your post if you're engaging with them. Consider the engagement rate to be your level of friendship with the people who follow you. So just constantly post, but also constantly look at the feed and interact with people who you're following and who follow you. And if you ever have any questions, you're more than welcome to reach out and I will share all of my insights with you. So when you prepare to take a photo, think about what the goal is. I saw someone had asked earlier, I use a camera, but sometimes I also use my phone. It's a nice healthy mix of both camera and phone shots. Sometimes I'll do both. I'll make a video while I'm snapping. But think about the goal of the picture. Are you going for something that's pretty or an activity? Who's in the picture? What time of day is it? Set the mood. Don't think about like what time in your schedule you can go out and what your goal is with this shot. You don't have to get fancy, but it does help to have a scenario. So I wouldn't necessarily photograph this beer in this room because it doesn't really make sense. I'm in a conference room. But something that I would do is maybe go out into the wetlands behind our brewery and sit down with a picnic blanket and a car and cards or a backgammon set and grab someone from the brewery and sit out there and photograph them and myself playing a game while drinking a beer with the pour and the can in the shot. So that way you get the label and people associate the label with the beautiful beer that is in the shot and the activity that's going on in the shot. People feel uncomfortable having their picture taken. It's just the nature of the beast. So something that I find really helpful is to talk to them. Just talk to them. Say, hey, I'm going to take your picture. Hope you don't mind. But oh my gosh, like, where did you get those shoes? Oh, what did you do today? That's awesome. Wow. I had cereal for breakfast. That's so cool. What did you have? And it distracts them from the fact that they're getting their picture taken, and also just helps them feel more comfortable. Something that I find is helpful when doing this is channeling Austin Powers, and thinking about how Austin Powers photographs his people, where he's constantly running around. Ooh, you're a badger, baby. Yeah. And you just sort of make jokes the whole entire time. Until they feel comfortable. So I had the video up, but I don't think I can play it because I saved it as a PDF. So I will happily drop the link, or you can Google Austin Powers photo shoot, and then you can channel Austin Powers while you're taking pictures of people. It'll just make everyone more comfortable. We went over this a little bit, but backlight your beer, as we went over before. It looks way better. Clean the glass. It looks way better, and you won't get trolled. And if you're using your phone, zoom in a tiny bit, and you'll get rid of a lot of the bowing that is just a matter of fact of taking pictures with your camera on your phone. And think about angles, and do anything. Just do anything for the gram. You want to have something that's different from your other competitors, and make them want to come to you. So, and they're not even competitors, just the other people who are open near you and you want them to come to your brewery and hang out. But creating fun content is way more engaging than not. So now we can hear your questions if you have any, and we can put them in the chat room. Ask away. I will answer anything. Oh, Grace, you're muted.
God, I really thought I was going to make it through this whole festival without doing that. I was so on top of it, but just because I have to drink. So cheers.
I hope that presentation was helpful. I realize it is very heavy on Instagram, but that is where all of your social media should be for brewery content. Facebook is for events.
That's a great point. And there were so many great tidbits that I pulled out there. Diversify your content, snazz it up, reels, be friends with your followers, channel Austin Powers, right?
Yes, Randy, baby.
Just have fun with it. If you were to say, or maybe I'm going to put you on the spot here, but if you were to think about like one of the most successful photos that you've ever created for Two Roads, or maybe it was for Area 2, what was it and what made it so successful?
Yeah. Well, so there have been quite a few that I'm really proud of. I think that in the article that we did together, I'm really, really proud of Reels specifically because they are so new and because they are this like really hot topic in social media. And just pulling from pop culture and bringing the Britney Spears song in to cleaning your bar, saying, hey, we're squeaky clean here. And da-na-na-na-na, but it's squeaking.
Yeah, you sent me that video. It's hilarious.
Britney Spears references squeaky clean and showing your tasting room. Another shot that was just really, really fun and impactful was we're leading into fall. Everyone's excited for fall. They're excited to be outside. I think that we're all sort of sick of this summer rain and heat that we're having. And I posted a fall picture a few weeks ago that just blew up on Instagram because I had pumpkins and we were pouring the beer, and it's our annual pumpkin beer. Yeah, Rosemary's Baby. And so we're excited. It's post a little bit before the season actually comes because it will create the anticipation for the release of your product. If you get ahead of the game, people are going to be excited and looking for it because they know it's coming. But yeah, I think that Rosemary's Baby was a success, and it was someone pouring the beer and hanging out outside and enjoying it on a colder day.
Yeah, absolutely. We had one question I see in the comments here from Pat. She was saying, I know you talked a little bit about how Facebook is just for events. Instagram for beer content is really the main platform. You mentioned TikTok a little bit, but are there any other ways that you engage with people who aren't on Instagram?
Twitter, So I post on Twitter, and I do share everything that we post on Instagram to Facebook automatically. There's a little button you can press, and it will automatically populate to Facebook for you. And it's always good to monitor Facebook and see who's on there, but Instagram, you're going to get way more engagement and sort of a younger crowd, which is your future beer drinker, who you are going to want to target in an effort to get them to want to come and long-lastingly stay at your brewery.
The made-up avatar that you have conversations with daily.
Yeah, I talk to myself and this imaginary avatar on Instagram and Facebook all day.
I'm thinking it might be like that VW van behind you. Like that's
this is my avatar.
Yeah, it's your made-up avatar that you talk to. Awesome. Well, we could talk about, social media all day, obviously. You gave us the really distilled, like the bite-sized version of it, which has been fantastic. So we're going to kick you off to enjoy the rest of your day. But thanks so much, Kat, for joining us, taking us through kind of Sour D and through this great workshop.
Thanks so much. I appreciate being on.
Yeah, I'm going to keep following you on Two Roads. Just hit everyone with the handles real quick so they can follow you if they want.
Yeah. So if you want to follow along with me on social media, it's at Two Roads Brewing. And for Area 2, it's at Area 2 Brewing. So definitely follow on social media. If you have questions, you're more than welcome to reach out in our DMs. I'm happy to answer any questions that I didn't answer today and to sort of help you with guiding through the world that is Instagram and social media and creating content. And yeah, follow us. I'm posting constantly.
Perfect. Well, thanks so much, Kat. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Tremendous thanks to the team at Two Roads. That was super fun. I myself am just a very casual Instagram user. The most active Instagram account I have is one that I set up for my dog. But that was super useful information for me, and I hope so for all the folks who are watching at home. So coming up next, as you just saw, we are going to have Mariah from Japas Brewing. We've got a sour beer. Oh, yep. The streaming program we have is a mirror image, so I promise I do know my left from right. It just gets a little bit confusing. So we're going to grab this beer. So you've got a few more seconds. If you haven't grabbed yours yet, I'm super excited to try this one. I've never had this one before, so you're in for a real treat there because everything I have had from Japas has been truly out of this world. But as a quick reminder for everybody, Hop Culture is matching donations to the Pink Boots Society up to $2,500. That means for $5 you donate, $5 we donate. So check that link below. It's scrolling across your screen right now. Please give what you can, if you can, to help us raise some really good money for some great people. As Debbie mentioned at the beginning of the show, Pink Boots' mission is to help further the careers of women brewers and femme-identified folks in the brewing and fermented beverage industry. So they are doing some really great work, and any dollar that we can help them raise is going to just go to making even more beer like the ones that we're drinking today. So I'd like to welcome my friend Mariah to the show. Mariah is one of the co-founders and the brewers at Japas, an amazing brewery based out of Brazil with some Japanese roots. And Mariah is going to sort of tell us a little bit about the backstory there and this beer that is in our glass. So Mariah, welcome. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
How are you?
I'm good.
Doing well, doing very well. I'm so excited to have you on for this fest. I think we've now work together, or I think coming up, work together for almost every single Next Glass brand under the umbrella. So
Yeah.
loved getting to drink Black Miso during Extreme Beer Fest this past year, and really excited to crack open this Fuji. As we open this and pour it into the glass, can you tell us a little bit about Japas and the background, how you started it, and sort of the story and the, just what goes into the beers that you brew?
Of course. First of all, thank you so much for inviting us. I mean, I'm so proud to be here. I was in the festival in 2019, and then like in last year's Roundtable, I'm very proud to be here. I'm very happy to be here. It's like it's the most important one for me. So
wonderful. And we're really, it's an honor to have you here. So the feeling is mutual.
Great, thanks. So just to give a little bit of a background of Japas, we are 3 women like of Japanese heritage. It's me, Maida, and Fernanda Bueno. She's also a brewer. We do everything together. We do the recipes and we do the creative part of the beer. Sorry, I forgot my earplugs and I went down quickly to get it.
No worries.
A little bit.
Yeah,
and,
feel free. Take a minute if you need to get everything recombobulated. Okay.
Just because I remembered quickly that I needed this. And then there's Yumi, who does the beautiful labels you see.
They're stunning. I mean, they're works of art in and of themselves. This is just gorgeous.
It's amazing. She does everything by hand. It's all like a collage, and it's perfect. I mean, Fernanda and I are like the biggest fans. When she comes up with the label, we were like, yes, we love it. And like, we do everything together. I mean, we are like 3 people who really like to create things. So we never run out of ideas, to be honest. And we got together because we were 3 women of Japanese, like we were like half Japanese women in the industry, and we found this like really amusing, and really we got together because of our similarities, and we ended up like doing a big thing because it was almost like by accident that we did it. We started to think, whoa, we should do like a beer with a Japanese ingredient or something just to play. And we were all like in other business. I mean, we were all in the industry, but we had other companies that we worked for. And we decided to do like a test, like a small batch of 40 liters, 30 liters. I don't remember. We do liters here in Brazil.
Yeah.
And then we decided to test like a few ingredients. Like we did like a lotus root and wasabi, and we did like 4. I don't remember the ingredients, but we absolutely loved the wasabi one.
I still remember that beer from Extreme Beer. I still talk about it. Like I'll be in meetings with folks and I'm like, no, this wasabi pale ale. It was a pale ale, yeah?
Yeah.
That wasabi pale ale was just, it was one of the most perfectly balanced beers that I've ever had. And the wasabi was just, it was like a surprise. Like it wasn't, it didn't punch you in the face. It added such a beautiful character to that beer. I mean, that beer is one of those ones that sticks out in my brain and will forever. Awesome. When I think of you all, and really when I think of some of the most surprising and delightful beers that I've ever had.
Great. Glad you liked it.
Of course.
And then, of course, what?
Oh no, I was going to say, and I just took a sip of this, and this is right up there as well.
I'm going to change place because I just realized that I'm in a very dark place.
No worries.
It's better now. So we decided to do a beer. We decided to make this beer, and it was amazing, and people started to like it, and we decided to do it in a brew pub. We were invited to do it in a brew pub here in Brazil. It's called Cervejaria Nacional. Then we did like 700 liters, and it was gone in like 3 days. And we were like so amazed by it. And then we thought, yeah, we have something in our hands that could like potentially be good. And we started to work on it and started the company, and then moved to a brewery here in São Paulo. We started to brew here. Then we did Maturica, which is a Bohemian Pilsner with jasmine flowers. It was a success too. We were like so excited about it. And then eventually,
also delicious.
Yeah, it's my favorite, to be honest. It's I think it's my favorite of our portfolio. It's like, I love it. And then in 2019, we started to brew in the US. So it was a game changer for us. It was like, it's really good because more people got to know our beers and our story. And we're very grateful to be there.
Yeah. And on behalf of really, truly all of us in the United States, we are truly grateful to have you here. And for folks who are drinking this Fuji at home, I have to say, when I read it was going to be an apple sour ale, I was thinking it was going to taste, almost like a beer cider hybrid, but it really is a sour. Like it's truly a sour that has those apple flavors. And how did you get this to taste as exquisite as it does?
It's actually almost a hybrid because
oh, really?
Yeah, it's like 40% apple. It's huge. It's huge in apple. And it's supposed to be like almost a cider. It's not like a cider, but it's a little bit tart and it's a little bit, yeah. I haven't tasted it yet, to be honest.
Oh, no, really? I take my word for it.
I tasted the test we did here. I assume it's the same. So
no, it's really, I'm in New England. And so, we are in full fall mode, even though it sort of oscillates between being like very fall and still being 75 degrees out. And this is, it's a delicious fall beer. The apple flavor it's so good. And it's so crisp too. Like it's really, sometimes with those, when you have a cider based beer or even just an apple cider, it's sweet and it's almost like cloyingly sweet. But this one is
super dry.
Beautifully. Yeah, it's delicious. It's really, it's a pleasure to drink.
So you're going to have a little bit of tartness and like a lot of apple. That's what we wanted to translate in this beer.
And you nailed it. You really did. You nailed it.
Great. Thank you.
So and no worries if you don't know the answer to this, but for folks in the States, how many states are you in? Where's your distribution footprint?
We're in 9 states now. I'm going to see if I remember. I keep like trying to remember in alphabetic order. It's like California, Florida, Maine, already changed the order. Massachusetts, Michigan, Oregon, New York, and there's one missing. I'll remember it later.
Are you in Connecticut or Rhode Island?
Pennsylvania, sorry.
Pennsylvania, excellent. I would say I feel like you've had a really strong presence in the Northeast.
And Rhode Island too.
Oh, excellent.
It's 9.
Excellent.
We're growing faster than I can keep up.
A good problem to have.
It is.
Well, wonderful. Well, Myra, it was such a pleasure to have you on today, and really such a treat to be able to drink this beer here with you. So thank you so much for being a part of the festival and for being, joining us back for Beers Without Beards. And, here's hoping that we're doing this in person very soon and looking forward to drinking with you again very soon.
Me too.
Wonderful.
Cheers.
Well, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
All right. Bye. All right, folks. So we are coming up on our keynote conversation with Mariah Calagione from one of the co-founders of Dogfish Head Brewery, as well as a social impact leader for the Boston Beer Company. So stick around. Remember, you don't have to chug this. This is going to be a great opportunity for you to sip along while Grace and I chat with Mariah, and really excited about this conversation. So we'll be back in about 30 seconds. Again, sip this beer, savor this beer, grab some water. Water pairs really, really well with your, what is this, the 4th, 5th beer of the day. So big advocate for water here. So we'll see you back here real soon. Thanks all so much. Thanks, everybody. Welcome back. I'm going to bring on my co-host, Grace, to join me for this conversation. And we're also going to bring on Mariah. So Mariah, thank you so much for being with us today. It's such a pleasure to have you here and have you as part of this fest.
Thanks for having me. It's happy to be here. Wish it could be in person, but hey, this is second best.
Here's to 2022, right? Which
2022.
Fingers crossed. Oh, I see you get a sequence there. Excellent.
I've sequenced and I followed your instructions. I have water too.
Oh yeah, I've got seltzer right here. So I was seltzer actually sporting some dogfish.
All right,
so
look at that.
There we go. So I think Sam gave me that sticker at an EBF pre-party many years ago, and it got slapped on the clean canteen, and there it stays.
There it stays. Great.
But yeah, so Mariah, tell us a little bit about yourself, a little bit about your background, and you've, you're sort of one of the founding figures of the modern craft beer movement, and really helped to get beer to where it is today. And really, I mean, Dogfish has made a lot of these beers possible with inspiring so many brewers over the years. So yeah, I could sit here and sing your praises and write
no, please.
My love of you and the work Dogfish has done, but let me give you the stage here.
No, so thank you. So I obviously have been involved in Dogfish since 26 years. I didn't come on full time though until about 2 years in. My background before getting into Dogfish was I was working in local TV news. So I had a paycheck and health insurance, which was kind of the helped us get the company going. And then on the weekends would, bus tables or paint chairs or whatever we had to do when we opened the brew pub. And then when I did come on board, I was, I had with my vast 3 years of media experience, my plan was to sort of do marketing for the brewery because I thought that was the same thing, which it completely isn't. But anyway, I joined and I pretty much for the first 5 or 6 years did everything but what I thought I was going to do with marketing. I learned how to do payroll, did accounting, learned how to do TTB reporting, excise taxes, deal with insurance, all the fun stuff. I learned how to disguise my voice. So that I could avoid creditors. So that was I brought my acting chops into the company. And as we grew though, I was able to get more involved in sort of what I thought I was originally going to do in terms of marketing as we grew and were able to hire people that actually knew what they were doing in all the areas where I was kind of faking it. So then I did get into the marketing world of Dogfish and got to sort of build our initial marketing team and really started all of our social channels. When that started launching, actually two different drinkers started our social channels and handed them over to me and said, you really need to be doing this. And I was like, why would anyone want to read very short sentences about what we're doing at the brewery every day? That doesn't make sense. So turns out they were right. So that was sort of, and then as I got to be focused on marketing finally. And then as we continued to grow, we were able to hire people on our marketing team who actually were, had marketing experience. And so sort of I worked my way out of a job there again. And got really more involved in sort of the day-to-day leadership and sort of where we were going, as a company and all that kind of fun stuff. So I always kept my hand involved in the social side, social media, and loved the hospitality side of the business. So really just sort of all over the place, wherever there was, something that needed to be done.
Yeah. And Mariah, you said it yourself, 26 years, you have this wealth of experience. I think you've really seen or had a kind of unique perspective on seeing the industry over the past, 2.5 decades, from Dogfish being the smallest commercial brewery in America in 1995 to, I think, the second largest craft brewery in the country last year. So as the industry itself has changed, what are some particular challenges that you've faced that you've had to overcome? Or I guess the other side of the coin, what is one maybe project that you've undertaken at Dogfish that you've been especially proud of?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, in terms of what's changed, I would say every single thing has changed. Except the fact that, we love making and drinking beer. So, I mean, the industry grew and changed. The consumer base, the drinker grew and changed. The landscape of who even appreciated craft beer changed. So everything changed. So, you know, which is awesome. Like, it's all evolved. It's been fun. More people have come into craft beer. You know, I've met amazing people through craft beer, got to travel all over the world for some of our projects. So I think, you know, those projects, you know, with when we did the show on the Discovery Channel, which was like back now in like 2010. So that was really cool. I didn't go on all the trips, but I got to tag on a couple, which was fun. But I think the part of the business that I'm probably the most proud of is our beer and benevolence initiatives, which is sort of our philanthropy and community engagement arm at Dogfish. And we're from coastal Delaware, which is a very small town, like a series of small towns. Brett, I know you've been there. I don't know, Grace, if you've been down to, have you been down to coastal?
I've actually never been to the state of Delaware. I've driven through it, which doesn't count.
No, that doesn't count.
Stopping at Dogfish would count, definitely.
Yes, that would count. Yeah. But yes, so well, you'll have plenty of time to come visit. But yeah, so we're a series of small towns, and it's a resort area. So there's lots of really cool, vibrant, like, you know, nonprofit scenes. Like, over the last 20 years, it's really grown and changed. And there's a lot of arts organizations and environmental organizations trying to protect the inland bays and the coastline. So our beer and benevolence focus has really been around working with arts, environment, and community organizations. And that's been really cool. And our coworkers get really, really excited about the work we're doing and get engaged in it and bring ideas forward and say, hey, have you heard of this organization? They're doing really cool stuff. And then, of course, our drinkers, you know, are actually engaged in it every day, because a lot of what we do is drinker driven. For instance, last week we had an event at the inn, and we took all the tips that came in through our tasting room. They're all donations. And this last week we were able to take all the August tips and donate them to this organization who's putting in a bike trailhead. And just for the month of August, the drinkers that stopped at the Milton tasting room and left a tip, it was $26,000. So, like,
wow.
Yeah. So that's awesome that we get to pull in the drinkers to that beer and benevolence work.
I was not expecting to say a number that big. Yeah,
I wasn't expecting it either.
I mean, that's incredible. I mean, and then those drinkers, especially folks who, because I'm sure that Dogfish sees, you know, a good chunk of local supporters, but also, you know, I've traveled from Boston. I know that people have traveled from all over the world to come to Dogfish, and to be able to see year after year the effect that those tips that they leave while they're drinking beer change the landscape of Delaware and of, you know, Rehoboth Beach and Milton and that area is just, you know, that must be something to be incredibly proud of.
Yeah, absolutely. And that program in particular, like, we focus on small, relatively small local nonprofits where, you know, granted, August is our biggest month of the year in a resort area. But those tips used to be like $2,000 to $3,000 a month. And in the off season, they still might be, you know, $4,000 or $5,000, but then in the summer season, it just ramps up. But, you know, the program's grown, and the people, you know, our coworkers get really excited about it. And then, you know, if we're giving to like the Milton Garden Club, you know, they come in and enjoy some beers in the tasting room to help support the cause as well. So it's really cool.
That falls right in line with, I know, a new project that you and Sam undertook, I think, over the summer with the Nature Conservancy. Oh my God. Conservancy.
Yes.
Put together a really fantastic docu-series. I love the name of it. Mother Nature, let's do this.
Yes. Yeah.
Talk about that road trip and what that particular project is all about.
Sure. So the name of it came from, actually, when we opened the Dogfish Inn like 5 or 6 years ago, one of our thinking was we wanted drinkers to come to Delaware and not just hang out with us for like an hour on the tour or 2 hours at dinner while they're at the brew pub, but sort of they get to hang out with us. We get to hang out with them for like a 24, 36 hour, depending on how many days they stay, sort of experience. But what we really focused on was having people come down and really get to know what's going on in coastal Delaware. And over the fireplace in the lobby of the hotel, we wrote, Mother Nature, let's do this. So basically saying like, hey, welcome, now get out and explore, whether that's on a bike or a paddleboard or a kayak. So that's where the name came from. And the work that we've done with the Nature Conservancy. So we've worked with them for probably, I'm going to say almost a dozen years. We have a fundraising, like a road race or run. It's not really a race, but that has raised money. So this I guess 2019 was the last time we had it. And that year we hit over $1 million raised for the Nature Conservancy for the local chapter. And so that's been a longstanding partnership. I served on their board for about 10 years myself. And now we have another coworker serving on the boards of the local chapter. So what we wanted to do last year is we were thinking like, hey, in terms of our like summer in-store programming, like what kind of message do we want to share with drinkers? And we were figuring and hoping that that's when people would start to be getting out and doing stuff again, which was the case at that time. And we knew people would want to be outside. So we really built a program in store around sort of that Mother Nature, let's do this rallying cry. And then to support that program, we did a road trip up the East Coast, which is where we sell the majority of our beer, from Florida all the way to Maine, and visited with Nature Conservancy properties and projects that they're working on the ground, sort of up the entire Eastern Seaboard. And we learned a lot. I went back to my TV news days and pretended like I was producing newscasts on a daily basis. But we shot, the oyster reef of South Carolina. I did not edit it. Our awesome coworker Greg, poor guy, had to like take hours and hours of video that I was uploading and make some sense of it. And so what we ended up doing was creating 4 20-minute like sort of little docu-series segments. And I think we visited maybe 12 or 13 different projects. And so we created them into those 4 segments, and just sort of traveled up the East Coast and, learned a lot and tried to share it.
Now, Mariah, that sort of leads into the role that you now have with Boston Beer. And can you talk a little bit about what you do as the social impact leader there, sort of what that job means overall for folks who are watching who may not have heard of that title before, and what sort of projects you've undertaken since you became part of the Boston Beer family?
Sure. So for the first year after we merged with Boston Beer, I was focused still on a lot of like the integration stuff and when making sure that like sort of we realigned all of our values as a together company. We worked on sort of making sure sort of all the soft stuff, I guess, was working out. And then the summer, so it was the summer of 2019, our head of people and our CEO decided, there's so much stuff happening across Boston Beer, across all of our brands, across all of our locations that sort of falls within this world of social impact, community engagement, philanthropy. And it was very, fragmented. It was like sort of, it took me like months to figure out all the great stuff that was happening. So they came to me and said, hey, would you lead up this team? And we'll take the coworkers who are already working full-time on these initiatives and pull you all together and form the social impact team. So myself and a longtime coworker in Delaware joined with 3 longtime coworkers out of Boston and formed together the social impact team. So we work on things like coworker volunteerism, philanthropy, community engagement. And then we work with the 5 national brands and our local breweries and tap rooms wherever they need support. And then, so that was in the summer. And then in the October timeline of that year, we created another position on the team, which was our DE&I leader, which we hadn't had a full-time position at Boston Beer. And so we created that position after that came out of a couple of years of internal work with coworker network groups and a team that had been put together to sort of say, hey, here's where we need to make improvements. Here's what we're doing. And here's where we have opportunities with our internal DE&I work. So then we created the position, filled that position with another longtime Boston Beer coworker. And so now we're a massive team of 5. And we have awesome jobs. I think we have the best jobs in the company. And we get to do lots of cool stuff and connect with coworkers across the country that are doing really neat stuff.
Yeah, it's really great to see, bigger breweries like Dogfish Head now and Boston Beer, putting or actually including these positions in their own companies, like social impact leader, DE&I, leader or representative or whatnot. But Dogfish, you were doing work in the space even before you grew to where you are today, and so was Boston Beer. So I'm wondering, as a brewery that was just starting out, how did you go about even like creating projects or approaching, projects that benefited your community, kind of break it down for maybe a brewery out there that is smaller and wondering how they can work that into their business plan and may not have as many resources available. It seems like you've still done it without the resources. So how did that work in the beginning?
Yeah, I mean, it was really organic. And I know, from the time we were, a 1 location brew pub in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, that was pretty much empty, half the year because it was winter at the beach. We still had like local nonprofits coming to us and say, hey, can you donate beer? Can you donate gift certificates? And that's really how it starts, right? Like, and you get engaged with the community. My family, I grew up in a family where like everybody I knew, my parents, their friends, my grandparents, they all volunteered. They were always raising money. I think I remember hearing someone talk about my grandfather once, like, oh, Garrett, you got to run the other way when you see him because he's always trying to raise money for the hospital or for something. And so like that was just the way of sort of I grew up in a small town in Delaware of just sort of you were part of your community and that was an expectation. Whether you were volunteering in a school or you were a volunteer firefighter or you were raising money for something. So it was kind of natural, I think, for me and for Dogfish when we started. We're part of the community, and Rehoboth is very small, but it has a great culinary restaurant scene. So although there weren't other breweries at the time, we were part of a really dynamic restaurant community, and everybody sort of pitched in and helped and made events happen. And, that's just the way it was. And then it just sort of grew out of that. I don't think we really came up with the program name of Beer and Benevolence until, at least a couple of years in. And then we were like, oh, that's a kind of a cool name. We had actually had it printed on a hat one time and we were like, that's really cool. And so then after that, we grabbed that name and applied it to sort of all of that work we were doing. But so you don't really need resources, right, to get started. And there's things happening in your community and you can choose to get involved or not. And I think most craft breweries that I've seen over the last 26 years are businesses that get involved. It doesn't seem to be a lot of businesses that stand on the sidelines, right? They're rolling up sleeves, getting involved, whether that's hosting a fundraiser night, donating product, every beer festival, many, have a nonprofit component. So it was just sort of a natural evolution. I think most small breweries, they're doing it whether they realize it or not, or whether they call it social impact or whether they call it community engagement. It's just really about being engaged and giving back.
It's so true because I feel like more than so many other spaces, the brewery is such a community-based space. Like it's where people come to gather. It's where people come to meet. We talked a lot about this, during Queer Beer that, breweries are so often sites of gathering and revolution and places where people are like, no, like we're going to make change and we're going to get together here and we're going to talk about it. And then we're going to go forward. And it's a really exciting thing to see. And it's, I think it's really exciting and refreshing to see breweries really stepping up and owning that and being like, no, this is a role that we have. This is a role that we are going to take very seriously and creating those positions like the social impact team to be like, how can we do what we can and use our resources to drive this forward?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the the need is different in every community and really at different times in every community. So I think, there's no sort of, dearth of what you can get engaged in if you want. Like, I think you have to kind of stick your head in the sand if you don't want to get involved and sort of almost make a decision not to. But I don't, we don't see that very often, do we?
Yeah.
No, I think breweries have this really unique platform, like to what you're saying, Britt, is that they're these communal hubs, and whether they realize it or not, just like celebrities have a very kind of elevated platform, breweries are really like local celebrities in their towns. It's like where you see people in the town. It's like the very popular place to be, and I think whether breweries realize it or not, they have that power to really influence the people that are coming into their space and to really decide, as a brand and as a business, how they want to present themselves in their neighborhood and in their community. So, just to reiterate what Britt said, it's great to see that Dogfish Head and Boston Beer have just been kind of leading the charge there. And, we've had Jennifer, we heard from her panel earlier today. She joined us at Beers Without Beers last year. Boston Beer was our presenting sponsor at our inaugural Queer Beer earlier in the year. So it's just really great to see breweries that are in these positions really supporting a more diverse and inclusive and equitable industry. So
yeah, well, and like then it's like all of a sudden when breweries get together and do things like because people don't expect that. They don't think. I mean, I think now they do, but in the beginning, it's like, wait, you're going to work with another brewery? That's like that doesn't happen in my industry. And I'm like, well, that's why we're not in your industry. Like,
right?
We of course we do things with people we want to hang out with, and generally there's other brewery people that we want to hang out with. So I think that even elevates any cause even a bit more.
I know, it's so funny. You wouldn't necessarily think of like, oh yeah, a collaboration within the car industry. Like this is the collaboration between like Ford and BMW. Like that's not something you see, but it's it's so common within the brewing space. And with those social impact projects, like Black is Beautiful that was started by Weathered Souls, and I think. Did that break the 1,000 brewery participants? I mean, that was probably one of the largest collaboration projects that has existed. And I know Boston Beer, took part in that, and so many others did too. And it's
and the Sierra one, with the wildfire, like that was pretty. I mean, that was awesome. How many people got involved in that? So, the challenge now is like we're even thinking like, okay, if we do some we do a lot of can releases from our Rehoboth Brew Pub, and we're like, okay, like. We have like the whole year planned out because there's more beers that we want to brew than we can even brew. And so then all of a sudden this other new thing comes along. We're like, wait, how do we like move everything around and make it happen? So
right. Tell us, share with us some of the exciting things that are coming up as much as you can that are coming up.
So in Rehoboth, which is where our brew pub is, where we started, and then in Milton, where our production brewery is, at both locations we have small breweries, like much smaller than our production breweries. So we use them for R&D, of course, right? So we always have beers on tap in Rehoboth and Milton that you can't, or that have not made it into commercial packaged production. And we're always trying stuff out. And sometimes it's even like, okay, we're going to tweak a hop on, a commercial production beer, but we want to like run it through a number of times and get feedback. We have our guests that come in and they'll tell you exactly what they think, which is a beautiful thing. So we're always doing, iterations of new beers that, Sam and the brewing team come up with. We're always tweaking existing beers. And then in Rehoboth, particularly, we bring back a lot of beers. So last week we brewed Indian Brown Ale, which is like one of my faves that we don't produce anymore. Chicory Stout comes back, Shelter Pale Ale, like some of our OG like production beers that, for whatever reason have gone out of full production. So we all, those are always drive a crowd in when we have those original beers. So, and then 4 times a year in Rehoboth, we do can releases that are in partnership with one of our benevolence efforts. So last week we released a beer called In Tandem, which was supporting some bike trail initiatives. And we actually did that with Revelation Brewery, which is also in Rehoboth. So we have those can releases, and then we have the reissue can releases, and then we have our tried and true favorites that only come from Rehoboth, like Covered in Nugs, and Outdoor Shower. Like those are beers that we produce there regularly, but we don't put into full production. So yeah, when you think of all those different beers, and that's where we're like, we need more time. We need to create more months that are like secret hidden months.
If we could only change the orbit of our planet.
Yeah, can we work on that?
Mars,
just to get more beer.
Yeah, exactly.
One of the things I love about Dogfish, and I know I said this in the beginning, is the off-centered ales for off-centered people, and how much that's driven Dogfish. Like one of the beers that always pops into mind is Chicha beer, which I'm sure that people bring up in a lot of contexts probably, yes. But which for folks who haven't heard of that before, can you tell them a little bit about what Chicha is and some of those beers that are a little more off-centered and how that has sort of driven the Dogfish ethos over the years?
So the first time we brewed Chicha was back when we were doing the Discovery Channel show, and the premise of the show was Sam would go around the world and recreate ancient beers or beers that were sort of part of a culture that was very different than where we were in coastal Delaware. So one of the trips he took was down to Ecuador, and he learned, went to meet traditional chicha makers. And chicha is a traditional drink in South America where the actual, the fermentation is started by using enzymes and saliva. So you take the corn and you actually chew it up a little bit and get that process started, and then you spit it, and they make these little cakes out of this chewed up corn, bake them in the sun, and then they put them into the liquid to ferment, continue fermentation into generally a low alcohol, sometimes fruited kind of drink. So we went all in on that process, and we got all of our coworkers at the brewery to sit around, during their work day, chewing up this purple corn and spinning it into buckets. And then we put it all together and, went on our way, made some chicha with it. So, everyone was like, that's disgusting and kind of awesome. I want to try it. Of course, some people were like, I never want to try. I mean, of course, the beer is boiled later, so it's somewhat, I guess, sterile. But but when I think of chicha, all I think of is chewing up that corn all day. And my mouth, everyone's mouth was just destroyed by the end of the day. And I almost get that hurling reflex because of just that all day long. You heard people chewing and spitting.
Oh no, I didn't even think of the sound. Oh,
so gross.
No,
but we got the base. We made it with local strawberries. It was, I did try it. It wasn't a beer that I'm like, oh, I want to have a whole bunch of this. Mostly because I was probably too close to it. But we've made it a couple times. It's not something that you can really ever take into a larger scale production, nor maybe should we.
Right.
But so that was definitely one of those literally we were all involved in that beer, in the production of it. It was a lot of fun. Our guests and drinkers that came to the brewery and the brew pub to try it, had fun with it too. And maybe we'll never make it again.
I got to try chicha, and if I didn't know the backstory behind the beer, I would have been like, oh, this is a delightfully tart strawberry sour. It was not a beer that you would think thousands of mouths have touched this beer before me, but it was such a
maybe not a COVID beer, right?
Yeah, exactly. Probably not. I was going to say, would that beer exist in a post-pandemic world?
What I think is great about those historical styles is that, and someone mentioned it in the comments earlier, but, women really are the OG brewers, when bringing it all kind of back around to the fact that we're celebrating women in beer today. Originally, women brewed beer at home. It was a very individual activity. They brewed beer for the family. It wasn't really until centuries later. I mean, we're talking about 4,000 BC, the Sumerians, that were women brewing beer in the home. And it wasn't until the Middle Ages, the 1300s, when we went through this whole witchcraft period, where women started to be demonized, for creating brews, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, witches creating beer. And as beer moved out of the private sphere into the public sphere and really became popular, what we would call today tap rooms, but pubs and ale houses and things like that. Then men started to take over, and then when it became like a public domain and the capitalistic business, if you will, that's when men started to like come into the picture and kind of take over. And then women had were placed at home, which is obviously that gender stereotype that we battle all the time. So chicha, lots of other varieties of beer out there. Women were the OG brewers that were making all these historical styles.
I think one of the other, when we did all those ancient ales, one was from the Jiahu region of China, and that was from 9,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was from a tomb, and it might have been a woman that had been buried. Well, it's probably not, but she probably made the beer. But then another one we did was Vasir, and that was the tomb or the burial site where the evidence that we used to recreate the molecular archaeology of that beer. It was a woman, in a tomb with like sort of a brewing vessel there, like sort of on her lap in her burial site. So it was kind of crazy.
I'm pretty sure, I mean, don't quote me, I'm not a historian, but I'm pretty sure the first documentation of a vessel that like had traces of some type of fermented beverage came from China. I'm pretty sure it was dug up in China.
I think I remember that from some trivia game at some point in time.
Yeah.
I wrote a book about
That's right. You can play a historian during beer festivals.
history, but I can't recall all the facts.
And then I know from the Boston beer set, wasn't Jennifer the one who really spearheaded the Sati beer there with like that, which was originally brewed by female brewers in, I think it was India, but I'm not remembering.
Sati?
Yeah.
The Sati.
Yeah, we did a version of that too. I think you're right. I think
Finnish style as well. Juniper berries.
Yeah, because I remember
or something like
grilling rocks at the brewery.
Yeah.
This was well before we realized the importance of safety and safety measures in our brewery. So we probably made some bad decisions looking back on sort of grilling rocks and taking hot rocks and putting them into like with a shovel. Yeah. So
I'm pretty sure that's how science happens though, right? Like Marie Curie invented radiation, and she just had no idea that it would affect, your body that way. Or she didn't invent radiation, but she discovered it, so that's how you push things forward in your industry.
Absolutely.
Well, Mariah, it has been truly such a pleasure to talk to you today. And I feel like if we don't wrap things up soon-ish, we'll just keep talking for the rest of the day, because it's been such an honor. I think, my sort of wrap-up question is you've been in the industry, not for so long, but you've been in the industry since it has sort of, come from, what was it, about 1,000 breweries back in 1995, with Dogfish Head being the smallest commercial
I think
brewery.
there were 600 when we opened.
Oh, wow. And you were the only brew pub in Delaware at the time.
For a short amount of time. Yes, we beat, I think Iron Hill and Brandywine were like right behind us. But yes, we were first since Prohibition. So that was kind of cool.
I mean, you've seen things grow and things change and, come from to almost, we're getting up to 9,000 breweries these days. Is there anything from those like really early days of the modern craft beer era that you wish would come back, and anything that you're really excited about sort of looking to the future?
Well, so between Sam and I, he's like the one that likes to do everything and crazy and all over the place. And I'm more like structured and planned. And so I think if he, like some of those early days where we like didn't know what we were doing, we were like making shit up on the fly, not that we're all not anymore, but like, it was just like the sort of figuring out what to do, making up not making up your own rules, but like defining what it is and who you're going to be like every single day. Cause it hadn't really, there was an industry, but we weren't connected as well as we are now. There was no like sort of, there were some beer festivals, but there weren't as many. There was like not obviously social media to keep us all connected. So that kind of heyday kind of time was energetic and fun. It was a little chaotic for my taste in retrospect. But that energy, I think we definitely miss now. But there's still energy. It's just different. And you kind of feel like, oh, there's nothing left to there's no more white space in beer. Like, and one of our big sort of ideas is if we're going to do something, we want to make sure it's differentiated. We don't want to necessarily just do something for the sake of doing it. We want to find some white space. So it's harder and harder to find white space, but we keep finding it. Like, we keep expanding definitions of what we're all drinking. So I think that's exciting. I mean, it's not probably what we all sort of saw coming, but it's really cool. I think the evolution of craft beer and sort of how well it's been received. It's kind of crazy now that people are like, oh yeah, my parents used to drink Dogfish Head. I'm like, oh my God, like, yeah. I'm old, but it's also kind of cool at the same time. So I don't know. I'm excited to see what's next for craft beer. Cause there's, like you said, 9,000 breweries doing a lot of really cool stuff now. And I don't think we're all going to just sort of like stop doing cool stuff anytime soon. So I'm excited to see what collectively we all bring to the fore and see where it goes.
I would say you're actually drinking a pretty cool beer right now, the Sequence, because that's a beer that's really put sours kind of into the hands of people who wouldn't necessarily think sour beer is something that is a good thing. And it's for anybody who's watching who hasn't gotten a chance to try Sequence, which if you haven't, go get some. It is really good. The last time we were at the EBF pre-party, I was served a Sequence mixed with Red Bull, which I didn't think was going to go well for my evening, but was surprisingly tasty.
Yeah.
But yeah,
kind of cool when the beers all of a sudden are mixers. Like, yeah, right. I was at a bar one time in Providence, Rhode Island, and they were serving this can rolled, the top rolled in black sea salt, and they would open it before they were like, I forget how they did it. Whatever. It had involved a shot of tequila in the can. And I was like, ooh, why didn't I think of that? Like, that's pretty cool. Yeah. But it also was a really cool presentation of a beer. Like, you don't really need black sea salt on the outside of a can, but it's kind of like when someone walks through a restaurant with a really awesome looking dessert and everyone's like, oh, I wasn't going to order dessert, but now I might. So I thought that was cool. But yeah, it's a really, like when we first rolled it out, we didn't even know if we should put the word sour on it because we're like, not enough people know, and that's too polarizing. But we did. And it's a complicated beer, even though it's like a nice, light, easy drinking beer. There's, it's a tough one for our brewers because we actually brew 3 different beers in sequence and then put them all together. But yeah, we drink a lot of it. And it has sea salt from Maine and from the Chesapeake region, which are both areas that are pretty close to our hearts. So fan favorite in our house.
Yeah, I love that beer. It's perfect for the beach, perfect for the boat, perfect for basically anything. So
I agree.
I'm
biased though.
Tequila also.
With tequila. I'm sure there's other really good things that it's good with. So I look forward to hearing from people what they think.
Amazing. Well, Mariah, thank you so much again for having this conversation with us, for telling us a little bit more about your journey at Dogfish Head, and also as now the social impact leader at Boston Beer Co. Britt and I are both really excited to see what new projects you're going to come up with at Boston Beer and continue to follow your work into the future. So thanks so much again for participating at Beers Without Beards today. Well, thanks for having me, and hopefully we can all be together in person next year. I hope so. Fingers crossed. Cheers to next year. Bye-bye. Awesome. Thanks so much, Mariah. Well, Grace, that was phenomenal. I mean, it's seriously, this whole festival, I'm like, no, I don't want the time to end. Like, I just want to keep talking to everybody. It's here. Yeah, I think we're probably about halfway through now, maybe. Just about. Actually, a little more than halfway through. We started 3 hours and 45 minutes ago, I think. If my math, I don't know, I went to art school, so my math might not be spectacular there, but aren't my best subjects either. So but yeah, we'll just say about how we approximate, math, and, art and English people, we approximate. So yeah, we're about halfway through. I'm going to reiterate what Britt has been saying this whole time. If you haven't had a chance yet, get some water, maybe get some snacks or something to eat. I know we're going to be coming back here, probably take a little bit, maybe a 5-minute break or so, since we have some time, and then we're going to come back with Andrea from King Canary Brewing Co. in North Carolina. We're going to be tasting Chirps Up. So if you want to grab your Chirps Up, we'll see you soon.
And wait, before we do that, Grace, for anybody who hasn't yet, we're going to put this QR code back up on the screen. As a reminder, we are matching donations up to $2,500 to the Pink Boots Society. The Pink Boots Society, as we've said before, but for anybody who's just tuning in, they are an organization that is uses education to help further the careers of women and femme-identified folks within the brewing, the beer, the cider, the wine, the fermented beverage, alcohol space. So if you're able to, please consider scanning that code to donate to Pink Boots. We're going to try to raise some good funds for them. They have, as we said, some scholarship programs that help people to further their careers. As we heard in the Boston Beer panel earlier today, there are lots of paths into the brewing industry. There are lots of paths to become a craft beer professional. And so Pink Boots is really working to make certain that they're clearing some of the brush and the rubble that may be on those paths for women and femme folks to be able to get into the space.
Yeah, now I feel like we have to raise $26,000 because Dogfish just set the bar so high, but they had a month. We only have a day, so
yeah, really.
Seems good. Seems
That's
fair.
true. We like less than 7 hours. We can do this. Yeah. So thank you all so much for being with us so far. Make sure you get those donations in if you're able to, and stick around because we'll be back in just a few minutes with King Canary. So get some water, and we'll see you back here real soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you all had a chance to do whatever you needed to do, hit the restroom, grab some water, have a snack, as I just did, feed the dog so that he doesn't spend the rest of the next couple hours pawing at my leg, letting me know that he is here and he needs me. But anyway, thank you all so much. We have another tasting coming up. We've got Chirps Up from Canary Brewing. We're going to be joined by Andrea, who is one of the owners, and Libby. So yeah, welcome to the broadcast. Thank you both so much for being here.
Hi, thanks for having us.
Absolutely. So yeah, let's crack this open and we'll start tasting.
Let's do it.
And while I pour it into my glass, can you both tell me a little bit about yourselves and what you do at Canary and a little bit about the brewery?
Yeah, so, well, first of all, thank you so much for having us a part of this. This has just been incredible. I've been watching it on and off since it started today, and it's just been remarkable to see how many interesting things you guys got going on. So we're proud to be here.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we've been equally fortunate on our end to have such an embarrassment of riches of incredible folks in the brewing industry. So it's been, I can only speak for myself, but I know I speak for Grace as well. That it's been such a pleasure to talk to everyone, and the pleasure continues.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm Andrea, and I'm one of the owners here, and we are right outside of Charlotte, and basically brew just about anything. We were fortunate enough to be close enough to a pretty big hub of cool beer scenes in Charlotte, and then also about 2 hours away from Asheville. So we're a little bit up the suburbs of the fun, crazy beer stuff. So we like to brew things that are approachable and drinkable to our local community, but also test out some fun stuff too.
Yeah, I'm Libby. I work in the tap room. Do some sales, just trying to get our beer out there.
Well, wonderful. Well, we've got Chirps up here, which the nose on this it's so tropical. Yeah. I feel like I should be drinking this on a beach. It's
right.
So good.
And that is sort of where it all started. So I kind of wanted to give you a little backstory, but we originally brewed this back in June of 19. To partner with a charity, actually the Surfrider Foundation. And they came to us, being that we are situated on a lake, Lake Norman. It's about 500-mile radius man-made lake. So our backyard looks right out into this huge body of water. So it was important to us when they wanted to do a beach, and beach cleanups are their thing, but they were like, let's do a lake cleanup on Lake Norman. And we were like, that sounds great. So we had 20 paddleboarders kind of launch off from the back of our tap room and do a lake cleanup, and then they all came back, and we brewed this beer for them as a fundraiser and released it on National Ocean Day.
Yes.
So we were trying to think of a way to incorporate sort of a tropical theme, and knowing that it has like the Citra and Cashmere hops, adding the toasted coconut just for an extra little hint.
Yeah, and the Cashmere gives it kind of a pineapple-y taste, so it's definitely like pina colada-esque.
Mm-hmm.
Our brewer was really funny when we brought up the coconut, because he was like, well, we don't want it to taste like sunscreen, and we were like, well, we just want to have it be drank while people are wearing sunscreen. But
and you've so succeeded, because sometimes when I've had beers that have had coconut in them, and I feel comfortable saying this because it does not apply to this beer in any way, but it's like, oh God, this tastes like beer shampoo. And the coconut works so beautifully with these hops, and it's the right amount of tropical, but it's not, it's not overpowering. It's really just bringing so much to the beer. This is delicious. This is phenomenal. It's a pleasure to drink it.
Yeah, it's one of our favorites. So yeah, we rebrewed this and actually decided to can it, and we don't do a lot of packaged stuff. So this was one of our favorites. So
I pretty much begged the brewer to do this one again. I was like, it's my favorite. I love it.
Yeah. And how lucky for all of us, because you all don't distribute outside of North Carolina, right? You're very, very local and fairly
pretty much all Charlotte area and surrounding.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice. So yeah, for everybody drinking this at home, this is one of the few opportunities you'll get to drink this beer unless you hop on a plane and head to Charlotte. And I actually, what's great is that the Next Glass, who's the parent company of Hop Culture, has an office in Charlotte. So I hope that the next time I'm down for work, I'll be able to swing by and drink some Chirps up and look at that lake.
We would love that. Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. So both of you, we've been talking a little bit about the paths that people have taken to where they are now within the craft beer space. Can you tell us a little bit about what brought you to beer?
Yeah, so our story is a little bit unique, but so my husband and I started the brewery, and sort of a little bit of the background of that was he's always been into beer, like I think since in the womb, but then got a crazy corporate job and kind of got sucked into that for about a decade. And then we started our family, and we're looking for more of a life balance, and it just seemed like a natural thing for him to pick his favorite thing, and became a brewer and went to Siebel, and really just was like, this is what we're going to do. And it was an awesome project for us to work on, and we learned a ton. And then I'm not sure however many people know, but unfortunately he passed away in August of 2019. So it's been an honor for me and the rest of the team to kind of keep it going and letting his legacy live on. And we brew a ton of his recipes, and so we're able to really keep his momentum of what he wanted this to be alive. And thankfully we've had such an amazing team that's been with us since we've opened. So we're all just a family, and fortunately we have a ton of girls on our team.
Yeah.
But so that's sort of where we started, and our hopes are just to continue growing, and little by little we've every 6 months we sort of get into like the next thing, and so distribution sort of on our radar, continuing to explore with new beer styles, and the options are endless. It's been fun listening to some of these panels and just all the different avenues that you can kind of take to better the business, whether it's marketing. I thought that the part about the Instagram and all that, it's just all so interesting. So yeah, we learn every day, and we are inspired by all you, and it's a fun industry to be in. It's a great industry to be in.
Yeah, and it's as we keep talking about throughout this whole day, it's an industry that I feel like has so many great opportunities to lift other people up within the industry, and be able to support folks, and be able to work together in a way that I think you don't see in many other industries. And it's great, and really what a wonderful way to honor your husband's legacy than brewing such delicious beers and getting to share them with so many folks. So to him and to all of you for this beer. And thank you again so much for coming on. And we'd love it if you could stick around with us. We've got another panel discussion coming up about leadership within the brewing space, and we'd love for you to join us. So
absolutely,
we'll let you go for just a minute or so while we bring Avery on. And for folks watching at home, again, we've got a panel discussion coming up. You do not need to pound your Chirps up. This is a beer that should be savored. This is a beer that you should really, again, see what happens to this beer, and to lots of beers as they warm up a little bit. Beer wants to be cold, but there are some really interesting flavors that come out as beers go from fridge temp to slightly above. And I'm getting more and more tropical notes as I'm drinking this. And I think people will be really pleased with what comes out of this beer as they enjoy it during the next panel. So we'll see you both back here in just a minute, and we'll see everybody else soon. So get ready for a panel discussion presented by our presenting sponsor, YETI, and being led up by Avery Swanson of Keeping Together. So we'll see you all back here real soon.
Sounds good. Thanks.
How's it going?
Hey, Grace. Good.
It's good to
How are you
see
doing?
you. I know we were talking
too.
on the phone just a couple of days ago, but it's nice to actually see you over
Face to
all the
face.
yeah, face to
Yeah.
face. Well, thanks for joining us today. I'm really excited for this Leadership in the Brewing Space panel. We did a roundtable last year called the Women in Beer Leadership Roundtable, and it was one of our best events of the entire festival. So I think we're going to have some really important conversations here. So thank you again so much for joining us. If you guys have never heard Avery Swanson's name, I don't know if you're a craft beer fan. No. When I think of women leaders in craft beer, your name just immediately pops into my head. You started out as a volunteer at one of the most renowned, spontaneous, and mixed fermentation breweries in the country, Jester King, and worked all the way up to head brewer. And then in 2018, just decided to venture out on your own, put in your notice. You headed up to Chicago, and about a year later opened up your own place called Keeping Together, and have been brewing the beers that you love, saisons, ever since. And in a world of, dank 8% double IPAs and pastry stouts and fruited sours, which all have their place, and I love those as well. But in that kind of crazy world, you started Keeping Together with a 3% table beer, and I've just been really rocking it ever since. So I'm excited to get into your knowledge. You're also one of 19 master cicerones in the world, in the country, in the world, right? Yeah.
In the world, yeah.
In the universe? Yeah.
For now, yes.
For now. So I just wanted to kind of introduce you that way. And then hopefully, tell us a little bit more about your journey with Keeping Together. Tell us about how you recently became ambassador at YETI as well, kind of why you decided to team up with them. And then we'll bring in our other panelists. So yeah, just tell the folks out there more about yourself.
Thanks, Grace. That was a very sweet intro. I'm very excited to be here. So thanks to you guys at Hop Culture for having me. I am very excited to talk about leadership in the beer space. That's kind of a favorite topic of mine anyway. So a little bit more about me. Like you mentioned, started out at Jester King, started out home brewing, volunteered there, was there for several years until 2018, 2019, when I moved up to Chicago and started Keeping Together. Keeping Together is a saison-focused beer, mixed culture fermentation saison beer project that I've been doing here out of Half Acres original brew pub location. It's more or less just me. I have a little bit of help when I do packaging because it makes it more fun. But otherwise, it's basically just me. So I'm brewing the beers that I enjoy drinking, beers that I hope other people enjoy drinking. They are beers that, I don't know, for me, beer is a very communal beverage. It's very, it's a special thing. It's been a part of human history for ages and ages. And I think that it's a really powerful interpersonal tool and experience if you choose to look at it that way. So the beers that I'm making at KT are made with that intention behind them. And I think that is an important thing. It is very much a collaborative process to make beer. You're working with other live organisms and you're sharing those things with other people that are living and breathing. And I think that the energy and the intention that you put into that is incredibly important.
Yeah, very eloquently put. And if folks are looking to learn a little bit more about your story and your history, we did just put up an article on the site, 15 questions with you. So feel free to head over to hopculture.com and check it out. But as you mentioned, beer is a communal experience, communal brewing, communal drinking. So let's bring in the other folks on this panel. We have Andrea again from King Canary, and then Ariel, who's joining us from TALEA in New York. Wonderful. So Avery, I'm going to kick it over to you and get this panel started, and I'll be back at the end to kind of wrap things up.
Sounds good. All right. Hello, ladies. It is nice to meet both of you. I have heard plenty of things about both of your breweries, but have not had the pleasure to enjoy a beer with either of you in real life. So this will have to do for now. I would love for you guys, I know, Andrea, you were just doing another segment, but I'll have you start, maybe tell us a little bit about King Canary and kind of how you got started in the beer world.
Yeah, absolutely. So I shared a little bit prior on that last little bit that this was a team project with my husband who started out as the brewer and, like you, has homebrewed forever. And this was just a dream of his. And he took it from his hobby in the garage to a full-time thing. So he really taught me a ton about beer and just the science behind it and the math, and that was sort of his background. So watching him in action was always a really cool thing for me. And I sort of headed the marketing and sort of the design. We're actually located in an old home that I was able to renovate and turn it into like this awesome brew space that we dealt with a couple challenges, but it turned into something fantastic. So a couple different angles, but for why I'm here, because like you said, this industry is amazing, and the partnerships, friendships, basically family that we've made being a part of this is like nothing else. And on top of that, like you said, beer is just something that everyone can come around and come together for and share their experiences and enjoy together. And in times like this, you know, it's always great to have something that keeps everybody smiling. So yeah,
Definitely.
it's become a passion, and not only to keep his memory alive, but it's a staple in our community, and we're here to be a part of that.
That's awesome. And Ariel, how about you?
So I actually came on board TALEA as their lead brewer back in April. They were a contract brewery that started back in 2018 with our owners, Tara and Leanne. And then they did crowdfunding and got money to kind of build their brick and mortar in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, and started construction in like the middle of COVID and kind of built through there. But I came on board in April as the lead brewer. It's a 20-barrel brew house into 40-barrel tanks, so it's actually a lot of work for one human being. And we hired on a second brewer. We kind of co-lead everything together, Eric, and he's wonderful. So I've actually only been with TALEA for a few months now, but I've been brewing for 4 to 5 years, and just in the industry for just doing everything at this point. I think since 2014.
Awesome.
I started homebrewing as well, and that's actually how I know one of our owners, Tara. She was in the homebrew club with me. It's one of the largest in New York City, and we got to know each other there. And I think that from that jumping off point, to speak from the TALEA perspective, she ended up realizing how much she really wanted to work in the beer industry and have her own brewery or be connected in some way. She comes from a hospitality background, so I think that we all know like how important hospitality is in this industry. And Avery, you're talking about community, and I think that hits like the nail on the head for a lot of her targets. Ended up meeting one of our other owners, Leanne, and they kind of just like became besties and hit it off and created TALEA, which is the conglomeration of their two names, Tara and Leanne, TALEA. And I think that they built this brand in this company that is centered around, not these like dark cellars that are, gloomy or whatever. And they wanted to create these light, beautiful spaces that they enjoyed kind of being in with like their groups of friends if they were to like invite people out or whatever to celebrate something, as we like to enjoy beer over celebration a lot. And they created TALEA, which was kind of like this idea of like women and minorities in beer and creating space around that. So when I came on board, and when I even just saw them at community events in New York City prior to joining the team before COVID, it was always really exciting, and I was a fan and loved watching them grow, and then being able to kind of come on board and be a part of that and help kind of even bring even more community and more centering around minorities in the industry was a really exciting thing. And then also get to make beer, because during COVID, there's obviously a lot of challenges, one of them being unemployment. So being able to just kind of make beer again and do it in a way that I was also in a lot of control was really exciting. So that's kind of like how I am part of the TALEA team. But I've, been brewing for a long time. So
That's awesome. It's nice when you're able to kind of find your space within a group of people and in a physical space that feels very natural and very welcoming. I've been to plenty of places in the beer industry, different, over the many years that we've been here, that are not always super welcoming and really, I don't know, safe space. So I think that it's really an incredible thing to see more and more of that in the industry as we kind of move forward. So I love to hear that you're enjoying working there. I think in order to kind of get this conversation about leadership going, I think it's important that we define our terms, right? How do you define leadership? What does that mean to you? How do you feel like your definition of leadership has been formed or informed? Do you feel like you've had mentors that have kind of helped shape your definition of leadership over the course of your career, or maybe even prior to that? And Andrea, I think maybe we'll kick that over to you to start.
Absolutely, it's a great question, and I think it takes a lot of different forms. But I guess specifically as it relates to being here, I will say that's been a huge part of why I chose to continue moving forward, was our mentors and relationships, and we had established those prior to Matt's passing. So I was always in such great hands with in the industry, and learning from them and watching what they were able to create and the teams that they were able to form. I think this is one of those industries that is such a creative space. So allowing our teams to be flexible and have their own voice really allows the leadership to, we're all leading in our own way. Because like for me, having our brewer do the beer, like I trust everything he does. And when he comes to me with an idea, I can see it in his face, how happy he is and how excited he is. And, he'll mention it at a meeting and we're all like, of course, that sounds great. So, everyone has their thing that they're great at. And for me, it's so humbling to watch everyone be able to bring their own ideas to the table, whether it's our own team or a collaboration with, neighbors or even breweries that aren't, are farther away. I think the idea of leadership is like such a group effort in something like this, because there are just so many moving parts that we all come together on. So we bounce ideas off of each other, and I think we do it together, basically. So
that's great. It takes a village, right?
It does take a village. I think having that title of leader sometimes, it sounds so, important, and in reality, it's everyone together. So
I love that. 100% agreed.
Yeah, same.
Ariel, what about for you? How do you define leadership?
I think for me, grasping the concept of leadership, I think and as I'm sure we all have been in circumstances where we haven't had good leadership when we were growing our careers, I argue that I still am growing my own career, as you are both as well, as business owners. I think that for me, leadership is something that I saw as like a negative thing. And I didn't necessarily see myself as a leader for a long time because I didn't want to become the negative space that had been created for myself. So for me, it was kind of this fight against that mentality internally, and then also kind of pushing the boundary externally, and just understanding that like a good leader is all of these opposite characteristics from what I felt like I've experienced. A good leader is empathy. A good leader is understanding. In the brewery specifically, a good leader is somebody who's going to have their boots down in the muck and in the trenches first, and not ask somebody to do it before them. They're always going to be the ones getting their hands dirty or volunteering first, to set a good example for your expectations for the team, but then also to just know that you're there with them as part of the team, and you're not something that just floats above it. And just going off of what Andrea said, is just, leadership is also collaboration. And I think that being able to sit in a room during a production meeting with, you know, our owners and my co-lead and our operations manager, and just have a conversation about, okay, so what's working, what's not working. You know, as a new brewery, you go through a lot of growing pains and stuff. What's working, what's not working, and how, like, what beer do we make next? And when we look at the schedule, and like, what flavor profiles are we targeting? And, you know, if they're not as familiar with a style, like bringing in examples and just like having a tasting panel of like commercial examples from other breweries that we value of like what that tastes like. And that type of collaboration and collaborative effort is also like, you know, gives me fuel for bringing leadership out into, you know, the brewery and into the cellar with our small team there, and then also just into the community, because it, you know, being able to have those tough conversations in a production meeting allows you to go out and, you know, work with other people in the industry who are seeking help, leadership wise or mentorship wise or whatever. I think for me, also having two very great mentors at two different stages of my career was extremely pivotal, as a reminder to be like, I think the first mentor that still exists as a mentor today, he told me, you're going to make mistakes, and you're probably going to make a lot of them, and you're probably going to be mad at yourself. And the one thing that you have to remember, especially as you move into, this is something he told me as I was coming to TALEA, something that you have to remember coming into a new leadership role, is that those mistakes, you learn and you grow, and those add an extraordinary amount of value to everything that you do every day, and the ability to lead and teach others. Because God forbid somebody else makes the same mistake as you, you know, and could have said, hey, I did that, don't do that.
Yeah, I think that that's a really important perspective to have. There's this just extreme vulnerability being in a position of leadership, right? Where you feel like everyone is watching every move that you make, and you don't want to screw anything up. You don't want to make mistakes because you are, you know, like the weight of the whole thing, you feel like sometimes rests on your shoulders. But I think it is very much kind of sharing that vulnerability and being open about that vulnerability, and the fact that we're all human and make mistakes. That to me is one of the most important parts of being in a leadership role or being a leader. It's kind of letting people know that it is 100% okay to make those mistakes. And like you said, that is where the value really comes. There is, you know, people, even in something as simple as like technical brewing, people ask me questions, and I'm sure you guys get questions like this too. Like, how do you do that thing? And it's like, I can tell you 100 ways how not to do that thing, because I tried so many times to do it and failed so many times in doing it. So, you know, there will never be one right or perfect way to do anything. There are many ways that you'll screw up, but it's all of those points of learning that help you become better. So I think that that's a really fantastic definition for sure. And actually, on the topic of kind of mistakes or challenging leadership moments, I know this is kind of if somebody posed this question to me on a panel like this, I'd be like, oh man, I'm going to need like at least 10 more minutes to think about a good answer to that. So I'm going to kind of stall for a second while y'all think about that. But, you know, if you were to kind of put together an example of a really challenging leadership moment, whether it be internally with maybe an employee or a coworker or even a boss, you know, what might that be? Or if nothing comes to mind in that realm, maybe a challenging leadership moment or a teachable moment with somebody in the community, or maybe one of your patrons, or another industry peer. You know, is there anything that comes to mind there? And if either of you has a response first, feel free.
Sure. So I think for where we are currently, coming out of like some major change and then going through a pandemic, I think some of my challenges currently are sort of feeling this moment of like, what direction do we want to go to next? And, you know, I think seeing what other friend breweries are doing or what other people are doing, like, it's just so eye-opening. And I think taking, you know, everything that is out there to learn and bring in and put it back to what where we want to be and what it means for our business and what we want to do going forward has probably been the most challenging. Just what avenue we'd like to go and what steps to take to get there properly and taking the right time and doing the right research. And it's so fun. I mean, there's so many fun next steps, and I think for me, being the one that gets to like hear everybody's ideas, and the team comes to me with, what about this? And when can we do this? And we'd be so excited if we could have that. And so I think it's filtering all those things and just really, it's funny because I have 2 small children at home, and it's a very similar situation. Constantly, putting on that hat of like, what's a priority, and is this the best thing for the bigger picture, or keeping everybody happy, but yet also moving forward in a responsible way. So I'd say like that's probably been our biggest thing, and I guess the thing I'm doing to sort of go about handling it would really just be to take baby steps. And as like you said, as we go along the way, every little mistake that we've made has only taught us how to do it best the next time. And so I kind of relish every time we have a hiccup or a bump, because I think it's like me putting that on my list of knowing like I'm not going to do that again. So like every time I'm like, great, we can cross that off of our screw up list. But yeah, so I think that would be our toughest challenge at the moment.
Yeah, that makes total sense. I would, one of the things for me with keeping together, I don't have any employees yet. And that's one of the things that I find to be really kind of daunting in looking towards the future and growth and everything, wanting to make sure that I'm creating this space where everybody feels heard, where they feel like they have a voice, and still making sure that there is like decisive direction and, just like focus in that way. It's kind of like I said, it's a daunting prospect. So I honor that you are in that space right now, and that it sounds like you're doing a good job in making sure that everyone feels included in some of the decision-making process. Because I do think that increases the ownership of the people there that are, spending their time and their energy and their intention for your business. So that's great. Ariel, what about you? Challenges or teachable learning moments?
I think I probably have many if I sit and think long enough. But 2 that kind of come to mind are just as a non-owner of a business, but as somebody who is in leadership at said business. I think the one more specific example is like potentially losing a team member because they were unhappy and maybe you couldn't make them happy, and trying to understand that that's not your fault, and not have this anxiety about then bringing on another team member and thinking that everything that you did with that last person was your fault, and understanding that sometimes things just don't work out, and that to be the best leader that you can with whoever you bring on into your team that is new, that maybe you do try to sit and identify those things that you could have done a little bit better, but then understanding that constant stream of communication is really important to maintaining that like camaraderie and level of happiness between like our really small team, and understanding like, that as things change and grow with a new business, what that person needs to be happy and comfortable, and listening to them. And then on a greater scale, I think with leadership, with our front of house, we have a very large front of house staff and a large tap room in comparison to the brewing team. And I think that there's this like idea of leadership of like not being able to connect with people and like share in their struggles and their discomfort in certain things, whether it be personal or in their workspace. And I think that I've recently learned that instead of trying to take a step back and be like, no, I'm a leader, I can't get to know you, no, I can't be your friend, that actually taking a more direct approach and trying to understand some of the complications and the struggles that they feel, because as a leader, it is also my job to communicate those things to others and be like, hey, is there something that we can do better here? Because the last thing that you want is everybody showing up and being miserable and not wanting to come to work. I think that, as we have to, operate in this capitalist society and make money to live, unfortunately. But, you don't want people to be miserable. You want them to enjoy what they're doing, or, at least enjoy the people that they're around while they're in that space. And we obviously can't control what the customers do, right? At the bar, no one can. But I think that being able to have that and develop a little bit of camaraderie between leadership, instead of having this veil of, I'm a leader, like I can't be, I'm your manager, I'm in charge, or I'm indirectly in management, so I can't, be your friend. Friendship, whatever, but I think that, I think one of the challenges that I've faced in this and with other spaces is just kind of understanding that it is definitely, I would encourage that closeness and that camaraderie between leadership and non-leadership, because it helps you build a stronger business and have closer ties with one another. And, obviously, not all, that's my opinion, but I think that those challenges have definitely been ever present or reimagined in some way based on the past recently. And that's just kind of jumped to the forefront for me when you asked that question.
I think that that's an incredibly important thing to mention as well. And I've seen that play out in lots of different places too, where there is this kind of divide between leadership and the people that they manage or the people that they lead. And I agree with you wholeheartedly that it does not and potentially should not be that way. We're all humans, and it is that empathy that brings us together, and that makes it, makes what we do so important. So I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. Before we kind of move into some like Q&A, or I think Grace is going to be jumping back in here in a minute. If you guys had, one kind of pearl of wisdom to give to somebody who is coming into the industry, what piece of advice would you give them? Andrea?
I think this would go with most things in life. If you give it your all and don't let any type of fear of what you perceive this industry to be, and just let your passion guide you in the direction that you want to be. There's so many different ways to be involved in this beer world, and I think we all have the things we love. And ultimately, everyone here is here to enjoy something that we all create together, and it's a happy place.
I love that. Ariel?
I think for me, it has been extraordinarily challenging to, in many spaces, to be the person that's like giving you this like great pearl of wisdom, because I'm like, you know what? It kind of sucked. A lot of my journey has been very difficult. But ultimately, you're right, Andrea, that's supposed to be a happy place. And I think that if I were to kind of look at somebody and tell them like, oh, you're just trying to get into this industry, just know how difficult it is as a minority in the industry. But it's important to hold your own space and to be, I recently listened to a panel and a friend of mine was speaking on it. And she actually, this is her pearl of wisdom, was her stubbornness is the reason why. And I think that in addition to that, knowing that you have to be stubborn to maintain your space and what that space means to you, and uphold that space for yourself and then for others. So just know that stubbornness is, within reason, is that I think is what has maintained myself and definitely maintained other women and minorities in the industry as well. So be stubborn and ask for what you need. Create that space for yourself.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that wholeheartedly as well. Awesome. Well, it's been really awesome talking to you ladies. I don't know, it's always invigorating and energizing to get to talk to other people in the industry that care so much about it and want to see it improve. So I'm grateful for all of you.
Yes,
for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. Avery couldn't say it any better myself. And there's something, Ariel, that you said at the end there that I found really poignant. You have to find a way to hold your own space, and I think that translate for you as an individual, but also I think it can translate into actual physical taproom spaces themselves. So for me, I identify as she, her, as a cis woman, but I obviously present, have very tomboyish, male features. And so for me, a lot of the times in tap rooms, where I run into issues are if there are, male and female bathrooms and they're not non-binary. And I've run into issues where I go into the female bathroom and, people think I'm not supposed to be there. So I'm wondering if there are ways, and especially Avery, I know you're looking for a tap room space kind of in the near future or whatnot, but are there ways in your own tap room that you can kind of make these physical spaces more inviting or more inclusive to everyone in the industry? I can throw that out to anyone. Avery, with you?
I think TALEA, I guess I can start. TALEA has non-gendered restrooms. They're just individual private rooms, like door lock, whatever. It's not just like a separate room to stalls or anything. And we have like 4 or 5 of them with an ADA changing table for parents and those things. So I think that those types of just like, why does it have to be gendered? Just how about everybody has their own private space to use the bathroom or change their baby's diaper, or maybe the baby puked all over themselves and they need a space to clean that up that's just not in front of everyone. What have you, just creating, and that's the easy thing too. Like those are very easy things to manufacture into a tap room when you are building your own space. But then also, I think that this was spoken about during the marketing segment, but just diversifying the types of people that you show in just your marketing is really important to drawing in the types of people that you seek, or employing a diverse group of people brings in a diverse group of people. And I can speak literally from that I have very much seen that happen at TALEA specifically, where we employ a diverse group of people and we are actively seeing that as our customers come in. And it's really, really beautiful thing.
Fantastic. Yeah, I know in one of our earlier segments, the beginning of the day with Boston Beer Company, Kate Russell, who is co-owner of Hopkinsville Brewing Co., also mentioned to me that very similarly they're in like her brewery is in a tiny town in Kentucky, but she has non-gendered bathrooms and same thing, like an area to change for families if they have to, change babies' diapers or anything like that. So just kind of little touches for people to consider or think about, in the industry that can make a huge difference to all folks. Mm-hmm. So excellent. Well, I know we're kind of wrapping up here. I wanted to see if there's any questions in the comments. Not seeing any right now. So I think, Andrea, we had you on for 2 segments in a row, so we'll let you get a break and kind of finish out the rest of the festival. But thanks so much again for participating and hanging out with us today.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us.
Perfect. Bye. And Ariel, you are now on double duty. We are going to be coming up with a segment with you in just a couple seconds where we're tasting Wheels Up from TALEA. So this is going to be my little, make sure your seats and tray tables are in their upright positions. Phones are set to airplane mode. Insert that metal tip into the buckle. Include other airplane lingo here. We'll be back in 30 seconds with Ariel. They are going to be doing a tasting with Britt of Wheels Up from TALEA. And Avery, thank you so much again for leading this super dynamic discussion on leadership and women in the brewing industry. So again, if you haven't read the article, it's up on hopculture.com. But we have an article all about Avery and everything that she's done in the industry. So check it out.
Thank you so much, Avery.
Thank you all. It was great.
And we'll be back in about 30 seconds.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. I just had to sprint in that little break to the fridge to get a cold one.
No worries. I've done that a few times, and a couple other times I've been like, I need more water, as I've been advocating for everyone to drink throughout the course of this fest. Because yeah, we started it. Yep. I've got my cup with my dog sticker on it because that's how I decided to manage my pandemic anxiety, was by buying custom stickers with my dog's face.
You should like send that out as promo. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty great. I have a couple of friends who did the same thing, and so now we've covered all of our respective dogs' accoutrement with everybody else's dogs' faces. So such is pandemic life. But anyway, Ariel, before we go too much further into dogs, let's crack open Wheels Up and let everybody drink this along with us.
The best sound. I know that everybody said it today, but it really is such a good sound.
We've been talking so much about how, when I'm getting all sorts of sentimental about beer, about how beer is an art form that really, it engages all of your senses. And that really is like the sound of a can opening, of a bottle opening, of like the perfect pour of a beer into a glass is just, it's just something else.
I don't have quite a beer glass. Also, the lighting in here is not great, but it is actually the same color as the paint.
I would say that's very well matched.
We tried. It was like Pantone. It was like, what do you want? Do you want?
Yep. Do you want Pilsner? Do you want Porter? Do you want a little more hazy IPA?
Exactly.
Or then you could go to the fruited Goza, and so many options. The SRM really needs to broaden itself up a little bit. But yeah, this beer. Tell me a little bit about it, because this was a recipe that you crafted at TALEA.
Yeah, this was this one is an original recipe, but it is somewhat based on the malt bill of one of our house IPA, one of the house IPA, Sun Up. I changed up the malt bill a little bit to see if it was something that we would like, and then this is all New Zealand hops with the exception of Citra. But we have Motueka and Nelson Sauvin, and then there's a little bit of Citra in there just because I think that it helps give a nice backbone. So a lot of, I know that I was watching a lot of today, or I tried to watch a lot of today, but when Allagash was doing their tasting, I actually realized that I kind of do that myself, where I do the bunny sniff and then pull it away. But it's really sweet on the nose. There is lactose in this beer, so it's going to have a nice full body. A little bit of sweetness from that, and then lots of juicy. I got juicy fruit, sweet overripe mango, lychee from that little light sweetness. A lot of white grape and those types of flavors kind of come out of Southern Hemisphere hops, which is, I think that we were going for something that was slightly more tropical and less soft, but that was I think there was a realization in the production room one day where we were just like, wait, do we even like New Zealand hops, or are we just buying them because they're hype? And it was just this, but we do like them. I think part of the reason why I added a little Citra to this beer was also to kind of help boost some of that more tropical notes, and fleshy peach fruits, which we are definitely getting a lot of out of this as well.
It's delicious, but you're right. It's really well balanced, because I feel like sometimes when we get these hazy IPAs, it's just juice. And it's well, if I wanted this, I would just go to my fridge and pour myself a glass of, that orange peach mango juice from Trader Joe's. But this has that balance, and it has that body, and it does still have that bitterness that makes it taste like an IPA. And it's really delicious.
Yeah. It was kind of a fun little not experiment, but I think that we just hadn't really used a lot of New Zealand hops in our repertoire, whether it was before I was there or as I just started kind of brewing some of their house recipes. So it was a really exciting kind of let's just spot purchase some New Zealand hops, just because there was they were on sale, and we were all right, let's buy some, and see what we can do with it and have a little fun, because ultimately, what is beer without trying something new? We're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. New Zealand hops, everybody's using them, but it was a new kind of new hop varieties for TALEA. And we're like, yeah, let's give it a shot and see what we like, see what we don't like. As a new brewery, new brick and mortar space, I should say, it helps us kind of develop a plan for what we want to see going into the future.
Yeah, and so you touched a little bit on new hops for TALEA. I know that TALEA, the beer design process for TALEA is, really to create beers that are approachable for, the beer geek who knows everything and can tell you, the alpha acid into all of the hops, to the person who's like, I do not drink beer, I drink rosé. I don't think that there's going to be anything here I'm going to like. So can you tell folks at home, a little bit more about the TALEA? I've been using the word ethos a lot today, but what?
That's a good word.
I'm going to say it works. I'm going to keep using it because I'm tasting a lot of beers today and my vocabulary is just going to start to limit itself.
That is,
but yeah,
mine will too. If I were doing what y'all are doing all day, I think I would probably just be using the word tender a lot and be like, this is really tender. This is soft. This is this is smooth and joyful. That's literally what I go into the more beers that I have. So I think that going back to the original question with TALEA and what the ethos is, Tara and Leanne started this kind of company because they were kind of sick of walking into bars and ordering whatever they wanted to drink, right? And being told, well, that's not really a girl beer. It's like, well, what the heck does that even mean? So they were like, well, fine. You want girl beer? Here's a pink fruited sour. But also we like IPAs, so we're going to make IPAs. Tara, we had a production meeting the other day and Tara was just like, is it easy to love? Because ultimately we go back to this thing and that is what they, what the brand is representative of is beer. It should be easy to love and it should be enjoyable and it shouldn't be this, what that means to me is that it shouldn't be this big operation of genderizing something. Obviously, I'm non-binary, genderizing anything to me is kind of silly. But it also should be something that anybody can walk in and feel welcome and enjoy beer the way that they want to without silly questions like that. And yeah, so the beers that they've kind of started out making, and I think that that's actually been a very exciting thing to diversify as part of the team now. When they first started, it was a couple fruited sours and a hazy IPA. And now that we have our own space, we have more room to play around with different styles, or even just hey, we're going to make a hazy pale ale and, or we're just going to make a pale ale and maybe it's clear, maybe it's hazy, whatever. But we're going to take some of those hops back a little bit, not dry hopped as much, and maybe add a fun little adjunct in there. So we made one that was kind of jokingly we're jokingly saying let's make an Arnold Palmer beer where it's tea and lemon. But we ended up doing chamomile, bergamot, put some honey malt in there for a little hint of sweetness. And we put lemon juice in it. And it was ever so slightly tart and lemony. Had really nice aroma and mouthfeel from the tea additions, right? Bergamot is orange peel, Italian orange, and chamomile, and it was lightly hopped with Idaho Gem, which also has some nice tea qualities to it, and citrus. So really fun one to play around with and expand the scope and the beer diversification that they have on their tap board.
I love that. And I have to say that as a queer person, as a mom, we should just degender everything because it just I feel it just closes so many doors to so many people. And to make people feel embarrassed for going up to a bar and ordering a beer that somebody would be oh, that's a girly beer. No, it's a beer. It's a beer that should be enjoyed by anyone and everyone who, reads the description and thinks, yeah, those are things I like. Strawberries are not girly. They are fruits. They are food. They are things that anybody should be able to enjoy. And also barrel aged imperial stouts are something that can be enjoyed by everyone. It's just, I think that's great. And I also have to say, listening to your conversation with Avery, making tap rooms more welcoming to folks, across the gender spectrum, and also doing so isn't just, welcoming for folks who are non-binary or folks who are trans. It's welcoming to everyone. Nobody wants to have to wait in line for a bathroom. Nobody wants to have to deal with the teeny tiny bathroom stall that doesn't shut all the way. And as we've talked about throughout the whole day, breweries are becoming community spaces more and more and more. They're not just the 21 plus space. So being able to create space where it's like, yeah, we have a changing table here. So whoever is bringing in their kids, like, welcome, here's space for you as well.
Bringing in
so,
kids,
yeah,
bringing in your dog.
Yep.
Or whatever, whatever well-behaved animal that you decide to carry around with you, like bringing in your dog to the brewery. We've got dog bowls. We have one of very, very grateful for one of our taproom staff members who started his own dog treat company with spent grain from local breweries.
Oh, nice.
One of them. And we have those for sale in the brewery. And so you can come and your dog has water. And then also if you want a treat, maybe you get a little one from behind the bar, but then you can also buy some to bring home or buy some if your dog's hungry, you forgot a little snack, whatever, because dogs need to eat too. And it's just a more well-rounded space than just the come drink juice with your beard or your flannel. Not talking shit.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I almost wore a flannel, and then I realized that you and Grace were both wearing flannels. I was like, tone it down.
There will be a portion later on in the program where Grace and I were wearing almost identical flannel shirts. And so I realized today that the only way for me to make sure I didn't match Grace today was to wear the shirt that I wore when we recorded that video. So, you're in the Northeast. Fall is approaching. We're getting there. It's flannel weather. My ideal is flannel shirt and Birkenstocks. I'm going to rock that for as long as I possibly can until there's, the first couple snowflakes on the ground.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm actually originally from Minnesota as well. So I was basically brought home from the hospital in a flannel. So.
Nice. So, Ariel, I know we're getting toward the end of our time with you, but for folks who've never been to TALEA, never tried a TALEA beer, they've had Wheels Up now. If they walk into your brewery, what would you recommend that they order next? What's another beer that you've worked on that you're super proud of, or you feel like really embodies the TALEA brand?
One of the ones that I just spoke about, which I believe we are actually almost out of, but if say you show up tonight or tomorrow, I would actually recommend that they try Lemon Gem, which is the pale ale that I was describing. If they if they want to try to expand their palate and try something different, that's a really fun one. And especially if they still like hop forward beers, it's just a different type of hop forward. But if you wanted something kind of lighter and easier, one of the things that Tara, Leanne, and I talked about prior to me even signing on board was, hey, how comfortable are you making different styles? And I was like, I'm pretty damn comfortable. And they're like, cool, can you make us a Pilsner? And I was like, hell yeah, I can.
Yes.
I was like, how much swearing can I do?
Oh, it's 21 plus. Swear as much as you want.
Great. Fuck yes, I can make you. I can make you a Pilsner. I made them a dry hopped Italian Pilsner. It's called Al Dente. It's one of those beers that is also still hop forward, but traditional German noble hops. It's fun, and it's gonna always be my favorite beer, just because that was at this point the beer that I'm most proud to have produced, especially since they were like, yeah, we'll try a Pilsner, and maybe we don't bring it back. Maybe we try another lager some other time. And now it is a full on house beer that we are producing multiple times a month to keep the people happy. So if you want to kind of come in and try, the things that are always going to be around, Al Dente, our house IPA, Sun Up, those are always going to be there, and they're fun, really great representations of good styles. And then, we always do fun fruited sours that change pretty frequently with the seasons. So kind of keeping your eyes peeled, depending on what season you're in, you're probably going to get something different, which is always really fun. It's especially fun to do in the brewery to play around with different fruits and adjuncts. So always something new and exciting happening. But if you want the staples, they're always there to kind of keep us going.
Nice.
I have a great answer. Drink all of it.
No, that was a perfect. Now I'm sort of driving distance to TALEA, because Al Dente speaks to me on really every level that a beer could speak to me. And seriously, I am delighted and shocked that was a name that was still available for an Italian style Pils.
I am also very shocked. And I think that I potentially angered a few people in the industry by doing it.
You take that name. You take that name and you run with it, because that
was a really fun and exciting conversation. I was living in Asheville, North Carolina for 7 months during the pandemic, because my partner is also a brewer and brews down in Asheville at Burial. And they were like, so how can we get you to come back to New York? And I was just like, I love you guys already, but like, let's keep talking. And they were like, well, they brought up a conversation of different styles. They brought up the lager or making a Pilsner for them. And I literally was sitting at dinner with my partner and I was like, I'm just like building this recipe in my head, thinking about it, thinking about all the recipes that I know that they've done, and thinking about fruited sours. And I was thinking just, about their brand. And I literally was like, what's a great name? Al Dente.
It's perfect.
And I texted them and they were like, what? Like, if you ever meet Tara and Leanne in person, they have this just beautiful excitement about them. It just captures everybody in the room. And they both were just so floored. They're like, heck yes, we have to do this. This is such a great idea. And it's, working on a team like that in general, just even if you're just making the hazy IPAs and you're just, pushing out like the beers that everybody's drinking all the time and that, are everywhere in the industry right now. Having that type of energy is just like so encompassing of, just it brings you into a better place in the day. If you're like, ugh, this day. And then Absolutely. They're just like, oh my God, we just got this great idea. Or, oh my God, come up with this. The energy is intoxicating and wonderful. As is the beer is intoxicating. So drink more of that.
And it translates to, you can taste the excitement, you can taste the passion, you can taste that like this is a beer that folks were excited to make and excited to brew and proud to, proud to put their names on.
I'm also very excited just at this color. I haven't cracked open and poured a full can in quite a while. And I was just like, whoa, yeah, heck yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's still very golden.
It's gorgeous. And it's the right level of haze. Like, it's not like, oh, is this a glass of juice or is this a glass of beer? Like it's beautiful.
Awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
I am.
It seems like some other humans are also enjoying it.
Yes, I was going to say we've had a really solid group of viewers joining us today, and I'm actually going to take this moment to shout all of them out. So, it's a lovely fall Saturday, at least where I am, and hopefully it is where everyone else is. And we really appreciate everybody taking the time. Both all of the brewers and the folks joining us on the live stream and everybody watching at home. So, cheers to all of you. And Ariel, thank you so much. Cheers to you. Cheers to the whole team at TALEA. And excited to do this again in the future and hopefully, fingers crossed, in person.
Yes, I'm so excited for that next year.
Yes. Excellent. Well, thank you so much. Have a really great rest of your day, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yes.
Cheers.
Right.
Have a good
Thanks
one.
So much, Brett. Bye, everybody.
Bye. All right, so folks, we are getting close to the end here. We have just 3 beers left. Well, we have 2 beers and a seltzer left. So we are going to be back in about 30 seconds with Holly from Outer Range. So go grab your Steezy and meet me back here in, like I said, about 30 seconds. And we'll see y'all soon. Bye. Holly, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing well, doing very well. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And we're going to try some super tasty Outer Range beer. I think I had said that it's Steezy, but it looks like my can is in the steep.
Okay.
But all good still.
I got Steezy, so we'll try them both.
Excellent. We're going to drink them both, and we're going to talk about how fantastic both of them are. So
yes,
all good. So Holly, tell me a little bit about yourself. I know that your title with Outer Range is a brewer and a quality control officer. So I think quality control is one of those jobs that I think a lot of people probably don't know exists at a brewery, but really appreciates exists at the brewery. So if you can tell folks who are watching at home what that entails in your day-to-day work, and just a little bit about your path to being where you're at.
Yeah. I'm originally from Washington State. I was brewing at a brewery there, and I moved to Colorado in July of 2020 and started brewing for Outer Range. Cheers.
Cheers.
Last summer, I kind of have just been figuring out where my role is here, and they felt like I had a good attention to detail and wanted me to just keep an eye on operations and making sure our beer is always going out up to standard, making sure that our in the steep always tastes like in the steep, and keeping a close eye on things. I'm a Virgo, so I've got a strong attention to detail, so I think that helps me out.
Nice.
I'm not exactly doing full lab work. Mostly.
Holly, it looks like you might have frozen on us a little bit.
Just day to day, making sure everything. Are you there?
Yep, I can see you now. No worries.
Okay, perfect.
Just a slight glitch in the matrix. We're all good.
Yes, exactly.
Very cool. Yeah. And so tell us a little bit about Outer Range and some of the styles that you all brew, because I know that IPAs are a big focus, but also a little bit of the Belgian side of things as well. Yeah.
Yeah. We are big Hazy IPA brewery. We love them. We brew lots of them. Currently bartending today, taking a little break. We're having our Oktoberfest.
I think I just saw a set of Drindle walk past.
Yes. But everyone asks me what my favorite Hazy IPA is, and it's a hard question to answer. We have a lot of different hop varieties and grain bills, and one of our most classics is in Steep. We love that one. It's an all Citra beer. Citra is just so good. It's just always one of my favorites. I think I'll get sick of it one day, and I never do.
I've said that about mac and cheese too. It's like one of these days I'm going to not be into this, and I'm solidly in my 30s and it's never happened. And I think Citra falls into the same category.
Totally. Yeah. So we've got a lot of Hazy IPAs. We're always trying to do new things. One of the owners, Lee and Emily, Lee spent a lot of time in Belgium growing up and got a taste for Belgian beers as a young adult. So he loves Belgian beers, and we try to keep those on tap. And I really love Final Summit. Right now we have Outings, which is kind of like a darker Belgian beer, and it's just always kind of fun to introduce people to those beer styles. I think a lot of people in Colorado are familiar with IPAs and Hazy IPAs, so it's fun that they maybe come here for one thing and then end up discovering that they also love Belgians.
Yeah, I feel like somebody at one point in time described Belgian beers as like a carnival of flavor, and you're gonna go in and you're gonna be like, oh, there's banana over here, and there are these like candy notes over here, and it's just do you sort of brew styles across the Belgian spectrum, or do you focus in on one end of more like triples, more quads? It
seems like we're kind of across the spectrum. We've done some Belgian wits. One of our guest brewers did a recipe that had like lemon and ginger, so not exactly traditional maybe, but kind of experimenting with what we can do here in Colorado and keeping it different. Nice.
So if somebody were to walk into the Outer Range tap room having tasted in the Steep or having tasted Steezy, what would you recommend they order next?
That's tough. We are starting to do sours, so we've been pretty proud of those. Some big fruited sours. We got some pointers from our friends at Trippin' Animals, and have been having fun with those this summer. So I'd say maybe try the sour if you're not familiar. And then I also really enjoy our lagers. We got some lager tanks in the beginning of the year, I think, and have been playing with those. So we've got a really good Helles on tap right now. We have a really good Kolsch. We have a really good Pilsner, and it's fun to kind of explain the different styles to people and try some of those crispy boys.
Yeah, I've been like professing my love of lagers probably since we started broadcasting today. And I feel like especially as the quality control or the head of quality control, the lager is a style that you gotta dial that in, and you gotta dial that in well, because you cannot hide many flaws in a lager.
No. Yeah.
And it's I know that for folks who are not as into the, or who are just sort of getting into craft beer, a lot of them might see like, oh, a lager, a pilsner, like what is this? I thought that craft beer kind of turned its nose up at some of these styles.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, you can't, especially a nice pilsner is a way, I feel like a lot of brewers show off their technical skill and their technical prowess, because there are some beers that you can hide some flaws in with, be it hops, be it fruit, be it some time in a barrel or something like that. But a lager, if you don't have that temperature control dialed in, if you don't have those hops dialed in, if you don't have your malt bill right on, it's just not going to come out the way you want it to, or the way that folks are expecting to taste that style.
Very true.
But yeah, I mean, Holly, this has been such a pleasure talking to you, and we really appreciate you coming on and drinking beers with us. And I know that at Outer Range today, like you said, it's your Oktoberfest, so
yeah,
I don't want to keep you any longer. That's fantastic. Fantastic.
It's a good break.
Cheers to you. Yeah. I was gonna say we can certainly talk longer if we want. If you need a good excuse to sit down for a little while, but it's been a pleasure, and thank you so much for sending this beer.
Yeah.
And please
Thanks,
pass
Tilly
on
and
our
Emily.
gratitude to the staff.
I will. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank
Well,
you so
have
much.
a great rest of your day, and happy Oktoberfest.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Cheers.
Okay.
Take care.
All right.
All right. So, folks, again, you've had two amazing beers. You've had your TALEA, you've had your Outer Range. Hang on to them, because we are coming up on a panel about the diversity and sustainability from our friends at Chart Industries. Chart has been a longtime supporter of Hop Culture Festivals. We are thrilled to have them with us again for this one. So we've got a great conversation coming up. Hang on to those beers. Do not pound them. Drink them slowly, because we're going to hear from a great group of people from Chart. And again, as a reminder, Hop Culture is matching up to $2,500 in donations to the Pink Boots Society today. So if you haven't already, we're going to scroll that link across the bottom of your screen. It is hopculture.com/Pink Boots Society. Head on over there. Please donate what you can, if you can, and help us raise some money to really bolster their mission and help them get more women and femme folks into positions within the brewing and fermented alcohol beverage space. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. Again, grab some water, grab some snacks, and we'll see you back here real soon for the Chart Industries panel. Cheers. Welcome back, everyone. As Britt told us in the presentation before, we're teaming up with Chart for now the second year in a row to bring you a panel on diversity's impact on sustainability. I have with me Jill Ivanko, Chart Industries CEO and President. And Jill, just to let you know, you are on mute, so you might want to unmute yourself if you do want to say hello to all the good folks at home. How's it going, Jill?
It's going great. It's great to be back for the second year, Grace. Thanks for having us.
I know. I can't believe it's basically been a year since we were basically here in the same position. And, you know, last year, I know I said that we would hopefully do it in person again this year, but we're not quite there yet. So I'll say hopefully next year.
That's all right. This is a great forum. So we'll have some fun here the next 30 minutes.
Exactly. And we teamed up with Chart and Jill last year. Jill led a fantastic discussion on, it was basically a women's leadership roundtable, which I actually referenced earlier in the show. And for those of you that don't know, so Chart Industries actually is known industry-wide for its frost-free vacuum-insulated liquid nitrogen equipment. So basically any of those beautifully velvety, creamy stouts, maybe you have had a left-hand one before, anything with nitro on it, they're basically the leaders in the industry for creating this type of technology. So today, Jill's going to welcome in some panelists to help her talk about diversity's impact on sustainability. So Jill, I'm going to get out of your way. We'll bring everyone in from the panel, and yeah, we'll go at it. So I'll be back in a little bit to help you with some Q&A at the end.
Sounds great. Looking forward to it. All right. Well, it looks like we have our crew here. So as Grace introduced, I'm Jilly Vanko, the CEO and president of Chart Industries. And we have the privilege of having solutions and products that all play in cryogenics, or what we call really cool products. And this is all for the nexus of clean. So today we're going to talk about diversity and its role in sustainability. It's my second year moderating one of these panels, and it's a second year of moderating a panel of awesome women who share a passion for diverse views as well as for sustainability. And most of all, we're here really to have some fun. So just to show you how diversity can impact sustainability, first of all, I'm going to talk about one thing, which is beer, that you guys are all very familiar with and our products go into. But me, I'm all about diversity, and I much prefer a little bit of wine. So that's what I'm going to partake in while we talk on this panel. So I'm going to spend a minute and introduce all of the wonderful ladies that are with me today. First, I'm going to talk about Julie. So Julie Rhodes, she is the owner and operator of Not Your Hobby Marketing Solutions, a business consulting and educational services company, and this is for the growing craft beverage companies. Really impressed with Julie's background, and she does live in Colorado with 2 boys, ages 10 and 7. So God bless you on that one, along with all kinds of pets out there. And not only does Julie love lager, she also loves donuts. So with that, Julie, share a little bit about your passion and some things that you want the audience to hear.
Yeah, my passion does go beyond beer and donuts. I don't love just carbs and that's it, but those are a big part of my life. So yeah, I've been in the beer industry for a very long time, over 13 years. I did over a decade in the service industry before that. So I've been hanging around this space for quite a bit. My specialties kind of in my company are helping out growing like craft beverage organizations with their outside sales tactics and plans, and optimizing their digital marketing techniques and working with them on how to better partner with their distribution partners, which is a challenge that all of us, I think, realize across the board. I'm very excited to be part of this group today. So thank you for having me on the panel. I'm also fairly loud in trying to be as much of an advocate for inclusivity and equity as much as I possibly can be. I am a member of Pink Boots. I'm also a chapter co-leader, and I'm also the chapter leadership chair. Some people might recognize me. I did a big talk last year at a virtual conference called Beer and Feminism. I have another one coming up at the Beer Culture Summit at the Chicago Brewseum in November. But diversity and sustainability go hand in hand. And being on the business side of things, I really want to get into this with people because it's not only ethically important for companies to embrace sustainability, but it's also fiscally responsible as well. So looking forward to getting into that.
Well, awesome. And I think there's probably many audience members here that need help right now with distribution and supply chain, given all of the macro challenges out there. So you guys take advantage of Julie's skill sets. And I think the comment around diversity and sustainability going hand in hand is really important. And I would also elaborate upon that in saying that it truly is a journey. Both of these things are a journey, and it's not let's do one and we say we check a box. Let's think about this as an evolution and a culture. And what we do typically find, and this is the same for the panel that we have here today, is that regardless of our backgrounds and of our diversity, there's always common ground. So I'm going to kind of leverage that common ground here and move on to one of our next panelists, one of our beloved chart team members. That's Christina Merrick, who's here with us, and the business development manager of our nitrogen dosing system. So one of the things that Grace introduced as part of our core competencies at Chart. Christina shares common ground with Julie. She is from Colorado originally, and Julie's currently in Colorado. Christina's been in the beer industry for about 10 years with a background in astronomy, birds, and she has a son in the Marine Corps and a daughter in the Future Farmers of America. So quite a diverse crew you've got there, Christina. Tell us a little bit more.
Absolutely. Yes, very diverse around here. I started in the beer industry about 10 years ago, and my career has definitely progressed from slinging beer at a restaurant where I managed about 30 taps and did a bunch of beer dinners with the local breweries. Transitioned there to selling beer, wine, and spirits for a local distributor where I handled about over 150 craft brewers from around the world. So finding homes for those in liquor stores and restaurants around Colorado. Then from there, I went to a canning line manufacturer where I helped those same craft brewers take the next step into putting their beer into package and choosing, the most sustainable of the packages out there today is cans. Started with Chart this year, where now I'm helping those same brewers find some more equipment to help preserve and pressurize and sustain their beer in the can. So it's been a fun journey, and it's always been really fun to be in such a fun industry. The craft beer industry is by far my favorite. I'm glad to be here. I know us ladies are a little thin, and I'd like to change that, as I feel like diversity is very important, and so sustainability. I've been on several recyclability committees throughout my years in the industry, and that hangs close to my heart. Definitely, trying to educate people on reduce, reuse, recycle, and keep that aluminum going, keeping it recycled. So send it back to you.
Yeah, that's great. And I think that the comment about the education side of things is really important, where we need to create the space to have these discussions and to share each of our expertise. So one of the other commonalities that Christina has is with another panelist here, Shelly Thomas. And Shelly, who's an environmental engineer from Arkansas, also has a military family member. Her stepson, 25-year-old, just finished 6 years in the Air Force. So amazing, and thank him for his service, as well as 5 and 8-year-old daughters. So I'll continue on the bless you. I have an 8-year-old daughter myself, but one is plenty. So let's continue to develop that next generation. So Shelly, I would like to hear a little bit more about your perspective on diversity and sustainability as well.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I want to say I'm just so proud to be on the Chart team with professionals like Jill and Christina, and of course working with Amy George. And Julie, it's great to hear what you've done and your involvement in Pink Boots. I think it's so important to truly embrace that creativity and that interest in science that girls have, and just to see them grow and develop and potentially become engineers or any kind of technical role in the industry is just, we need more diversity, and through diversity we can achieve that innovation that we really need. So great to be on here today, and thank you.
Awesome. Well, we're looking forward to hearing some more perspectives about the industry. But before we get into that, and last but certainly not least is Amy George. I've had the privilege to personally get to know Amy, and I think, Amy, you're amazing. You and I share the commonality of being women running businesses which involve manufacturing, as well as a passion for passing that desire on to the next generation and supporting female and minority entrepreneurs with early stage companies. By way of background, Amy's entrepreneurial leadership has positively impacted multiple diverse ventures, ranging from AI software that reduced industrial emissions to local farmers markets, to her current role as founder and CEO of Earthly Labs. And I won't steal her thunder on Earthly Labs, but I will share that Chart recently invested as a minority owner in Earthly because we just love the vision and love the diversity of Amy's venture here. She was recently recognized by Imbibe magazine as one of the top 75 leaders making a positive impact on the food and beverage industry. So with that, Amy, the floor is yours.
Well, it's an honor, Jill, and fellow panelists, to be part of this awesome panel and enjoy some beer with our audience members on a great Saturday. Naturally, we're thrilled to be part of the Chart portfolio and honored to be part of Jill and Chart's vision to address challenges for the next 100 years, whether that's CO2, wastewater, energy transformation. So we applaud Chart's investment and vision there. At Earthly Labs, we help brewers capture and purify and then reuse or convert their CO2. Many brewers have faced shortages in a post-pandemic world, addressing supply chain challenges, and we have helped them recapture their own great natural ingredient and reuse it in their beer. Why I'm passionate about that goes to my role as a mom with 2 kids and my gratitude for the resources I've been afforded and really deploying my talents and time to address climate change. So we're at a place in time where we can do something about it, and helping small businesses and other folks like me who really care deeply about the planet and natural resources, and giving them tools to address it in their own brewery and ultimately in their own winery or distillery or home is my dream. So it's my dream to be here today and to pioneer and applications with other great leaders in the brewing industry and Chart and beyond.
Thanks, Amy. All right, so we're going to get into the discussion here. It's going to be real informal, and we'll just pass the ball between ourselves, and everybody's coming at this from a different perspective, so the beauty of diversity. One thing I would say is what you heard is we are all moms, and what message I would pass along to hopefully the next generation listening here is that you can be a mom and you can be a successful businesswoman, and you can make a difference in the world and do all of those very successfully. So, so first of all, cheers to you, ladies. So we'll stop talking about the mom side of things and we'll start talking about what we're seeing in the industry itself. And I'd like to just tee up the first question with what the drivers and incentives we're seeing currently in the craft brewery industry to move in the direction of being more sustainable and being very responsible, as you heard from Julie, Christina, Shelley, and Amy in their opening comments. So I'd like to start with Julie, because she really brings a different perspective in a variety of different types of customers that she deals with. Your thoughts on this question, Julie?
Yeah, it's interesting to see the progression of this. So if you use the Google machine and you go back, through the years, people were talking about sustainability in brewing a long time ago. You look at folks like Sierra Nevada and New Belgium and, people like that were like the early adopters and innovators and everything. Not to forget, like also, honestly, North Coast, Kona, I know they're a little bit bigger, but they're also part of that as well. And now it's becoming more approachable and a little bit more affordable, honestly. And that's due to technology. I mean, just to be blunt, like it's technology. It has to do with marketing, the availability of information and education, which is awesome. That's the great part about things like the internet and social media and things like that. That's the upside of all of that. That I won't go into the downside at all because I'm not here to talk about the negative stuff. But
yeah, that'd take us a long time too, right?
I know, exactly. So as we go through this, it is reaching small to medium-sized organizations. You're seeing more people become certified B Corps, things like that. What I focus on my end, because I do work with organizations that are trying to improve sales, trying to improve marketing, building brand awareness, growing their brand, expanding, things like that. There's a bigger ROI for them than there used to be in the past. So consumers today are expecting more of a commitment, more of a purpose, to have like core values, like something that you believe in, right? That you're transparent, that your organization is not just like a corporate like robot. You're giving back to the community. You're thinking about the future. You're thinking about, that's the root of sustainability, right? Like we're improving for future generations. So breweries thinking about, or I say breweries, please excuse, like craft beverage, whether you're cider, seltzer, beer, whatever it might be, they are thinking way more ahead into the future, which is wonderful, because then that plays right into sustainability. And the great part is, on the like marketing and business side, millennials, that purchasing segment is way more environmentally conscious and diverse than any other previous generations. Gen Z is like off the charts, right? So now Gen Z is almost, they're about drinking age, like they're very close. Gen Z is actually going to comprise about 40% of purchasing power by the end of this year. And I'm also a data nerd, by the way. So if anybody wants links to anything that I reference, like studies or something like that, this is how much of a nerd I am. I have it on a second monitor. I'm happy to like copy and paste links if people want to read the articles and stuff that I'm referencing. But there's a CGS retail and sustainability study. And this one was from 2019. All of Gen Z said they would pay 50 to 100% more for a product that embraces sustainability than somebody that doesn't. So what I'm saying with that is that we've kind of arrived, and the more people can embrace this technology, the better. And again, it also, and it's not just environmental, right? It's social justice, it's pay equality, it's equity, it's availability to education, and things like this. So everything kind of, it comes full circle. We've gone from like a linear economy to like a full circle economy, if that makes sense with all my nerdy like business speak in there.
No, that's awesome. And I am a data nerd, so I'm going to be reaching out to you to send me some of that.
Sure, I'm happy to. I love it. This is my weekend.
And I'm certain for the audience that every one of the panelists here would be happy to have you reach out offline. So we'll be providing our email addresses for you at the end of the discussion here. But I think Julie hit on a few key points, which now is the time where people really want sustainability. They really want difference in behaviors from a consumer perspective. But we're also able to do this with ROIs that help businesses be self-sustaining. So, you can be for profit and still be helping the future generations. And I think that really, I love the term perfect storm, really creates the perfect storm where we're sitting on the cusp of being able to do this as an industry. And Julie's point on this stuff being more approachable, affordable, and that's the result of technology, leads me over to Amy, who's at the forefront of that technology and innovation. Your thoughts, Amy?
Yeah, most of the craft brewers and beverage leaders that we meet are very practical and forward thinking. So we love tapping this market as the beachhead market to build out small scale carbon capture solutions, because they see a waste and they want to avoid the waste. So in this case, it's CO2 emissions. And if they can capture and reuse it, they'd love to do it. Again, reducing waste and reducing emissions for most of the brewers we talk to is one of their top 1 or 2 goals. The upside is that they also get to reduce their costs. So they don't have to buy commercial CO2 and they can see an economic benefit. And again, the market-driven solution, which is our approach at Earthly Labs, makes it a win-win. So you get economic and environmental benefit. But again, other drivers, as I mentioned before, supply chain resilience and shoring up your key ingredient of CO2. If you don't have it, you can't make beer. But again, I've been so impressed and inspired by the craft beer community, as Julie mentioned, that are just leaders in the sustainability field, whether it's the sheer number of B Corps or what they're doing on social equity and diversity. It's really inspiring. So those are some of the drivers we see day to day with our customers.
That's awesome. And I think you guys have all touched on a key point, which brings together that diversity and sustainability in the same way, which is there's a lot of interlinkages in the industry itself. And I refer to them as the nexus of clean power, clean water, clean food, and clean industrials. And we're going to see more and more these things working together. So I'd like to talk with Shelley about clean water. How does clean water and clean food or clean beverages? How do they work together from what you see in your role?
Yeah, thank you, Jill. So I think you mentioned it, several times, Nexus of Clean, and Julie, you brought up the importance of the brand and how important that is, because people are looking at this brand and they're looking it up on their phone before they buy it. And they're saying, what's this company all about? And why should I really support them with my dollars? And I love the way that some of the companies we work with have embraced that and said, you know what? We kind of have a problem. And some of these breweries have a problem with odors. They have a problem with odors, and that results, from their wastewater. Their wastewater, maybe they're making more than they ever did before, but their wastewater, they need to treat it. And they need to treat it in a healthy and natural way. And we can help them do that by helping them to get oxygen into their wastewater and really help them to be a better steward of their resources and also a better steward of their community, because nobody's calling them and going, man, what you guys gotta cut it down, like you're stinking up the whole place. Like it really helps to have a healthy wastewater system, and we can help brewers do that. Now, some of the craft brewers may not be to that point yet, but the ones that are to that point and really would like a more advanced wastewater treatment system, we'd be happy to help them with something like that. So, yeah,
that's fantastic. Yeah, that's fantastic. Thanks, Shelley. And again, you start to see these things converge upon themselves. I'm gonna turn the question a little bit differently to Christina. Christina's role is she's out there pounding the pavement, selling a lot of these systems to this industry of customers. But I'd ask you two things. Are you seeing any difference in behavior around the cost side or incentives or mandates that is driving the behavior? And do you see an acceptance of diversity in the customer base, or do you see it heavily tilted toward one gender or another, or a perspective? Or are you seeing that as overall acceptance? So kind of multifaceted question. Let's see if you can pluck them off there for you.
Absolutely. I see, I would say here in the US, we were, the beer had been around for a long time, Belgium, German breweries around, hundreds of years, where I feel, the US with, like Julie said, Sierra Nevada, New Belgium really brought kind of a craft brewery revolution. And with that came packaging. And it all started out in glass. And glass is, as we've known in the last few years, has became really expensive and really hard to come by, and also really heavy to ship. So you see a lot of these craft brewers being like, you know what, let's help save the environment. Let's, save some carbon footprint, moving over to cans. And then you have, the big companies purchasing up all these cans, and you had some mandates out there, which they're a little hard for the industry, where, the US as a whole, our consumption of aluminum is only about, it's about 5 times more than what we produce. So we really need to keep those those borders open to imports of aluminum. About 75% of all aluminum that's ever been pulled out of the ground is actually still in production. It takes about, from the time one can is recycled, about 90 days before it's actually smelted down and back to on the grocery store shelf or the liquor store shelf. So it is, very, very sustainable, keeping it out there. I think if we can, just promote some more recyclability, there's about $700 million worth of cans being thrown away every year. And that's pretty huge. So if we can get, people to recycle more and educate there. On the diversity end of things, after being in the industry for about 10 years, I have been on sales teams where I've only been the only female for a long time, and I always feel that I'm usually taken as a breath of fresh air, and people are usually pretty happy to have me at the table, and I've never had anybody treat me otherwise, and I feel like more and more women are coming into the industry, and it's definitely more breaths of fresh air. So I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be here with all you fine ladies too.
Well, and that's evolution alone in the ability to be flexible and to find ways to kind of, again, create that space to have these types of discussions and talk with our customers about that. Okay, so I'm going to change the question. We've got about 10 minutes left before we go into audience Q&A, but I'm going to change the question to be, this can be a little bit more of a fun answer for you guys. Think of a story. Tell us a story that either solidified your perspective on diversity and or sustainability, or you said, hey, wow, I really could have an impact here, and this moment in time, this catalyst event in my life, or even if it was a small event in your life, kind of had me at Hello. And one of the stories I talk about around diversity in particular, a little less so on sustainability, is when I first became CEO in this role about 3.5 years ago, I went to an investor conference, and I was sitting at the table amongst multiple different companies, and it was in the morning, and a man walked over to me and he asked me to get him a cup of coffee. And I said, okay, well, the coffee's over there, but I'm waiting for my meeting. And it turned out he was actually my meeting, and he didn't think I was the CEO because I was a female. And, at that point I thought, we really need to be conscious. We really need to be thoughtful and conscious around how do we, again, continue to evolve this and make this and be impactful on this journey. So let's see. I think, Shelly, I see you're smiling over there. So why don't you tell us, and again, take it in whatever direction you want to here. It doesn't have to be anything hugely momentous, but something you want to share with the audience.
I think I could talk about when I first started to sell chemicals, and in the chemical industry, that's, it's just one of those industries where there aren't very many women. And I want to say that I really had a lot of sales people that happened to be, all men, but they took me under their wing. They said, let me tell you a little bit about this industry. And, they never mentioned that I was a woman. They didn't make a big deal out of it. But as I went through and I hired other women either to work for me or to work with me where I contributed in their interviews, it occurred to me that we don't always have those positive experiences. Not all of us do. So let's continue to encourage each other. And sometimes, like Jill's story, it's just, sometimes it's a shocker of a story and you don't know what to do with that. But we just keep going and keep encouraging each other. And I think forums like this are great because it's showing all the girls out there that, hey, we can be professionals, we can be women, you can do it all. And so thanks.
Awesome. Julie, you have anything you want to share?
Oh gosh, 10+ years supplier side sales, being a female and having 2 children in the process. I got some stories. All of them appropriate for this channel right now? No, probably not. But
cheers to that.
Yes. So it's I think about halfway through my career in supplier sales, I was pregnant with my first son, and I had an account buyer ask me if I was going to nurse my kid. And I'm giving you the PG version of the conversation, by the way. I'm certain there were some other things that were exchanged. So yeah, so there's a few intersections there, right? Being mom, reproductive discrimination, right? I'm in a sales situation, so I'm in performance compensation. Don't make the buyer mad, right? Don't piss them off, lose my commission. It sucks, it's not fun. And I know that I'm not the only one, but that was really a wake up, like a big slap in the face wake up call for me at that moment, because for years I had kind of been cruising along, and it was one of those, like, you knew things were happening in the industry, but everybody was just like compartmentalizing them and saying, like, that's just how it is. It's the good old boys club. Like, that's just how it is. We just kind of, you file it away and deal with the repercussions later. Starting my own company almost 3 years ago, I was like, the tape's coming off the mouth. Like, this is happening. Like, I'm not, restricted by a W-2 paycheck. So put your seatbelt on, grab some popcorn, because here it comes. So, but I think, we have a long way to go. I think the more conversations we can have like this, the better. Every little conversation counts, no matter how small or how big. And I know that we're making progress, which keeps me optimistic and hopeful for the future. But even just last week being at CBC, and I saw quite a few of you there, I won't say who the vendors were, but I had some men that refused to demo me on products that I could recommend and refer out to my clients, surely because they were busy with the guys. So you know, it shows up in a lot of places. But again, I'm not saying this to be negative at all. I think we just keep hammering away at it. Just, you know, just talk about it and being comfortable with being uncomfortable and addressing these things in our industry. And I have to give kudos to everybody on this panel, because not only are you females in a male-dominated beer industry, but you're also in science, which is very, very, very challenging. So my hat is off to all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, and Julie, I share with you, my team tells me all the time, they say, Jill, you realize you said that out loud. So taking the filter off is a good thing, especially as we do it in a constructive way. So one more comment before Grace comes back in for some Q&A. Amy, do you want to chime in on anything you've heard?
I had the same thing happen to me, Jill, on a conversation, you know, with an investor. So I'm thrilled that you're my investor, because they're like, who's the CEO? And I was like, that would be me. Who founded this company? Well, that would be me. So excited. But on the positive side, I wouldn't be here. Earthly Labs wouldn't have happened without the support of now one of our customers, 512 Brewing. They're a husband and wife team, and the wife took time to meet with me. I had this crazy idea of carbon capture initially for the home market. And she was like, you know, my husband and I have a brewery and we use CO2. Let's learn about this problem set so we can address the challenge. And so she runs a venture capital fund that invests in women called True Wealth Ventures, women consumer products driven companies. And Sarah Brand is her name, and it's 512 Brewing. So she took time out of her busy day to like give me counsel, mentorship, advice, and is now a customer, you know, many years later. And I wouldn't be here without her taking that time.
Well, thanks, Amy. And I think Grace is going to come back in and kind of close us out here. We did see in some of the comments a question for Shelley and her interest around the wastewater side. So Shelley does work at Chart, and Grace, we'd ask if you share all of our contact info with the audience as well.
Yeah, definitely. So Shelley, we got a question from the audience. Ashley was really interested about what you were saying about wastewater, but she said she missed some of what you said. So she wanted to know where you worked, but also I think if maybe there's a way she can get a hold of you or get in touch with you, if you feel comfortable sharing your email or anything, if she has any follow-up questions to ask you, that'd be great to share with everyone.
Yes, thank you. I'll go ahead and share it verbally right now, but I'm sure that, you know, reaching out to me on LinkedIn is a great way to connect. So Shelley.Thomas@chartindustries.com, and happy to, hopefully you can hear me a little better now, happy to help if there are any breweries out there that would like some support, even if it's us coming in and evaluating your wastewater systems, we're happy to help. So thank you.
Wonderful. And I know, Jill, you also wanted to share your information with folks as well in case anyone had any follow-up questions. So you guys can find Jill at jill.ivanko@chartindustries.com, or even generously, Jill has offered you can text her if you'd like. So how often are you able to just text the CEO if you have a question about something? That's amazing. You may regret this decision later, but
no, that's okay. I meet all kinds of awesome people that way. It's amazing. So I like to respond to everybody and have some good times.
I love that. I love that so much. So you can find Jill at 630-418-9403. And we can also post this on the YouTube page afterwards as well to make sure that people can go back and reference it. But this has been a fantastic conversation. Honestly, ladies, I know this was a panel on diversity's impact on sustainability, but I really loved kind of the direction you took, how you are all moms and you all have families, and you're all great examples of how you can be successful and have a family at the same time. I think the panel kind of took an unexpected turn there that I really enjoyed, and I enjoyed hearing that from all of you. I know personally, you know, I don't have any children yet, but, you know, my mom told me the story the other day, and I hope she doesn't kill me for sharing it, but she worked in advertising and business for a really long time. And on one of her interviews, she was straight up asked whether she had plans to get pregnant and have a family, because they were worried that if that was a part of her plan, that, you know, it would affect her work or all those stereotypes that go along with that. And, you know, that's just not okay. It's not okay anymore. It wasn't okay then. And so it's just amazing to see all of you just being very successful in your respective industries, and also, you know, having families as well. So you can do both. You can do both. And we have many people on today who also had families as well. So I appreciate everyone for hopping into this panel today. So we're going to kind of say goodbye to you individually. So Amy, thanks again for joining us from Earthly Labs. Enjoy the rest of your day. Shelly and Christina, both from Chart. Again, thanks for hopping in with us and sharing more about how to clean your wastewater and how to be more sustainable in your brewing processes.
Thank you.
And Julie, thanks so much for sharing all of your thoughts with us. I hope some people reach out to you to hear more about those great facts and statistics that you are referencing. I love the way you think.
Thank you. Yes. Anybody can reach me anytime. Happy to provide nerd data for anyone. Yes.
Sounds good. All right. Take care, Julie.
Thank you.
And Jill, thanks again for joining us for round 2. Another year. Let's make it 3 next year.
Yeah,
again.
absolutely. What a blast. Thanks, Grace. We appreciate you.
I really appreciate it. Take care. All right. Well, that was a wonderful and fantastic panel sponsored by Chart Industries. We're going to be back in about 30 seconds for our last beer of the day. Not our last drink, but our last beer. Probably one that you guys are all really excited and have been waiting for a very long time. But we have a video interview with Natalie Chilurzo from Russian River Brewing Co. about Pliny the Elder. So grab some water, grab some food. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
I'm about to be on. Grace, how did it happen? We were at the last beer of the fest.
What is time?
I know. Time is a flat circle and has no meaning anymore. All right. So I know a lot of folks have been waiting pretty much the whole fest for this beer. I know that for a lot of folks, this beer was a big factor in their decision to purchase this box. And the beer we were talking about is Pliny the Elder. We're excited about it. We hope you're all excited about it too. Natalie from Russian River was unfortunately not able to join us live on the panel today, but for a very good reason. Natalie and her husband, Vinny of Russian River, are out at Hop Selection. We're going to hear a little bit from her in a few moments because Grace and I were fortunate enough to be able to record an interview with her earlier this week prior to her leaving for Hop Selection. So we're going to roll that now. We are going to just own up to the fact that this is a pre-recorded video. This is not live, although I am wearing the same shirt that I am in this video because you will notice Grace and I accidentally matched a little bit. And I figured that the best way to avoid matching Grace again was to wear the thing that I matched with Grace on the first time around. So
you're right.
It was a ton of fun to talk to Natalie. And before we roll into that, I'm just going to bring this up on the screen one more time. Pink Boots Society. We have heard from some incredible women and femme folks in the industry so far today. And as we said, we are matching donations up to $2,500 to Pink Boots Society. And again, please don't think that any size donation is too small, whether you have $1, $2, $5, $10, I can keep counting, but hopefully we all know how to count, even though we are several beers deep in this festival today. Scan that QR code, go to hopculture.com/pinkboots, boots with an S, it is plural, society, and donate there. And really any donation amount is very appreciated and put to extremely good work. So Thank you all so much for sticking with us to this point. We're going to bring up this video from Natalie and grab those Pliny the Elders. You have earned it. It is a long-awaited beer, and we hope that you enjoy that beer as much as we enjoyed talking to Natalie. So we'll be back in, this video is about 35 minutes long, and we will be back after the interview. So we will see you on the other side.
Roll that tape.
Roll it. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I'm going to pretend like we're not recording this in the future, in the past, but we absolutely are. We have come to the end of the Beers Without Beards event, and we have saved really one of the best for last. So we are here with Russian River president and co-owner Natalie Chirzo, all of the above. And yeah, Natalie, thank you so much. I think that you've made a lot of people's beer dreams come true with getting Pliny the Elder showing up on their doorstep. So we just really, on behalf of all of us at Hop Culture, want to thank you so much for being a part of the fest, for brewing this really incredible beer, and being with us today. Although you're not with us today, you're if you can tell the folks at home a little bit about yourself and where you're off to on this fine Saturday.
Absolutely. Well, hello everybody and welcome. I hope you're having a great time at the Beers Without Beards event, and thank you to Britt and Grace for inviting me to join you. I'm very honored and grateful to be a part of this cool experience. My husband Vinny has done a couple of your other events, and that I've kind of tuned in the background to. So they've been very well organized and fun events. So, but I appreciate you getting the ladies involved this time. So thank you for that. So yeah, I do apologize for not being able to join you live. Vinny and I are actually headed to Hop Selection. So we will be arriving in Portland when everybody is tuning into this live, and so I'll be traveling that day and unable to join in person. But we didn't get to go to Hop Selection last year, and we're really excited to get to go in person this year. For those of you who don't know what that is, every harvest, during the hop harvest, brewers from around the world actually make the pilgrimage to the Pacific Northwest to meet with farmers and brokers, and we actually get to select our hops from the current year. And so Vinny and I have an annual tradition. We've been doing this for probably, 10, 12 years or so. And we fly north and we meet with a couple of growers in Oregon, and then we drive through the beautiful gorge and head over to Yakima. And we spend a few days in Yakima, and we go to a lot of our farms that we do business with. We go to Peralt and Carpenter and Siegel Ranch and Loftus, and we meet with YCH Hops and Haas and all the players. And so it's a really important time for me and Vinny, because we really our focus is quality always, and it starts with the ingredients. And so we like to go and have a say in what lots of hops that we get from each vintage, and it's a lot of fun too. It's always kind of reinvigorating to go up there and be around the farms and smelling all the hops, and it's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, one could argue without this trip, like Pliny the Elder and Pliny the Younger won't happen, right? So I think this is a pretty important reason, for you to be visiting the festival and to be going up to the Yakima Valley for Hop Selection this year. I mean, I think Pliny the Elder and Pliny the Younger have really, kind of defined Russian River as a brewery, but I know it wasn't always a part of the lexicon or the tap list that you guys had. Can you just guys give us a little bit of a rundown, a little bit of background about how you became the co-owner and the president of Russian River Brewing Co., and how you've become one of, like the try before you die list of breweries for a lot of beer geeks to visit around the world, really?
Well, thank you for that. So pre-Russian River, I mean, this goes way back. We could talk for a couple hours if you want, but we won't. We'll try to keep the Reader's Digest version going here. So in 1994, Vinny opened a brewery called Blind Pig Brewing Company in Temecula. And so that's really where he got his start in the craft beer industry. We were together. We've been together 31 years, and we were dating at the time, and got married while Vinny owned Blind Pig. So I have been in the beer industry at least at arm's length since 1994. I was also in the wine industry for about 19 years. And so That's pretty much all I've done in my adult working career is wine or beer. And so once Vinny sold Blind Pig during the 90s, because it was kind of a fledgling brewery at the time and the world wasn't quite ready for the hoppy beers he was making. We moved up north and he started working for Russian River Brewing Company, which was owned by Korbel, in 1997. And I completed my degree at Sonoma State, was working on a career in the wine industry, again, still at arm's length, involved in the industry, going to all the GABFs and conferences and pouring at festivals and helping Vinny pick hops and helping brew and all that fun stuff. And then in 2003, they closed the brewery and we had the opportunity to acquire the brand from Korbel. And so that's where I come in. And so Vinny and I wrote a business plan. We set out to talk a bunch of people into investing in our new little business. And we were able to reopen Russian River Brewing under new ownership in downtown Santa Rosa to our brew pub on 4th Street, which I imagine many of you have been to on this call, because it's the OG. We've been in business down there for 17 and a half years. But Russian River itself has actually been around since 97. But Pliny the Elder was a beer that Vinny made at Korbel in 1999. There is an account of ours, still one of our top accounts, called the Bistro in Hayward, that Grace, I imagine you have probably visited, being that you're in the East Bay. Mm-hmm. And Vic called Vinny and said, "Hey, I understand you know how to make this double IPA style, this Imperial IPA. I heard you made the first perhaps commercial one at Blind Pig." And that's actually true. So the very first beer that Vinny and I made, I was actually there. Not a lot of people know that part of the story, but I helped brew the first beer at Blind Pig Brewing Company, and it was called the Inaugural Ale, and it was truly a double IPA. It was like so many hops, so much malt. It was boozy. It was like nothing the world had ever seen. Was it a great beer? Probably not. But it was still the first beer that was made at Blind Pig. And so then all these years later, Vinny gets asked to brew a double IPA for the Bistro's Double IPA Festival. I think Vinny was one of 6 or 8 breweries invited to do this for this festival. If you've ever been to this event, it's now there's lots of breweries that go, and it's a lot of fun. And the style is quite popular. But at the time, I mean, even entering it into the Great American Beer Festival, which just happened, there wasn't a double IPA category. You would enter it into strong pale ale, or I think there was experimental other was a very popular category that Vinny was always entering beers into, but there was no double IPA category, and it didn't fit anywhere. It was just kind of transcended style altogether. But
I can't imagine what that world is like.
I know,
like,
this
the words
is like
double IPA
mind-boggling.
not in our lexicon. I don't understand. Like there was a time when that existed, and it was kind of recently. It was like
your lifetime. Yeah. But I think what's important and relevant to right now, the most important thing about Pliny the Elder is the main hop in this beer is Simcoe. And Simcoe was previously called, it was an experimental hop when Vinny started using it in 1999, and it was YCR 14, YCR 14. And I'm sure there are a lot of female brewers out there that are familiar with about what I'm about to say. So it was an experimental hop at the time. It was obviously very, very citrusy, very piney, very resiny, and not a lot of interest in this hop. And they were just about to rip it out of the ground. It literally got down to 1 acre of this hop. And Vinny bought it, and he made this beer, Pliny the Elder, for the double IPA festival at the Bistro. And the beer was a hit. And so he continued to make the beer. And over time, other breweries were becoming very interested in this hop, so much so that they were able to commercialize it. And the commercial name, as we know it now, is Simcoe. And so they were literally about a harvest away from ripping it all out of the ground when Vinny brought some popularity and some interest into the hop. And so it's really the story of Simcoe and the story of Pliny the Elder are so symbiotic and so important to each other, because without Simcoe, we wouldn't have Pliny, and without Pliny, we wouldn't have we may not have Simcoe at all. And so it's wonderful that we're on our way to Yakima in a couple of days to go and you know, be with the people who created this hop. This was one of the very first, you know, proprietary hops, or what we call the designer hops, that are all the rage. All the kids love them, right? All the Mosaic and the Talus and the Citras and all that. You know, this was back in a time when the only hops you could get were public varieties, the Cascades, the Chinooks, the Centennials, the CTZs, all of that. And so this was definitely something that was very avant-garde for the time.
Yeah.
And that's
wow, so
how it all got started.
You guys pretty much started the double IPA style, and you and Vinny together might be considered the saviors of Simcoe too. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, Vinny might be the
incredible.
savior of Simcoe. Yeah. So
I didn't know that Simcoe and kind of that experimental hop was tied in so closely to the development of Pliny the Elder. It's amazing to hear that kind of symbiotic relationship that they had. So I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's hard to think of the modern IPA landscape without Simcoe.
Yeah, and I mean, until Citra came along, it was really like the most popular of the proprietary. I think the most popular hop for years and years. And so it's kind of it is hard to imagine a time when then YCR 14 was hardly there. Nobody used it. Right?
Yeah, I've only known it as Simcoe, right? So you know, it's kind of interesting. I know there are other beers out there. Like I did a piece recently on Bell's Two Hearted, and they did something similar with Centennial when the Centennial hop wasn't actually a hop yet. It was experimental, and that beer kind of became like the carrier, or the you know, the guiding light for that particular hop. And it sounds like Pliny the Elder has been the same for Simcoe. So
totally. Yeah, I agree. We do selection. Well, pre-COVID, we've done selection a few times with the team from Bell's. Just kind of our paths crossed up there and spend some time together. And we've actually done Centennial selection with Bell's before, and gone to some of the same farms and get to be a part of that experience, because we use Centennial from some of the same ranches they do. And so that's kind of cool. A cool story in the craft beer industry, that, you know, we're not so secretive that we can't all be in the same room together.
That's what.
Oh, no, so I was just going to say, so Natalie, I know you mentioned that in its sort of first iteration, Pliny the Elder went from you know, inaugural ale to now Pliny is running for president. And so can you tell us a little bit about sort of the Pliny family, some of yeah, exactly.
Yeah, let me grab some cans. Yeah, for sure.
And some of the iterations. I know that, you know, lots of folks have heard of Pliny the Elder, and I think, you know, we've probably had some folks on this tuning in who've stood in line for some Pliny the Younger. And tell us a little bit about the differences in the beers and how those have come to be.
Sure, absolutely. So so Pliny the Younger is it's literally just a seasonal triple IPA. We made it in 2005 after we opened our pub, because we're trying to drum up some business in the slow winter months. That's literally where that beer came from. The interesting story about this beer, though, is that Vinny and I discussed making it either a smaller version of Pliny the Elder or a bigger version of Pliny the Elder. And so we actually had this conversation, and I remember it well. I was like, well, should we make it? It's Pliny the Younger. It should be lighter. It should be smaller. It should be lower in alcohol. And then I was like, no, this beer should be bigger. We should make, because the bigger, we just thought the bigger beer is going to go better in the winter, and it's going to draw more people in that are looking for something, you know, to warm up with or whatever. And so we decided to go with making what we called a triple IPA. There really wasn't a thing at the time, but Vinny like literally tripled the hops and bumped up the malt and came out with this. I think at the time it was like 11.5% alcohol. It was really boozy. And so we released it that February in 2005. No hoopla, no fanfare, no lines. Nobody cared. We made 20 barrel batch of it. We had it for probably, I don't know, we had it on tap all through February and through March. And that was that. And then it was just like that for several more years. And it wasn't until 2010 that Rate Beer and Beer Advocate started to gain popularity with the beer enthusiast community. And there was all of this kind of more real-time chatter among beer enthusiasts from around the world. And lo and behold, this little beer that we make once a year, and at the time we were making 40 barrels of it. Maybe we made a little more that year. We might have made a little bit more that year. But this, again, don't forget, this is a pub-only beer. Very few places would get a keg, like maybe the Toronado, maybe the Bistro, maybe one other place. That's it. And then all of a sudden we show up the first Friday of February in 2010. There's a line of people out front. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. And he's like, what are you doing here? We have never had a line outside of our little pub before. And Vinny was like, what are you guys doing here? We're down open for 4 hours. And they said, well, we're here for the beer, Pliny the Younger. It's like, how do you know about this beer? It's like, well, why are you here? I don't understand. And they said, well, don't you know your beer has been rated the best beer in the world? And he said, by whom? And so that's where we had heard about these beer rating websites, but we didn't really understand the I don't know, the pull and the
impact,
popularity and the gravitas that they would create amongst in the beer community. And so, and the rest is history. So by 11:10 that morning, we had completely changed the way we would ever do Pliny the Younger release again. It was a total, absolute disaster. Total disaster. Probably one of the worst days in Russian River history of just giving crappy service. We didn't have bouncers at the time, and we didn't realize that there was a line out front, but there was also all the cars in the parking lot were full of people. And so we just do what we normally do. We open both doors, we turn on both open signs, and within like 2 minutes, every bar seat was full. If you've ever worked in a restaurant before, you would like run screaming from that.
Yeah, everyone was seated at the same time.
Everybody was exactly the same time. Everybody, this is the best part. Every single person who sat down ordered, and we used to do growlers, and that was the last day ever we did growlers. Every single person ordered 1 10-ounce glass of Pliny the Younger and 4 growlers.
Oh my God.
Single person. Yeah. And so then there were actually people who would get their 4 growlers, have a couple of beers and leave and go get back in line and come back in and do it all over again. We sold out of all that beer. I think it might have been 80 barrels. We might have done a quadruple batch, and we sold out of all that beer, and we poured, and I'll never forget this number. We poured, if you've ever worked in a pub before or a tap room, we poured 815 growlers in less than 8 hours.
Oh my God. Yeah. That's even more incredible than Pliny the Younger itself. No,
yeah.
Kidding, but I'm also wondering how these people that filled up 4 growlers, like when did they just go home and like how did they drink all that beer at once? Like because once you open the growler,
they ended up on eBay. And
so
for anybody who knows anything about me, you're out there nodding your head and you're saying, I see why Natalie is such an advocate for getting beer out of the black market, because I just remember that day I had just had knee surgery and we were supposed to go in and just open the doors and have lunch with a few people. And then I was going to go home. And then Vinny hadn't been feeling really well. He had a cold. And so he ended up in the cold box all day, filling growlers. I ended up bar backing all day and I couldn't walk. I just stood behind the bar and I filled growlers and half pints. And anybody we knew who came in, we got put to work. Any employee who was off that day that just wanted to come in for a beer got put to work. Any friend, I remember Kyle from Kern River at the time, he came by to say hi. And we're like, go in the back, fill growlers. Just everybody got put to work. It was such a crazy day. And all the hard work and the effort we put in. Vinny ended up in the emergency room the next day with bronchitis. And, I couldn't walk for 3 days. It was crazy. And then to see all these beers on eBay, my mind exploded.
Oh, yeah.
Well, literally a labor of
commemorative
love,
growler with incidental contents or whatever it is.
Yeah, right. The commemorative growler for $500 with no contents. Like, I don't think so. Yeah. But anyway, so that's enough about Pliny the Younger. Pliny for president. So Pliny's been running for president for since 2008, I guess, maybe was the first time Pliny ran for president. But last year was the first year we did a beer. And we were planning to do a beer for the first time, and we weren't sure what to do because of COVID. because we were shut down. And so we made the decision to go for it and just make it anyway. And so basically this is double dry hopped Pliny the Elder. We still make this beer under a different brand called Double Dry Hop Pliny the Elder, but this was the initial version of DDH Pliny, which we now sell on a more regular basis. So this is literally Pliny the Elder is the base recipe and 2-stage dry hop. So instead of adding 2 pounds per barrel of hops, we add 4 pounds of barrel during a 2-stage dry hop. And so that's it's a much hoppier version of an already very, very hoppy beer. It was really fun. We decided to can it. We're not, as many of you know, known for our cans. We're the only brewery left in America that still bottles. And so to our credit, our package stands out on the shelf now. Right?
Yeah. And they're gorgeous bottles too. They're not your standard.
Yeah, they're the 510 ml German Warsteiner bottle. Yeah. So what we did was we canned it and then we sold it direct to consumer. Something we had also never done before, because I mean, what brewery didn't do direct to consumer last year, just to keep the doors open? So we started selling it online to customers throughout California, and then we sold it through our gift shops. Because we were able to keep retail open, and it was fun. It actually made a very contentious election year more palatable, and we had a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun doing it. So it was pretty special. And then because it was so popular, we decided we needed to continue on with the DDH Pliny, which is we're still making today.
Nice. Well, do we want to actually get into tasting Pliny the Elder? And I have to preface this by saying that my dad, who's a huge beer fan, found out that Pliny the Elder would be in the Beers Without Beards beer box. He lives in Minnesota, which unfortunately is not one of the states that we ship to. So he messaged me literally immediately and was like, please save that beer for me. This is like my one opportunity to ever taste this beer. And when I come out to California and visit you, we can drink it together. And I was like, absolutely. Also, when you come out and visit me, we can just go to the brewery if you want, because it's not that far away. No. So I think he's going to be out here actually in the beginning of October. So I think that's going to be one of our plans. But I will not be drinking Pliny the Elder along with you, unfortunately. However, I would love for you to kind of take us through just a tasting of it, pour it out, which I see that you already did. What does it look like? What are the aromas that you get from it? What are the tasting notes? And just tell us a little bit more about a tasting of this beer.
Sure, absolutely. Well, I already pretty much gave you the history of Pliny the Elder. So like I said, we've been making it since 1999. It is a double IPA. It's about 8% ABV. And our house characteristic is we make very dry beers. So this beer doesn't have any crystal malt or hardly any unfermentable sugars in it. So our beers tend to be very kind of pale light in color, like a yellow, light orange, clear. We do clear beer really well. Thank you. we try to make the hazy beers. Most of the time they stay hazy. Making hazy beer is harder than one would think. All of these years we have perfected the art of making clear beer, and then all of a sudden this hazy beer craze comes along, which has been really fun. We've had a good time experimenting with making hazy beers, but we still go back to the West Coast IPA.
Yeah, so we're on the West Coast, man. We do it clear out here. That's just how it is.
That's what we do, man.
Which is funny because every day that I wake up, it's foggy outside, but it burns off eventually, so it gets clear in the rest of the day. But yeah,
eventually, yeah. Yep. So like I said, the main hop, and this is Simcoe, and the other main hop is Amarillo, which is another proprietary hop. So the Simcoe is going to add a lot of citrus, pineapple, pine, resiny. And then the Amarillo is going to bring more of that stone fruit. So those tend to be kind of the predominant characteristics in this beer. Other hops are Crystal, Cascade, Centennial, Chinook, Warrior. We do add a little bit of Citra nowadays to it, just to keep it, kind of relevant, and bring more of that that juicy, citrusy notes to it. I wish you guys could taste with me. It's not that early, is it?
Because we're in the future, but in the past, I think my box arrives in just a couple of hours from our dear friends at Halftime. But
wow.
days of future
very
past
excited
here.
to be drinking along with you while we watch this at the end of the broadcast on Saturday.
Exactly. Well, you can drink along with everybody else on Saturday. So, and I think everybody will find that it has a nice. It's not. I mean, it's a very bitter beer, but it's not astringent in any way, and it's not uncomfortably bitter, and it has kind of this long, lingering, dry, bitter finish. And I think that's one of the reasons I think that our beer has remained so popular, is that not only is it easy to drink because it's not sweet, but also we're constantly tweaking the recipe. So the recipe, while the base recipe is primarily the same as it was in 1999, I mean, just adding like Citra to it, removing crystal malt altogether. You know, we have made some slight tweaks over the years, and just trying to always be evolving the recipe to keep it current and relevant so that people do continue to gravitate towards it. And I don't know how many years it's been, but this is still our top selling beer, and it accounts for well over 60% of our production. And we actually have to tell accounts, you know, we're not Pliny the Elder Brewing Company. we make other amazing beers like Blind Pig IPA and Happy Hops are two of my favorites, and we have a lot of fun new stuff out now too. And so everybody always gravitates towards the Pliny, but we always try to turn them on to some other really great Russian River beers that we have as well. But I thought that everybody in attendance to the Beers Without Beards event would really appreciate the opportunity to have a beer that they that maybe have never had before, depending on where they live.
I think I would definitely be in agreement with you there. And I think that's probably a nice way, Britt, to kind of wrap up our tasting. And also, Natalie, as you mentioned, you know, look ahead. Is there anything that you want folks to know about Russian River that's coming up this year that you're really excited about? Or, you know, if you want to release any details about the Pliny the Younger release, this would be a perfect time to do it. So
sure. Well, as everybody knows, it's really hard to make plans with an uncertain future.
Yep.
So, if you survived last year, which all of you have, obviously, you know, we're just kind of living in the moment, taking it one day at a time, really hoping to be able to keep operating our businesses as usual. We're almost 100% vaccinated here at Russian River Brewing, which I'm really, really proud of. So that makes operating our business a lot easier. We don't have a lot of people going out sick and having to quarantine and stuff like that. So that's been really helpful. You know, hopefully business is pretty status quo for now, and we'll be able to just keep producing beer. And you know, it's nice to see a lot of our accounts getting back online, especially the on-premise, which is good to see some more draft going out, and the bottle sales are still maintaining high, and direct-to-consumer is still going along strong. As far as like new beers and stuff, Vinny and I bought a pilot brewery. So if you've been to our pub here in Windsor, and there was this empty room in the center of the pub, you know, we would just let people talk about and speculate what it was for, and we just wouldn't tell them anything. And it was the stuff they would come up with were just brilliant, you know, daycare, smoking lounge, all kinds of fun stuff, you know, dog run. We're like, just go with it, right? Don't tell them anything. And so earlier this year, we were able to install a 5-barrel pilot brewery from SS Brewtech down in Southern California. And so that has been Vinny's new office. So Vinny has gotten very much back into his passion and his love for the art of brewing. And he's developing new recipes. He's trying to do all kinds of research and development on new processes. And, you know, I'm sure you've all heard about hop creep. And so we're trying to, you know, try new processes to minimize hop creep and reduce diacetyl rest and stuff like that. And so, but he's coming up with a lot of fun stuff and having fun playing around with new hop varieties and all that. And so we have developed this R&D series, and this was the most popular IPA that been created. It's a new beer, and we're having a lot of fun doing stuff like this. So this is the first commercial release of a new beer from Vinny's new toy, the pilot brewery. So we just released this beer. We did a quadruple batch on the big system, and it's on draft, should be on draft all over California. And I think some's probably heading out to Oregon, Colorado, and maybe even a little out to Philly and the markets where we distribute, and cans are available here. And so we're having fun doing some of that stuff on the R&D system. And then as far as Pliny the Younger goes, many of you are aware that our last Pliny the Younger release was another debacle. We tried to do it online, and it didn't go well. We didn't, we always say two things about Pliny the Younger. There are two things we can't control. We can't control the weather. We can't control how many people are going to show up, because it's just open to the public event. And so this was another one of those cases. We can't control the weather, but the weather didn't matter because we were doing it all online. But we couldn't control how many people showed up. So we had 8,500 cases of beer. Every case had a mixed case. It had 4 bottles of Pliny. And you guys know you've been going through a lot of repacks. And so you know how much work that is. These repacks when you're putting multiple beers into a box, and how incredibly long it takes, right? And so we limited ourselves to 8,500. We still made quite a bit of Pliny the Younger. Every box had 4 bottles of Pliny the Younger in it. Well, 110,000 people showed up. 110,000 people tried to check out of our online store at the same time. So, I mean, our website crashed, but Shopify didn't. And we had Shopify online, and we had our web company online. And so we had, literally on the phone, online, and ready to assist in case of emergency. That wasn't the problem. The problem was that we had all these people checking out at the same time, and it just didn't go well. And so I think we pissed a lot of people off. We probably lost a lot of customers. It was a new experience for us. I think as a business, if you weren't trying to do things you've never done before during COVID, you weren't trying hard enough. And so this was one of those things where we really thought that we were doing something good, and we had done it before, and we really thought we had all the boxes checked, and we in a way did. It was just that one factor. We didn't realize so many people were going to show up, and anyway, so we're not doing it online ever again. I don't want anybody to go through that bad Russian River customer experience again. We are hoping, fingers crossed, if all goes well and the world is safe, we will do Pliny the Younger in person. But if you're listening to me now and you're going online to make plane reservations or book hotels, get a refundable ticket. All right. That's my advice to you. We'll only cancel it if we're forced to cancel it and it's not safe. We have every intention of going forward with Pliny the Younger in 2022, as long as we're allowed to. Based on California and municipality restrictions, and as long as it's safe. So that's the plan for now, because we really want to bring it back in person, because we really enjoy hosting everybody from.
It's the magic of it.
Yeah,
that's. We're hoping next year that this festival will be in person. That's really where we find the magic of Beers Without Beards, when all women are coming together. Wherever you identify as a woman on the spectrum, and men as well, are coming together and celebrating the achievements of women in craft beer, like yourself. And to your point, like Pliny the Elder, Pliny the Younger, they wouldn't even be here without going through those trials and tribulations that you and Vinny have gone through. So thank you so much for sharing those stories, because I don't think people realize how much work you put into the brewery and the beers, over these past, 20-ish years or whatnot, and sharing some of those stories with us. I hope people now understand, be patient, be respectful. Like, these are excellent, amazing beers, and you guys are working and doing your best to make sure that they still get out to you, even during this crazy COVID pandemic time. So thank you for sharing that with us. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, I really appreciate you ladies having me, and I look forward to next year. If you'll have me back, maybe we can all get together in person and actually meet face to face. So thank you.
I would love that.
Absolutely. Natalie, thank you again so much. I hope you have and are having an amazing time at Hop Selection, and really excited to see what sort of R&D IPAs result from it. So have a wonderful rest of your time, a rest of your trip, and thanks again so much for being a part of the fest.
Absolutely. Well, everybody out there who's listening, enjoy your festival and enjoy your time with Beers Without Beards. Cheers.
Awesome.
Cheers.
Cheers. Grace, it happened. You're muted.
I guess I have to drink.
There we go.
Actually, Grace has left the building. Vacation Grace is now here to drink our final beverage of the day, Fruit Smash.
Fruit Smash.
Belgium Brewing Co. So it looks like you got the raspberry flavor.
I do. I've got the berry blast, and you've got some pink lemonade.
I have the pink lemonade.
What's very cool about this this Fruit Smash seltzer is that it comes in a variety pack. So if you're looking for this on the stores at your local bottle shop, at your grocery store, wherever you get your super tasty beverages, you can get it in a variety pack. So you'll get what Grace is drinking, you'll get what I'm drinking, and there's also a tropical punch flavor. So
yeah,
super,
so this
super
is,
tasty.
A new hard seltzer that New Belgium released recently, just 100 calories. Pretty bold, very flavorful, uses real fruit juice, gluten-free. And it's only, the ones in the variety pack are only 4.7%. So you can kick back, smash a couple. But New Belgium will be releasing, if they haven't already, it's coming up really soon, a super hard version of the pink lemonade that hits 8% ABV. So should we crack into this, Britt?
Let's do it.
They also sent us these really cool.
They did. We're sporting our Fruit Smash swag today.
Yeah.
Funny story is that they said, all right, we're going to send you, a Fruit Smash shirt. And so Grace and I, looked on the New Belgium website and we saw all of the Fruit Smash merch. And we were like, could you imagine if they sent us like the button down shirts? And then when the packages came, I was like, Grace, you will never believe what is in those packages. Because these are
I did say even before they came, Britt, if they do, we should probably wear them together during the tasting. And so here we go.
And so there's a shark. There's everything on this shirt is very relevant to my interests. So I am thrilled that this is now part of my wardrobe. So let's pour them out.
Pour them out. You can see, so mine is a really nice kind of pink color. So it has real raspberry juice, real lemon juice in it as well. So it kind of reminds me of like those lemonades that you might get like your neighborhood kids would sell, at the corner of their, on the sidewalk or something like that, but just like the adult version of it instead. So
yeah. And my berry blast, just sticking your nose in the glass, it's raspberry, it's strawberry, and it's legit. Like this is not pink because of any sort of additives or anything like that. Like this is raspberry juice in this glass. So Grace, we've come to the end of the fest. So cheers, my friend.
Cheers. Bye to basic seltzer and hello to Fruit Smash.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, amazing. Light, refreshing. I could, probably drink a couple of those just as advertised by the pool around the last, few days of summer or whatnot. That's still hanging on out here in California. So excellent, excellent. Well, yes, my friend, we made it to the end of another Beers Without Beards. It has been an incredible journey. Obviously, it would not have happened with a ton of people, including our presenting sponsor, YETI, who really helped bring this whole festival to life. All of our panelists and also a lot of the other breweries that help step in and create some of these dynamic and engaging experiences. Samuel Adams, Allagash, New Belgium, Two Roads, Chart Industries have really just made this to be a really special, magical, but also impactful day.
Yeah, they really have. And again, I just want to echo Grace's thanks to every single person who appeared on the live stream with us today, the brewers, the brewery folks, like I said, all of the panelists, and also a huge thanks, as I said at the beginning of the fest, to all of our coworkers at Next Glass. Grace and I were on the screen, but we had Claire and Catherine backstage, making sure everybody was coming on, coming off, helping to make sure everybody knew where we were in the show. So big cheers to them. And thanks to TALEA, to Tisha, to John Gross, to John Kay, to Jamie, to Robert, to anybody that I may have accidentally forgotten, to Kenny at Hop Culture for sure. And a huge thanks to Kayla for designing the incredible artwork that you've seen all throughout the fest today. And that gorgeous can glass that Grace has that we're going to just smoothly segue right into this, that is available for you to purchase on the Hop Culture store. And again, as our thanks for tuning into the festival today, you can use that promo code that's scrolling across the bottom of your screen, BWOB15, to take 15% off that glass and anything else on the Hop Culture store, including, I believe, the hat that Grace is sporting at the current moment. Or if not that exact hat, then some of the many other fabulous clothing items and accessories and apparel and glassware that Hop Culture has. So check out that store, do a little shopping, and use that promo code to save 15% off. And again, as we said at the beginning, we really hope that you've had a ton of fun. We have had a ton of fun. And so if you're posting on social media, again, make certain that you are tagging at Hop Culture Mag and using that hashtag BWOB21 so that we can see how much fun you're having, because we've had a blast with all of you today, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah, and we hope you've had fun, but in all seriousness, we hope that you've also taken away some points from this festival and learned something, or, found out or discovered a new brewery that was woman-owned, or, just took something away from the panels that you can now go back and share with some of your friends in your own communities, because that's how we're really going to create change in our industry. It starts with every one of you, and bringing that back and pushing the change out like a ripple effect from here. So with that in mind, if you hadn't had a chance already to donate to Pink Boots, there's still time. You can still go ahead and donate. So go to www.hopculture.com/Pink Boots Society. And other than that, we're going to leave you all to enjoy the rest of your fantastic Saturday. Thank you all again for joining us at Beers Without Beards, the 4th annual Beers Without Beards, and celebrating the rad achievements of all the women in the craft beer industry today.
Yes. All right. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Grace. And cheers. Have a great rest of your day, a great rest of your weekend, and we'll see you hopefully in person at the next one. All right. Bye, y'all.